Have you thought of pursuing a career in the film, television, or media production industry but don't know where to start? The Film and Media Arts program at the University of Pikeville may be just what you're looking for. Situated in the Appalachian Mountains of eastern Kentucky, our FMA program is dedicated to preparing you for a career in the growing field of digital media production. Our FMA majors are actively engaged in hands-on projects both in front of and behind the camera. You'll gain experience in fictional filmmaking, documentary production, broadcast news, live sports, special effects, web design, film studies, and much more. You will also have the opportunity to work on feature-length film projects and be on camera in our student-ran newscast. We also host an annual student horror film competition, and our annual student parody film competition is always a riot. Finally, don't forget to check out our annual film festival, FMA Fest, each spring, which brings in films and filmmakers from across the country. For more information about the UPIKE Film and Media Arts program, go to www.upike.edu/FMA or email me, Andrew Reed, at andrewreed@upike.edu. Go Bears, and I hope to see you on campus soon.
Hard and easy are complementary. Long and short are relative. Before and after are sequence.
Five minutes.
Hard and easy are complementary. Long and short are relative. Before and after are sequence.
Out. Damned spot. Out, I say.
1, 2. Why then 'tis time to do it. Hell is murky.
Fie, my lord, fie. A soldier and a feared. Why, What need we fear who knows it when none can call our power to account? Yet who would have thought the old man to have had so much blood in him? Thane of Fife had a wife. Where is she now? What will these hands ne'er be clean? No more of that, no more of that, my lord, no more of that. You mar all with this starting. Here's the smell of blood still. All the perfumes of Arabia will not sweeten this little hand. Oh!
What a sigh is there. The heart is sorely charged.
I would not have such a heart in my bosom for all the dignity of the body.
This disease is beyond my practice. Yet I have known those which have walked in their sleep and died holily in their beds.
Wash your hands. Put on your nightgown. Look not so pale. I tell you again, Banquo's dead. She cannot come out on's grave. To bed. To bed. There's knocking at the gate. Come, 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 give me your hand. What's done cannot be undone. To bed. To bed. To bed. What's done cannot be undone. 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 Wash your hands, put on your nightgown, look not so pale. Wash your hands, put on your nightgown, look not so pale. Wash your hands, put on your nightgown, look not so pale. Wash your hands, put on your nightgown, look not so pale. Wash your...
No matter how many times you say it, nothing's gonna change. I'm still dead.
How long have you been lurking there?
I'm Banquo. I don't lurk. I haunt. He was watching you from the wings every time you went out there.
He's the director. He was watching all of us.
Well, he was looking at us. He was watching you.
Get thee gone, nettlesome spirit.
You are fantastic.
Thank you. Wash your hands, put on your nightgown. Look not so pale. Wash your hands, put on your nightgown, look not so pale. Wash your hands, put on your nightgown, look not so pale.
There's my star.
Hey, you.
Hey, yourself.
So?
Well, you know me and Shakespeare.
You hated it.
You didn't let me finish. You were terrific. Even if I couldn't understand half of what you were saying. Man, you owned the stage. The audience loved you.
Really?
Really.
The Thane of Fife had a wife and she was in a play. She was great. It was her fate to be a star someday. Come on up, check out the view.
All my days on stage are long over. It's all yours, babe.
I was good.
You're great.
Time to celebrate.
I don't know about this, Sarah. I mean, it's your crowd. It's your night.
My crowd is your crowd, and my night is your night. Besides, they'll love you.
What makes you say that?
Because I love you.
What do I say if someone asks me what I do?
It's just a temporary job, Sam.
I don't think 3 years is temporary anymore.
You remember the first gig I had?
Handing out flyers for Reggie's chippy truck in that Fiona Fish suit?
Bingo.
Yeah.
And look at me now. Owning the stage is the best ever, Lady M.
Well, I don't recall saying you were the best ever.
You were thinking it. Come on, admit it.
Okay. Okay, you win. Just promise me you won't leave me alone in there.
Scout's honor.
I know what you're thinking.
Of course you do.
Remember, there are rules.
So you keep telling me.
A 10 spot says you can't make it all the way through.
Double it and you're on.
Done.
Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? Hold on. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked?
Well done, okay.
Pay up, McFluff. Okay.
Scout's honor my ass.
Okay, so what are the rules again?
You pick a movie, give me clues, and I try to guess it, and then I do the same for you. The person who guesses it right with the fewest clues wins, and the loser buys everyone around.
Let's make it 2 rounds.
Double or nothing.
Oh, I see. This is some plot that you cooked up with these two.
If I win, we'll go for the champagne, but if he wins, go for a glass of water.
Ah, collusion. I knew it. But I shall accept your challenge fairly. On one condition, no movies. That's for the hoi polloi. We shall duel in the theater. The play is the thing. Would you like to go first, or shall I?
Hey, age before beauty.
How you wound me. But now, I shall exact my revenge.
To paraphrase the bard in Julius Caesar, bring it on.
You look lost.
No, not lost. Just misplaced.
That happens to the better halves all the time at these things.
Yeah, well, she promised it wasn't gonna happen to me.
It's her loss. I'm Jordan.
Sam? My friends call me Sam.
That's cute.
Well, it looks like they're having fun.
Oh, they always do when Peter Morgan's in charge. Peter the pumpkin eater. Every play he finds a different pumpkin.
Were you in the play?
I was the nurse. Oh, it's the scene where Lady M just goes off the rails.
Oh, yeah. I didn't recognize you out of that costume
Yeah.
you were wearing.
Looks can be deceiving.
Yeah. Well, I thought you were good. Well, for what it's worth. Too good for such a small role.
Thanks. It's what I keep telling them.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm really, really, really sorry. Sorry times infinity, the biggest sorry ever in the history of the entire world.
So you're saying you're sorry?
Yes,
Really sorry?
really.
Yeah, well, you should be. I'm calling from Leviathan Collection Services. Yeah, we really need to get this cleared. Hello? Oh, Sarah, isn't it? Sorry, didn't mean to startle you.
I didn't realize anyone else was still in the office.
Just me. Sam? My friends call me Sam.
So I've heard.
Why don't you ever come out with, any of us for lunch?
No one ever asked me.
And if someone did ask you out for lunch, or, something...
Depends on the someone. The raven himself is hoarse that croaks the fatal entrance of Duncan under my battlements. Come, you spirits that tend on mortal thoughts, unsex me here and fill me from the crown to the toe top full of direst cruelty. Make thick my blood. Stop up the access and passage to remorse that no compunctious visitings of nature shake my fell purpose, nor keep peace between the effect and it. Come to my woman's breasts and take my milk for gall, you murdering ministers, wherever in your sightless substances you wait on nature's mischief. Come, thick night, and pell thee in the dunnest smoke of hell, that my keen knife see not the wound it makes, nor heaven peep through the blanket of the dark to cry, hold! Hold.
Yes, Sarah.
Bravo, Sarah. Bravo.
Isn't this how every teens at the summer camp horror movie starts?
I know what you did last summer, Banquo.
Yeah, I was murdered, you idiot. Stabbed in the back by my best friend.
I think technically you hired a couple henchmen to do the deed.
Well, that just means that you're gonna be the villain who comes back to wreak vengeance on us all.
Well, that sounds good to me.
Well, that settles that. It's the Scottish play, I tell you. This would have never happened if we'd done As You Like It or A Midsummer Night's Dream.
What about Coriolanus?
Nobody does Coriolanus. There's always some idiot in the audience who laughs every time one of the actors says the name. Anyway, we're done for the night. Power's cooked in half the city. Could take hours for them to get it fixed again.
You wanna...
Sure. You are so a couple.
Shut up.
Behave.
Not a chance.
You were fantastic. You really brought something new, dynamic. Something I have never seen in a Lady M before.
I was trying out a few new things during the break, pushing the boundaries like you suggested. I'm glad you liked it.
Liked it? You blew me away. I am just gonna sit in the audience tomorrow night and watch as their jaws drop. You were transcendent, my dear.
Oh, I thank you, good sir. The Thane of Fife had a wife and she was in a play. She was great, it was her fate to be a star someday.
Listen, it's still early. Why don't we head back to my place? Unwind, run a few lines, have a couple of drinks, and channel the spirit of the bard.
Thanks, Peter, but I've barely seen Sam in a month, and
Then what difference will one more night make? Sarah, is someone like him what someone like you needs?
I'm flattered, Peter. Really, I am, but Sam and I have been together a long time.
Familiarity breeds contempt, not love.
I can't.
I understand. I really do. You gotta do what you think is right. For you. But you have so much beauty and grace and intelligence and talent. Please, don't hold it against me for being attracted to you.
Good night. Maybe you should call a cab.
Thanks. Will do.
See you tomorrow.
Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow.
Hey. Sam?
Sarah?
Hey, you.
Hey! What are you doing home?
The power blew at the theater, a lightning strike, if you can believe it.
Uh-huh.
So rehearsal was canceled.
Uh-huh.
Hey. What's up?
You may not know much about Shakespeare, but he makes for a wonderful sticking place, doesn't he? Good night.
Sarah.
How could you?
You weren't supposed to be here.
That's it? That's all you have to say for yourself? You slept with someone else. That! In our bed, and all you can say is that I wasn't supposed to be here? Don't touch me. How could you do this to us?
touch your precious Peter.
What?
What? Think I wasn't gonna figure it out?
Sam, I don't know what you think's been going on, but I've never.
I'm really fucking stupid. You know, the least you could do is try a little harder, you know? Put a bit of that best ever Lady Emmy into your life. Just give me that, huh? Just prove to me that I'm worth lying to with some passion. Just admit it. You're screwing him.
What? No! How can you be so cruel?
No. You've got the market cornered on cruel. The problem is, you're so selfish, you don't even realize it.
I never cheated on you, Sam.
Betrayal comes in all kinds of boxes, Sarah. At least you got to open mine. Yeah, that's right. Go back to Loverboy.
I'm not going to anyone, Sam. I'm getting away from you.
Fuck.
Oh, I cannot believe you have a house so near the ocean. It is so beautiful. How can you afford it?
My mom left it to me.
Do you spend a lot of time here?
When I have to.
He's an idiot.
It takes two to tango, Jules.
Yeah, and I think we both know what Jordan is.
I wasn't talking about her.
It'll all work out. You'll see. These things always do. They just take some time.
Yeah.
Time.
Thanks again for driving me out here. I really appreciate it.
Hey, that's what friends are for. And besides, with the show and its break, I've got a lot of spare time on my hands.
Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day to the last syllable of recorded time.
And all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death.
Out, out, brief candle, life is but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more.
It is a tale told by an idiot.
Full of sound and fury.
Signifying nothing.
Oh. My God, it really is a depressing play, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is. It really is beautiful here. It's so peaceful. I wish I could stay longer.
You're welcome to. There's plenty of room.
Yeah, I can see that. Did you ever think about moving out here, like, full time?
Sam and I... He needed to be near work.
What are you gonna do?
Honestly, I don't know.
Well, do you still love him?
Yeah. And I hate him. And I hate myself for loving him and for hating him. And for not loving him enough, and for not hating him enough, and for not having any fucking clue what to do now.
Well, if the acting doesn't work out, at least you can come here and set up a bed and breakfast. And you can call it Sarah's Secluded Slumberland.
Can't see that happening.
Okay, then, how about the Scottish Stay?
Not a chance.
Yeah, fair enough. But if you do that and you need some help, then you know where to find me, okay?
I will keep that in mind. Are you sure you can't stay?
I have 2 cats to feed and a student short film audition to prep for. For that is the glamorous life of a rising young star at the stage and screen. At least that's what I tell my parents. Okay. Give me a call if you need anything, if you want to talk, or if you want to listen to the cats, or...
I will.
Remember, anything. I love you.
Do you not hope your children shall be kings, when those that gave the Thane of Cawdor to me promised no less to them?
That trusted home might yet enkindle you unto the crown, besides the Thane of Cawdor. But 'tis strange. And oftentimes, to win us to our harm, the instruments of darkness tell us truths, win us with honest trifles, to betray us in deepest consequence.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry to interrupt.
That's not what you should be sorry about.
Yeah, I know.
Do you really?
I fucked up.
Yeah, no shit.
Is she okay?
What do you think?
I keep calling her, and she won't answer.
Do you blame her, Sam?
Is she staying with you?
Why would I tell you?
I just want to...
What? Make it right?
Yeah.
Sam. She's at her mom's house.
Thanks.
I'm not doing this for you.
As you can see, they really pack them in here on a Wednesday.
Wednesdays, the most overlooked and misunderstood day of the week. Sort of like a middle child with a really smart older brother and a cute as a button little sister just trying to figure out where it fits in.
Okay, so what day are you?
Wednesday, without the siblings.
How is everything?
Yes, it's great, man. Thanks.
If I can help you guys in any way, just let me know.
Tell me you don't actually work during lunch.
God, no.
Okay, so what do you do to amuse yourself for an hour?
I study.
Okay, so you're in school.
Part-time.
What are you taking?
Theater.
What? That's fantastic.
My parents thought it was a waste of time. They wanted me to do something more practical.
Practical's overrated. I have got a double honors degree in history and economics, and look where it got me. Samuel Cameron, at your service, a mouse in the giant transnational corporate maze of the 21st century, trying to make his way to the piece of cheese. And then on to a slightly bigger maze with a slightly bigger piece of cheese.
Sounds amazing.
Oh, no.
Well then, Samuel Cameron.
Mm-hmm.
What's your favorite novel?
Oh, okay. That's a bit of a non sequitur, isn't it?
I'm the queen of non sequiturs, and this is my realm, good sir. Indulge me.
Well,
The first date answer that they teach us at guy school is to always go with Wuthering Heights. Because no woman can resist a man who's actually read Wuthering Heights. So, Wuthering Heights.
So you're a romantic then?
Depends on the someone. I'll be right back.
Fair spot. Thought you were lost years ago. Fly, seraphs, to your own eternal shore, where winds nor howl nor waters roar. Our portion is to die, and yours to live forever. But which is best, a dead eternity or living, is but known to the great giver. Well, I'll take that as a standing ovation.
Don't know the secrets of life and death. Don't know what happens after our last breath. Don't know the secrets of the pyramids. Don't know where the golden treasure is hid. I just know that I'm here. I just know that you're here. I don't know about tomorrow. All I know is that I'm crazy for you, crazy for you. Are any of us really free? I don't know, that's a mystery to me. Don't know how to stop the hate and the war. Don't know why we haven't both for. I just know that you're here. I just know that I'm here. I don't know about tomorrow. All I know is that I'm crazy crazy for you, crazy for you, oh, crazy for you.
Isn't he cute? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for my old bandmate, Sam Cameron. Come on. You are welcome here anytime, my friend. She's actually pretty, try not to fuck this one. All right.
That was beautiful.
Oh, it's just a song I wrote a lifetime ago. I guess it was just waiting for the right girl.
Hard and easy are complementary. Long and short are relative. Before and after are sequence.
Sarah?
there's my star. Sarah? Hey, you've been crying. Sarah.
Yeah, I'm still crying.
Why? What happened?
I blew the audition.
What? What do you mean?
Yeah, as in Mayan prophecy, end of the world, apocalyptically bad, blew it.
Okay, what happened?
Am I kidding myself? Why am I even doing this anymore?
Okay, look at me. Repeat after me, okay? I
I
am
am
a great actor. Come on. Sarah!
Come, thick night, and pall thee in the dunnest smoke of hell, that my keen knife see not the wound it makes, nor heaven peep through the blanket of the dark to cry, hold! Hold. Oh, fuck. Why couldn't you just done it like that?
I forgot to mention, there was a call earlier. Some guy named Peter.
Peter?
Yeah. Wanted to talk to you about the audition. Said that, he liked what you did in the room, and that they want to offer you Lady M.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god! I got it. I got it! I got it.
Like I said, you're a great actor.
I'm sorry about before.
All's well that ends well.
And here I thought you hated Shakespeare.
Shakespeare said that. Hey, well done.
I love you. Hey. I made breakfast.
I'm, trying to skip a rock. Just one single rock. Shouldn't be that hard, should it? You know, a 5-year-old can do it. Yeah, not a single one. What are you doing? Sarah.
Be one with the rock.
What?
You need to focus. To become one with the rock and the ocean. Feel the flow.
Are you kidding? I don't know if you're kidding.
Do you want the rock to skip or don't you? Arms in front. Now close your eyes. And breathe deeply and slowly. In. Out. In. Out. Don't just take a breath, Sam. Breathe. Good. Now repeat after me. Hard and easy or complimentary?
Hard and easy or complimentary?
Long and short or relative?
Long and short or relative?
Before and after are a sequence?
Before and after are a sequence.
Now, get ready to throw the rock, but don't open your eyes until after you let it go. Keep breathing. The way is a void, used but never filled. An abyss it is, like an ancestor from which all things come. It blunts sharpness, resolves tangles. It tempers light and subdues turmoil. A deep pool it is, never to run dry, whose offspring it may be, I do not know. It is like a preface to God. Now,
So, when did you become a Zen master?
remember Elizabeth from the play? Older woman, really sweet. She reminds me of Mom. She played the doctor.
Yeah, vaguely, I guess. I mean, you know me and Shakespeare. I was more focused on you.
Anyway, it's what she'd do before every rehearsal. She'd just sit in a corner by herself. She didn't do all of the other stuff actors do to get ready. Just that.
That's a little weird.
Exactly. So one night I asked her why. I always thought she was zoning out when really she was zoning in. She had a lot of great advice. things I'd never thought of before. Not just about the show or acting, but life in general. So I thought I'd give it a try.
And well, it worked. Are you expecting anyone?
No.
Hi there. Sarah.
Sam, no! No! Sam! Sam!
Is then the world unkind? And does it treat all things like straw dogs used in magic rites? The wise man, too, is he unkind? Does he treat the folk like straw dogs made to throw away?
Between the earth and sky, the space is like a bellows, empty but unspent. When moved, its gift is copious. I can play the Lao Tzu quote game, too.
I'm impressed.
I couldn't care less. What do you want from me?
I just want to understand you. After all, we've shared so much. You can leave anytime. Here's the thing I haven't been able to figure out. It wasn't just the sex. I could see getting over that eventually. Men will be men after all. But he betrayed you here. And you still trust him. What kind of woman does that? This isn't real. If I were you, I'd start looking out for yourself.
Sarah, I'm not gonna hurt you. She can be a bit temperamental sometimes. But she's not unreasonable, Sarah. You can do a deal with her. She can offer you a way out. And all you have to do is take it. when the time comes.
Get away from me! Get away.
I'm not the bad guy here. It doesn't have to end, Sarah. Not for you.
Let me out! Let me out!
Sarah.
Hello, Sam. I did the best I could under the circumstances. Ooh, easy. You've taken quite a blow.
How long have I been here?
Ah, well, that depends on your point of view. You see time like this piece of paper. Flat, with edges, and defined parameters. Past, present, and the future, from one edge of the paper to the other, with a distance that is clear. But what if we could bridge the gaps? What if there were no gaps at all? An eternal now, where what once was may not be what is, or what will be. Does that answer your question?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Proper thing.
I have to get to Sarah.
Close your eyes, and the path will be made clear.
Just breathe, Sam.
You lied to her.
It's what I do. You should know that better than anyone.
All the world's a stage. Sam and Sarah and people like them, they're the real stars. The writers, the directors. I'm just the producer. But you're just a bit player, playing the same role time after time after time.
Get out of here now, okay? Okay. Okay, let's go.
Every production comes to an end sometime. And today's bit player becomes tomorrow's star.
Well, hasn't this been fun?
Anytime.
By the way, did I ever tell you the story of the pilot from World War II that jumped out of a plane? Fighter, I think it was.
No.
His parachute was defective, and when he went to pull the ripcord, it just all fell apart.
Tough break. Suppose he prayed as he tumbled to the ground.
Now you'd think so, but no. He just thought, well, the bad news is that I'm falling through the sky from 10,000 feet without a parachute. Then he closed his eyes and he thought, but the good news is there's no ground.
Okay. You have to stay here. I'm gonna make them away.
No, Sam, don't do it.
Trust me.
What have you done?
Had a chat. Told a story. That's what I do.
Damn spot. Now what I say? 1, 2. Why then 'tis time to do it. Hell is murky. Fie, my lord, fie, soldier and afeard. What needs we fear, who knows it, when none can call our power to account? Yet who would have thought the old man to have had so much blood in him? What will these hands ne'er be clean? No more of that, my lord, no more of that. You mar all with this starting.
Go to. Go to. You have known what you should not.
Wash your hands. Put on your nightgown. Look not so pale. I tell you again, Banquo's dead. She cannot come out On's grave. To bed. To bed.
Right. Well, I think we're done for the day.
We're wonderful, dear, wonderful.
Thank you. I've been trying out a few new things during the break. Pushing the boundaries like you suggested. Did you like it?
Liked. You blew me away. Tomorrow night, when we reopen, I'm gonna sit back and watch everyone's faces as their jaws drop. You were transcendent.
Peter. No! How could you? You ruined everything!
Sarah.
Sam. Oh my God. I remember everything.
Look at me. I'm here.
Hey, Romeo, we're working here.
You should have your name in lights. Okay, everywhere. Every night until the end of time.
I don't need my name in lights. So long as I have you.
Always. Always.
Let's go home.
Sarah! This is your home.
Don't know the secrets of life and death. Don't know what happens after our last breath. Don't know the secrets of the pyramids. Don't know where the golden treasure is hid. I just know that I'm here. I just know that you're here. I don't know about tomorrow. All I know is that I'm crazy for you, crazy for you. Are any of us really free? I don't know, that's a mystery to me. Don't know how to stop the hate and the war. Don't know why we haven't both before. I just know that you're here. I just know that I'm here. I don't know about tomorrow. All I know is that I'm crazy for you, crazy for you. Oh, crazy for
All right, and welcome viewers at home to our live Q&A with the writer-director of the film, Paul Kimball. We are also joined by Jamie Moscato and Alexa Morden, two of the key cast members, Sam and Sarah, for the film you just saw. We would like to ask for you to post any questions you might have for our cast and our crew here on the stream on Facebook or YouTube. I'm monitoring both. I'll relay those questions. So we'll kick it off. Just welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We'll kick it off with, what was it like coming up with the idea for the film, Paul? What led you to this particular story, this approach? Tell us about that.
I needed the money. No, I'm just kidding. The script had been kicking around for about 11 years. It's a sort of really long story. And Jamie and Alexa are much better at talking than I am. So the long and the short of it is, couldn't make it 11 years ago for different reasons. Kind of put it aside. I do a lot of television work, so I did that. I made 3 other films in the interim. And then finally circled back when I had the opportunity to do this one and said, you know what, that was the best script that I've written. Let's recast it, because the people we cast 11 years ago or whatever have moved on. And so I said, look, I want the best actors I can find. I want to shoot this in black and white because I can do what I want with this film. We really sort of have true freedom to make it. Thanks to Eastlink Community TV here in Nova Scotia for being our broadcaster that kind of gave me that freedom. So I had carte blanche to do sort of whatever I want, which can go one of 2 ways, either really bad or really good. So I had a great young director of photography, Dylan Garland. If I had done it 11 years ago, it would have been a terrible film. I wouldn't have been ready to make the film. Doing it now, Dylan, I think 11 years ago would have been 16, so couldn't have used him. Jamie and Alexa were probably in their late teens too. I don't know. So you find the right people. It's like everything comes together at the right time. It's kind of like that Radiohead song, everything in its right place. And that's sort of sometimes you have to take a step back and do other things and do the project when it's ready, when it's right, when you're ready. And so I got really lucky. Dylan the whole crew did a great job. And I landed these 2 crazy kids here. And all the rest of the cast are awesome. Ellie Hayden, Nathan Nolan, Holly Stevens, Claudette Williams, great cast. But to have Alexa and Jamie as your 2 leads, I like to start everything by saying, any filmmakers or producers that are watching, hire her, hire him. I can't recommend these two highly enough. They're just tremendous folks to work with. So it was a real pleasure for me to be able to do that, to have the perfect storm, a good storm of crew, cast, opportunity, funding, frankly, all of it landing at the same time. It was just sort of a dream project for me.
Awesome. Alexa, can you tell us about how you got involved in the project and what it was like working on the film?
Yes, hearing Paul speak actually reminded me of the very early days when I was auditioning, because Paul actually was the one that told me I got the role personally. And that's kind of how the whole thing went working with Paul. It was very collaborative, very personal. He was really supportive and like motivational from the very beginning. So I actually got a phone call from my agent before the audition saying, can I just double check that you have Canadian citizenship, because it was a Canadian production and I'm half Canadian, so I have a Canadian passport. And they said, we've had a brief come through for a feature film filming in Canada. And I was like, yes, yes, yes. And they sent it through to me and I read it, and it said that Sarah is a struggling but driven and determined actress. And I was like, if I can't get this role and they're looking for people with Canadian passports as well, then, something's wrong here. And as soon as I then read the whole script, I just really, really liked it. And I felt really connected to the character. Did a self-tape, then didn't hear anything for a while. And I was like, no. And then I got a call back, and then had an in-person audition with Paul and the casting director, Matt Weston. And to this day, it's the best audition I've ever had. We spoke for almost an hour, and most of it was just chatting rather than, trying to prove that I was good enough, because Paul basically said, look, I know we have good actors to consider. I just wanted to get to know you a bit. And it was really lovely. And I left the audition and I still have a photo on my phone that I took of myself smiling. And I remember calling my parents and being like, if I don't get this role, I know that I had a really good audition process and I feel like I did a good thing. So to then be given the role was the best news ever. I was ecstatic when I found out. So that was my journey.
She actually, at the end of the audition, we really had talked for about 50 minutes or whatever. And I said, look, awesome. I'd flown over to London. That's great. Nice meeting you. This is fantastic. And she said, I've prepared the scenes. Can I do a scene or two? We hadn't done that. And I said, I guess if you want to, because in my mind, I was already going, you had me at hello. Like you're playing Sarah. You just don't know it yet. I can't tell you.
And meanwhile, I was like, I've spent all weekend working on Shakespeare. I'm not leaving this room until I show him I can do it.
So she did it. And I was just thinking, God, I hope this is good, because I'd hate for this to be the thing that ruins it. No, and she nailed it. So, it was great fun.
Jamie, same question for you. How did you get involved? And then we'll get to the questions coming in on the live stream.
Sure. It's quite a similar process to what Alexa just said, except for... originally, I was up for a different part back in the day, and which I got, and then sort of something happened backstage, and I was then Sam, which was very exciting. But yeah, all the rest of it was sort of the same as Alexa. We did a couple of self-tapes, and then I met Paul and Matt, and then before you know it, you're flying to Canada, because I'm also dual citizen with Canada as well. So, but I've never been to Nova Scotia, which was lovely. Okay. And then before you know it, you're shooting.
First question we had was one of the biggest struggles that you guys might have encountered during production, and anybody can answer that, and others may have a different response for that, I'm sure. But what was some of the biggest struggles that were encountered?
The funny thing, and just touching upon what Jamie just said, he's very sort of kind, because I told him the history of it at the wrap party as we were having a few beers. He's like, what? I had a preconceived notion of, and so this is valuable advice to directors. I had a preconceived notion of who Sam was. Like I just had in my mind who Sam was. So an actor came in, and Jamie was one of them. Ollie Mott, who's also in the film. These were guys who came in and just were auditioning in London. And the guy, I won't say who he was, nice guy. And I just said, that guy, he fits it. He had fit it when I saw his self-tape. And Jamie, though, came in, didn't fit my preconceived notion, but I thought, this guy is such a nice guy. We had a great chat. I like his work. We had a good, like he took, we had a good back and forth. Like, I wasn't really thinking of bringing any Brits over for the other roles, but let's bring this guy over, get him in a supporting role. And I mean, he's really good. And as Holly Stevens, who plays Jordan in the film, she came over with me. We were walking away back to our hotel in London. I said, look, I really like Jamie. The other guy is, he's the guy I had seen in my head. Anyway, it didn't work out with the other guy. And I said, no, Matt Western called me, said, look, I don't think that's going to work. I said, not a problem. Call Jamie Moscato's agent. I'm cool. Like, Jamie, be awesome. And the thing is, when you see the scenes in the film where Jamie's singing, the musical scenes and stuff like that, none of that's in the original script. That character was sort of an ex-football player or something. As soon as I said, this guy's done musicals, I looked him up. As he can sing, well, changing the character. So I rewrote the character of Sam to bring those elements of Sam's past as a performer himself in, which I thought made the script so much better because you get that hint that he can understand at least some of what Sarah's going through, but he also has that angst is coming in. So again, it comes back to what I said. The challenge for me, the biggest challenge, was getting over my preconceived notion, which as a writer or director, if you've been living with it, these are the people, this is the image of who I have. And the truth is Jamie Moscato was born to play Sam. And so I'm, it didn't take me long to get over it. 8 nanoseconds or something. Best decision I've ever made for me. But, to get him in and then immediately to be able to swing and rewrite the script and re-envision the character. And then Jamie and Alexa met in London and sent me a picture of them having ice cream. And I said, yes, this is a happy couple that I'm going to make unhappy. And then maybe happy again. So that was my struggle, and I'm so glad that Jamie was part of that process.
So am I.
Alexa, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just going to say, filming wise, I loved every single moment. So none of it was really a struggle. The night shoots were more difficult than the day ones. Like just standard night shoots are like that when you're kind of there on set for 8 hours and then you're not, in front of the camera until 3 a.m. and, trying to pull your best acting out when your body clock is completely off. But I think the mosquitoes, Jamie, were the most challenging bit, do you think?
100%. Those mosquitoes were
this big. And there was one day where Connor, who was part of the crew, took some behind the scenes shots, and there's one photo of me and I'm striking a pose to the camera and you can see from afar this massive mosquito just on my face. We were wearing bug repellent no tomorrow.
Yeah. But apart from that, there weren't really many struggles. Like, we all had such a good time. The cast and crew came together in such a lovely family way. We all had a lovely time.
Well, I did make you run up a hill 8 times in a row, Jamie, and then I didn't use the scene in the film, so.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry about that.
Another question, the opposite of that. What about a favorite scene to produce? What was a favorite scene, or day that in the production?
I loved there's the scene near the end where Sarah's taken to the house and Sam comes to rescue Sarah. Filming in that house was incredible. It's like 100-year-old haunted house or something. And there was one thing we tried with Dylan, our DOP, where we did one straight shot all the way up from the bedroom, down the stairs, through the kitchen, out into the basement, down into the basement. And we wanted to do it all in one take. And that was really fun because you're there's so many things to think about and you're trying to act and you're also trying to think about not to step on this creaky floorboard. And then there was one time that Jamie got a coughing fit halfway through and we were like, no, we have to start again. Yeah. That was really fun because it was physical as well as, putting loads of pieces together. I enjoyed that.
Jamie, what about you?
Well, my favorite scenes are the ones where I watch the film back and think that looks really good. So for me, my favorite scene, it was fun to film it, but I think it's weird to say it was my favorite, was where we have this big argument and it just looks so good on screen. So that is now taken my favorite scene. Billy.
Yeah. I could walk this camera around the corner down the hall, and this is the room Jamie popped out of in the scene. We shot in my house for all of their apartment was my house. So when you see Jamie come out and go, hello, this was the room he was hiding in when that happened. And that scene was shot just down there. So indie film, sometimes you shoot in your own location. Yeah, that was I like you guys were awesome in that scene. That was a fun scene to edit. Less fun to shoot.
Was that our last day?
I was just going to say that. I think that was our last day. Emotions were high.
Yeah. So I remember at the end of it, I was sitting actually right here because this is my editing office, and Alexa was a little teary-eyed. She was because it was the last day. We all were, and so she sat down in that chair there, and Jamie was here, and I said, "Look, don't feel bad. I'm going to show you the final scene, which is when it goes to color." And they're happy, and I think we all sort of started crying a little bit, and I just
was like sobbing.
Yeah, for me it was like I just want to prove to you that I know what I'm doing, that this hasn't all been in vain. This is where it's going to land. I don't know how it's going to get there, but it's going to land on this, and this should deliver an emotional punch to the audience when it does. And it was like, yeah, all right, let's go get drunk, or let's go have a beer.
We did.
Yeah. And actually, we had the wrap party at the bar that Jamie and Alexa have the first date in, which is just up the road. So, we came back and said, hi, it's us again. This time, we're, spending some money or whatever. For me, I love them all. But my favorite scene was the one where Jamie comes up the hall, goes into the room with Alexa, and she's on the floor. And he's like, here I am, Sam, kind of thing. And the reason it's my favorite is because... I loved working with Jamie and Alexa, but there's always, I won't say there's like this with the director and actors, but we have different points of views sometimes. That was the one time where I just realized it totally clicked. I already knew, but it just, I can go worry about other things now. I don't have to worry about these two because they came to me. My original thought was Jamie would come in, Alexa's character would stand up, but they wouldn't hug. They wouldn't embrace. She doesn't know where she is. Is this real? All that, only later. I wanted them to embrace on the stage at the end of the film. And it was Alexa and Jamie backed her up. It came to me and said, look, I think they need to embrace right there. She would get up. He would want to, that's, and I said, yeah, I didn't see it, but I said, let's do it. Then I went to Dylan, the DOP, and I said, look, we're going to film it their way. And then we're going to film it my way. And then I'll decide in post, then I got both. And they did one take. It's not the take I used, but after the first take, when they did the embrace, I walked over to Dylan and I said, yeah, don't worry, we're not going to do it my way. Yeah, this is the way, they're right, I'm less right or wrong. But they, at that point, I realized, I already knew, but I just knew they know their characters. So it's a fun moment for a director who also wrote the script. When you hit somewhere in the film, you just go, yep, they know those characters better than I do now. And I had lived with them for 11 years. And I said, they're those, I'm big picture here, but they know they're boom. And they already did. It's just that one sticks out in my mind because I wanted to go in an absolutely opposite direction. And they were absolutely right. And I was absolutely wrong. And advice number 18 for directors, trust your actors to make the right decisions about their character.
I was curious, this shift in style, halfway, 2/3 of the way through, where we kind of have this big twist of that, they're kind of their lives are a production. Was this something that when you were seeking investors in the film and this kind of stuff, is this in the log line, or do you make them, read the whole thing to see the twist? Because I'm interested in the reactions that the actors, Jamie, that you and Alexa had reading this through the first time. Did you know that this twist was coming in the log line, maybe that you read beforehand? I was just curious how this was billed to you, and Paul, how you might have, if you withheld that or whatnot in promotion of in fundraising for the film.
Go ahead, guys.
It's changed a lot, hasn't it, Paul? It changed even from the first self-tape to, I think, the audition, and then shooting, and then it changed during shooting, and then it's changed in post. So it was a journey. So yeah, there was some of the elements, the supernatural elements and stuff, were there from the beginning. but it wasn't the thing I was most focused on as an actor. Like the amount of stuff I got to do as an actor, all the different emotions and stories that we got to tell together, Jamie and I, the other kind of more stuff that Paul was kind of thinking on wasn't really at the forefront of my mind. I was kind of like, okay, let's see how this goes.
It's like kind of the opposite of what Paul said, like, you know, trust your actors, sort of trust your director. Like, he's obviously written it with something in mind. Trust him and do, you know, just bring it to life.
You fool. There was there's 25 minutes that I cut out of the film. So a lot of the magical realism or the supernatural stuff, a lot of that got cut. There was, in fact, the ending is radically different than the one that they filmed. Well, the ending is the same, but the process of leading there, I changed in post. And part of that was, as we were filming it, and Jamie would remember, and Alexa running up the hill, Kate Bush reference, and Jamie's fighting Nathan Nolan's character Peter, and it's all there. And I was standing next to Dylan, the DOP, and I said, you know what, we'll shoot it, but it works. They really, someday I'll put the scenes out. They really deliver. There's a really, really great scene where Alexa runs up. She has a chance to escape, and she sees Jamie's character being beaten up, and she ignores the chance to escape because he's ignored his chance to escape too. And she's cradling him, and he looks like he's dying because he's been totally beat up by some thugs and Peter. And she says, oh, right. I think he says, you came back, and she says, I never left. And it's a really emotional, boom, lands great. And I just thought, yeah, no, it just doesn't work as well as the more nuanced and subtle ending that we came up with. So Dylan and I have joked for years, because I've worked with Dylan since he was a youngster. We call it, I remember once we were doing a film called Cuckoo and the Clock about 8 years ago, and I would take long walks through the woods and rewrite the script on the day of. And I'd be listening to Joy Division in my ear. I was listening to Joy Division. And Dylan came with me on one of those walks, and I was just telling him what was happening. And he said, you're just making this up as you're going along. I said, I know, it's Paul Kimball's Stream of Consciousness Theater. Let's just roll with it, man. We'll shoot over there. No, let's shoot over there. And so I do do shot lists. I don't have storyboards. It's all up here. My brothers joked, if I die halfway through filming, there's a problem because nobody knows what's there. But for me,
second that.
Yeah, for me, and at 54, it could happen. For me to have folks like Jamie and Lex and everybody else who did, sometimes I'd look at them and they'd be like, but they trusted, they bought into it. And I think some of that comes from me having you let the actors do their jobs, you listen to them, you take their ideas. You not only do you take their ideas, you have to encourage their ideas. Like, come to me. Like, I will take credit for every good idea you have, but I want your good ideas. Everything is in service of making the best possible film that can entertain the audience and bring something to them. So you have to leave your egos at the door. You check your preconceived notions, all that, and just say, look, here we are. Let's make the best film we can. And let's have fun doing it. As far as the log line, I just write the same log line for every film I ever do. Jaws in space. I mean, it worked for Alien, so I figured it could work for me. We had a great broadcast. Eastlink here in Canada, they sort of let me do whatever I want. And so that is a relationship with a broadcaster. You like Michael Smith, Brett Smith, God bless them. They're the best people to work for and to do projects for. So I have a freedom that most indie filmmakers often don't have unless they're self-funding. And then the government up here funds the rest of it, and they don't take an interest in the creative. They figure if a private sector broadcaster or distributor has given you the money and put some skin in the game, then cool, that's the triggering thing. So I was in the perfect storm of, and my business partner and the producer, Ron Foley McDonald, old friends, same thing. Go do what you're going to do, Paul, and trust yourself and trust the actors. So tremendously blessed to be able to work in that kind of environment with, I can't stress enough, people like Alexa and Jamie. Look at this. Love these guys.
Alexa and Jamie, what were some things that Paul did as a director that made you feel extra comfortable and valued on the set, maybe that you hadn't experienced on other shoots before?
You go, Jamie.
I think it was, I can't think of anything specific, but it was more like a general sense of fostering a good atmosphere, sort of wherever we were. There wasn't any hierarchy. and it just felt like we were people together making a film for fun. And I think that's also how you get the best work, because no one feels not unvalued. Like I didn't feel more valuable than someone who was working on the shoot for a day. Like we just worked well together as a team.
Yeah, I second that. And Paul's really encouraging. That this was my first lead, and I've wanted to be an actor since I was 3. So being a lead role in a feature film is what I've dreamed of, my entire life. So there were times where I would like put the pressure on myself, and as an actor you're always like, oh, was that good, or should I have done it this way? And there were a couple times, I remember one time when we were out filming at like the cottage, and I was in the car getting ready to go home, and I think we'd just done like a really emotional day of emotional scenes, and I was sat there kind of stewing, and because I'm an overthinker, thinking about what we'd just done, and Paul came over and he tapped on the glass, and I was like, oh my god, what have I done, and I rolled the window down, and he just said, something along the lines of, you were absolutely fantastic today, like I made the best decision casting you, I can't wait to keep going tomorrow. And then he left, and I was just like, that's just so nice to hear words of encouragement and feel like exactly what you just said in the question, feel valued. And yeah, it was just a really great team, and everyone did really value each other. Like we couldn't have done it without any one person that was there. So it was a really nice environment.
Awesome. Well, we have 1 minute left. Any parting words from everyone? Any social media account that we need to follow, or a future project we need to be made aware of that you're involved in?
I'm on Twitter and Instagram, Alexa Morden, you can find me. And I just want to shout out to other indie filmmakers out there. I love work. I've been lucky enough to work as part of British indie films as well. And I think they're a really important part of our industry that sometimes get overlooked. And whether it's your cup of tea or not, it's always good to support people that are just there, not there for $1 million paycheck. They're there to make a story and bring it to life together. And it's collaborative and really important to be a part of. So I just encourage people to support it when they can.
Jamie, same for you. Other projects in the pipeline or accounts?
Well, nothing's really happening with coronavirus at the moment, but I just want to take this opportunity to, thank Paul really for it was also my lead role debut in a film. So thanks for the opportunity, mate. It's been lovely.
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, awesome. Paul, final words from you.
You can find me at Paul Kimball Film on Twitter, and that'll lead you to all the various accounts. 2 things. 1, hire Alexa Morden, hire Jamie Moscato. I'm not kidding. These 2 are great actors, great people. And 2, most importantly, thank you, Andrew, and thank the UPIKE Festival for having us and for doing this, and for doing the script read last night with Dave Keogh, which I was watching. That was actually a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that. And the Q&A afterwards and the conversation was real fun too.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Fun. It's festivals like yours, and also the program that you have there that are training the next generation. Kudos to you folks down there in Kentucky, and thank you so much for having us.
Well, thank you all. I appreciate you guys sticking around. We hope to see some of you at least at the award show this evening, where the film is being honored for Best Feature Film. Thank you very much. Thank you. Up next, we have a feature-length documentary, Hard Rubbish, about a filmmaker's attempt to document her family life and the habits of the mother that had a big impact on the family. That's starting right now. Thank you very much for tuning in.
Bye, guys.
But first to a woman whose name you won't find in the Australia Day honours list, but many think perhaps she should be there. You see, mother of 4, Eleanor Davis is Australia's answer to Robin Hood.
Right as far as Eleanor Wells, the woman who's known as Australia's scavenging queen.
She even dives into major retailers' dumpster bins.
Landlady Ali Wells is, by her own admissions, a little eccentric.
Housewife and mother Eleanor Wells soon came into conflict with the long arm of the law. Eleanor Wells today received a 70-hour community service order.
49-year-old Eleanor Wells began salvaging food and clothing over 10 years ago when, as a single mother, she was struggling to make ends meet.
Here we are. This is yours truly. Filming the cruise. Over this way. This is crazy, me letting you film me doing all this ordinary household stuff.
It's not ordinary for some people. What was normal or abnormal about your childhood?
I don't have the energy or the time.
Normal. It's like, okay, what's your idea of normal?
I think that question's just so boring to answer.
Had to go out salvaging before it got too late. As it was, we had this one woman, like at about 4:30, that was going back to work at the Coles. And she said, "Can I help you?" Sort of in a stern voice. And I said, "Oh, hi. Oh, we'll be finished soon. You better leave. Leave now. I'll call security." I said, "Oh, don't worry. We'll be gone in a few moments." I said, "I'm the lady that's been doing this for 20 years. I don't care." She said, "It's illegal to do that." And I said, "Well, actually, it's not." I said, "I fought it in the courts and proved that it wasn't illegal." And off she went. And then I said to Kelly later, when she said, "Can I help you?" we should have said, "Yeah, sure. Come and join us."
Despite today's sentence, Eleanor says she won't stop salvaging. Instead, she's urging others to join in.
That one's a good mother, that one. I've seen her. She actually goes to the pieces of meat and that. She takes them in her mouth and carries them to where her young are. So her young always survive and quite healthy. She takes food to them. This meat here is great. Look at it. Wonder what it is. Looks like steak. Look at it. Really nice pieces. What do you think that is? No idea. It doesn't say. It's not labelled. Some kind of nice meat. Wonder if I can fit it in the freezer. I'll try. Keep it cold.
Oh, it stinks.
The meat?
Just, I don't know, eggs, something.
Oh, yeah, that egg
everything.
carton. That egg carton's getting chucked. Now, what about cram in here? Oh, do you like this kind of stuff? Seafood? It's mussels and shrimp.
Talia loves that.
Does she? Maybe I shouldn't freeze it. And this is all fresh fish. Just sort of perching right there. I wonder if this will perch up here. Ready, set, ta-da, closed.
Dad always said we're a product of our surroundings.
You're the product of your own environment and the people that rear you into adulthood. So if you have a certain eccentricity, I'm not going to say, "Oh, Jesus, what are you, genetically an idiot?" No, it's because your mother raised you a certain way.
You guys were all able to walk out of the house at the age of 16 pretty much because you knew how to do all the basic things you needed to do to look after yourself. So I thought that was a success. And we had that little joke, didn't we? And when each one said you were going to move out, and I'd say, "Think carefully, I will rent your room." And I did.
She also leases out rooms in her Launceston home, shed, and 2 more in a converted garage. 7 beds all up at $200 a week.
Everyone just puts $200 in the pot, you know, and I just pay the bills.
And the rent also covers food. But again, there's a twist. Ali is a freegan. That means she tries to survive on the stuff supermarkets throw out. Your tenants don't mind eating
No, are you
food that's
kidding?
come out of the dumpster?
No, because it doesn't matter where it comes from. If it's good, it's good.
She was always busy working, sorting food, selling food.
So when are you going to sleep today?
Let's see, I don't know, let's see. I've just got to bring a few things into the kitchen. And maybe snack on something. And then crash. This is working out very well, isn't it? You have the bed, and then I have the bed. We take turns. It works very well. And it was a terrific little loophole, because if you have a job when you're on a Centrelink payment, you're only allowed to earn X amount of dollars a fortnight, and then they deduct. But if you don't have a job, you're raising 4 children, but you are getting your food for free and your cleaning products and even clothing and electrical products, and you're able to sell some of them even and make even more money, then you're ahead of the game.
And what do I think about the unemployment industry? Oh, it's a bloody hard business. I mean, first you got to fill out these complicated forms every fortnight. And then you have to ask work from people called employers. And then after all that, if you're successful and don't get a job, you might just end up being one of the few successful people in the unemployment industry.
I said, Eleanor, you still got to get a job. And your mother was a home run hitter when it came to jobs. You know the kind of job she was offered in Europe? The kind of money she was offered, like a $45,000 job as a secretary back in the 70s, because she was that good.
Eleanor Wells says she just came across this commercial opportunity and it's continued to evolve.
It started off as a hobby, you know, and then a way to save money, and then as I got more things, then I thought, well, I might as well do regular garage sales, and now I'm here at the market, of course.
However, this scheme of turning waste into wealth led to Mrs. Wells' arrest for stealing and trespassing. She was later cleared of the charges.
The council has now banned Eleanor's garage sale. Who is Eleanor Wells hurting?
Well, the potential is that she's either being a risk to herself or members of the community through having unregulated sales. The potential is that people may come into contact with goods that are unsuitable for either consumption or daily use, and it's our responsibility to manage that and ensure that that doesn't occur.
The council argues that what Eleanor does is more like a shop and therefore needs to fit all the legal and insurance criteria of a business.
But then they stuck with the shop idea because I was displaying goods on my land for sale, retail sale, right?
But that is what you're doing, isn't it?
Yes, but I think isn't that what every garage sale does?
I think maybe because she hasn't worked a job in the past 30 years. I think she's a bit socially, I don't want to put her down, but a little socially inept, I guess would be a nice way of putting it.
You know, the one thing about my wife when you get to know her is she's late for everything. So this kid is going to take all the time in the world to get here, you know?
Because like she's always late, for example. No, she keeps talking. You know, okay, gotta go. If you say that to Mom, you know, it's not going to work out. She'll just keep talking.
I love talking, yeah.
Mom was there, but she wasn't there.
Eleanor, it's 1:30 in the morning. We're like drowned rats. Was it worth it?
Yeah, we got some goodies here, and just looking at all of this, you know, $2 here, $5 there, $1 there, whatever. Well, maybe not quite $100 worth of stuff, but somewhere around there. It all started about 12 years ago now. I went to the back of the supermarket to get a cardboard box, saw all the great stuff that was being chucked out.
In a skip or something?
Yes,
Yeah.
in a dumpster container. If you check them more often, then you get more variety. You know, but you just can't go every day of the week. It's too much. It takes too long. I try to check at least 30 dumpsters or skips in a day when I check them so that I get a good variety of stuff.
30 in a day?
Yes.
Anyway, make the long story short, I want all you kids to live here. You don't have to live with me. It's good. You get better job opportunities, better educational opportunities for somebody like Alita, especially if she wants to go into fine arts.
I'm going to make something out of these.
What are they?
Well, these are, this is all the hair that comes out of my brush. And I'm going to make what they call those little buttons out of these by getting embroidery thread and with a needle going round and round and round, coming out the center. And I'm going to create these like buttons, which you can then join into necklaces or, I don't know, drop earrings. And yeah, you can put little beads around them and stuff.
I do think that she is got a great heart, and she's a smart lady, very creative, very hands-on. You know, built the house with her own hands. Yes, so I would say my mom definitely always encouraged me to do whatever I wanted as far as follow my passion and stuff. So that's good and bad, because it might not be the most realistic passion as far as job security.
So they're really light. Hair is light. Yeah, plus it's my DNA. So that's a cool idea, huh?
Things may have turned out differently if Dad was there, more pushing us towards college, you know.
He was very school-oriented, and he really wanted us to all go to university and have degrees and, you know, things like that. And Mom definitely didn't put emphasis on that, on importance on that. So yeah, like sometimes I think I've held resentment that things were that way.
You should really think about getting a degree too. I mean, it'll definitely guarantee more of a future than this.
Oh, my children are so talented, and oh, I'm so proud that I pretty much, you know, created these people, even though they had no direction in their life at all, and then blatantly, you know, trying to take all the credit.
That was my idea, that photo, so I feel a bit proud.
The video of all my work. Oh, that was my idea.
I said, make the eyes together later. No, I said to do that.
The upside down was mine.
Oh, as in upside down? Yeah. The idea of taking a photo from above, though, was my idea. So there. So I got a little bit of input there as well. A bit about that.
It takes an extraordinary family to produce an extraordinary person like that.
Taking credit for Talia's effort.
No, what we're saying is, no, we are this incredible mixture of hilarious stuff, and that's what it takes to produce, you know. I mean, a hilarious upbringing, right? An unusual upbringing, going through all kinds of stuff. And then you get that character like that, eh?
That's right.
This is it. And you're one of those amazing, different, standout characters too.
Sure.
Yeah, I think I've inspired my kids a little bit.
As reluctant as I am, I have to give my mother credit. My entire life with her, food, appliances, clothing, everything is from the trash. I definitely have her resourceful nature.
Now I'm quite proud to announce I get my food for free. I'm living off things that are being thrown away. My name's Lolita Graziano, and I'm a freegan.
And check this out, Australia. We're used to living like this, cupboards full. That's the way my kids like it. Here's our freezer.
I think I remember her telling us the night before something that she was going to be on the news, and I just had this terrible, just sinking feeling. I was like, everyone's going to know. You know, it's so easy to ridicule someone with our background.
What about the families? Are they salvaged, or is that your own family?
That is my own family, but the frames are salvaged, Gordon.
Oh, right.
It's not just that it was in the news and the papers, she was, but the evidence was like there. You know, there was all that shit just built up in front of the house, and didn't help that we lived 4 houses away from the fucking high school. I was so embarrassed to be seen walking out of the front of our house. I literally just stopped going to high school. I'd pretend to go to school, put my makeup on, everything, my uniform. I'd get my favorite Goosebumps novel. I'd get my little Game Boy, and I had this spot downstairs, and I'd just creak down and sit in this spot, like these clothes that she was selling around me. I just sit in the dark all day. I just sit there and just try and read and play Game Boy. But yeah, it didn't help that I had, you know, body issues and stuff, and I didn't really have anyone to talk to, because I didn't talk to my sister, because I kind of envied her. I always thought she was this really pretty, you know, popular girl, and you know, my brothers were always themselves, and I became so self-conscious, and really I just wanted to blend in.
Hey, enough!
I just wanted to be like everyone else, all the other girls. I didn't want anyone to notice me, but the more I tried, the more I stood out. It was just oh man, if I could hug my little self and just go back in the past and be like, don't worry, babe. You're gonna be awesome. Don't worry. You'll get through this shit. Oh, fucking hell.
I love having animals around me, so I've got dogs and birds and cats and goldfish. My house is like a little oasis, lots of greenery, and I love building stuff, and I've still got plans to build a few other things. I made 2 cat houses out of these, they're vegetable boxes. I put a floor in them and then a roof on top, and I cut a hole in the middle and so that cats can have a place to sleep. I don't think they use them that much, though. Oh, this is a nice little freezer bag, look. Oh, they're like little lunch bags, you know. Can you use that little lunch bag like this? The only thing wrong with it, as you can see, the handle is ripped out, so we just have to sew that up.
No, I think I'm good.
Yeah, good, Liz. Now, pizza, look, here's the lasagna. Now, are you girls into eating stuff like this? Should I take it upstairs or freeze it?
Yeah, take it up.
All right, put it in the shade for now, here. Why am I who I am? There's a story, and the story can't change. Well, my mum and dad were European. My dad was German and mum Ukrainian, and they were brought up in the war. And of course, you couldn't waste a thing if you wanted to survive. Mum said that when Australian people would ask her, how did you survive in the war? She said, I don't even bother to tell them. Mum, you know, you look like the Queen. I spoke German until I was 6 years old, because Mum had gone through the refugee camps in Germany and Dad was German, and they both didn't know English, so when I came along, it was just German.
That's why your mom and I made it, because I could speak Italian, she could speak German. The two of us spoke broken French when we lived in Brussels, and we got on really well.
I met Ed Graziano at a barbecue. He wined and dined me. It was like John Travolta meets Olivia Newton-John. It was very romantic. He was very intelligent, American accent. And I'm like Olivia Newton-John with the Australian accent. We just hit it off straight away at the barbecue. We were talking animatedly the whole evening, and then he drove me home and kissed me straight away that night. So Ed and I got married, and he wanted to have kids, and so did I. Carl was born on the 1st of March, 1982, and he was a healthy, bouncing baby. Carl is a Pisces, born in the year of the dog. When he was just the first child and no other children around, he got a lot of our attention, of course. He had the most problems in his life, really, because he started taking drugs in high school. We didn't know at first that he was doing it, but he ended up having episodes where he was like really upset and crying, and then he was manic and hilarious and funny. And we took him to the hospital. They said he just had a behaviour disorder. I thought it might be bipolar because his dad was diagnosed with bipolar. Just wasn't as happy as he used to be as a child. He went to America. He got into all kinds of sexual experiences. He's still using marijuana and smoking and drinking, and his weight is way more than it should be. So I'm hoping that Carl will realise that he needs to eat better, more healthily, so that he will get back to being his handsome, slim self. Adam was born on the 15th of May, 1984. So Adam is a Taurus, year of the rat. It was quite a chore for him to try to get on with Carl, because Carl was very bossy. There were lots of funny moments where they played together happily.
Sorry, bud. That stinks like this is like greasy hair. What's up? What's up? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Laughed and carried on, but Carl was always trying to be the top dog there. So Adam's looking good, very handsome and healthy. Really proud of you, son. Really proud of you, doll. See where you go with it, eh? And what other adventures and challenges you give yourself in life.
9? You're right. I don't think that, but my gun does.
Talia was born on the 7th of July, 1986. And she's a Cancerian, born in the year of the fire tiger. Like a little dolly, she was.
Let's go to contestant number 2 now, Talia Graziano. And she does...
Well, what I do for my living, I paint pictures and I sell them in stores.
Oh, excellent! Let's give her a round of applause. Give her a hand for Talia.
Being a tiger, though, disobedience was one of her main traits. When she was younger, she had this thing she would do. We called it getting in a deep funk. Talia's in a deep funk again. She can get grumpy, and then she'll chew your head off. It seems like for no reason, too. We just don't really understand what she's grumpy at. All the best, Talia, in your endeavours. Love you heaps, honey.
You know, basically what I'm doing is work on myself. And what can I say? That's a full-time job. I mean, evidently. So,
So, Alita, she was born on the 29th of February, 1988. And that makes her a Pisces, year of the dragon. Lots of ability to sing, play guitar, write songs. And you're also very good at sculpture and painting and drawing. A JOB? Who wants a JOB? Alita would rather do something creative and interesting. You get on quite well with your siblings too. You're a little bit like the mediator. Yeah, just really proud of you, darling. So I hope to get a copy of this amazing film that you're going to be putting together, Alita. That'll be really fun to see. Like your biggest achievement so far, huh?
before the excitement wears off, you have to say something. How does it feel to win the Rock Challenge? Congratulations. Okay, where's all the band members?
They're a good mixture, my kids, of their dad and me. And I did say to him, wow, our children are really going to be something else. Me with my creative bent and outgoing personality, and you with your flair for the dramatic and your gift of the gab. Our children are really going to be very interesting. That has come true.
Like laughs,
crazy.
Laughs insanely.
Where do you think you got that laugh?
Well, not from me.
Where did that laugh go?
You got it from me.
Talia has it too.
I'm your dad, huh?
You think?
Mm-hmm. Oh, boy. Only he laughed, with a man's voice, not a woman's voice, but... Well, there's nothing wrong with a good old guffaw.
I've actually been married 4 times.
I was 20 when I got married. There's Adam over there. White shirt, dark glasses. Oh, right, yep. He's always a quiet boy in the background. And Carl's in the blue suit there. That's my other son. And those are my girls in the matching dresses, the singers.
After the 3rd marriage, I decided that I wasn't going to foist another stepfather onto my children because the 3rd husband had a drinking problem and he was a bit abusive with my oldest son.
You drunk? Too much whiskey?
And in the end, I had to divorce him.
And I remember I ran away back in San Bernardino when Mike Davis and Mom were arguing, throwing things, smashing tables and stuff. Who knows, I could have got kidnapped and murdered too, but I was willing to take that risk. I was tired. I was like, I'm done.
She was putting her private love life before the needs of her children.
I think I'm old enough to make my own decisions. I think I'm just gonna run away from home. I think I'm never gonna come back again. I'm high, so it's like I tried to escape and stuff, so but my mom and dad tied me up, so I couldn't go away.
When prospect number 4 came along, he was a nice guy. He was a lot younger than me, 19 years younger than me, but he was a very sensible, stable sort of... my son Carl said to me one day, I reckon Neil would be good for you, Mum, you should get to know him. And then I said, oh, well, if my kids think he's all right, well, okay, then I will get to know him.
Pleased to meet you, Caitlin. I know you. You're part of my family. You see that? I don't even know who my own family members are. I'm bad.
But then I realised after 4 years of marriage, he really needed to be with someone he could have kids with. And I wasn't going to have any more kids, and he wasn't bonding with my kids.
Film this.
This is us on our
Okay, no, that's a different kind of
This is us
film.
on our first wedding.
We had nothing in common, hardly anything in common at all.
Here we go. Goodbye. We're out of here. We'll see you on Thursday. Feed the animals.
He didn't like to go dancing. He didn't like social things. He didn't like nature. He didn't like healthy food. And so one day I just said to him, Neil, we should just separate and find someone who's right for us, because this is crazy being with someone that you don't do anything with.
True love does not come to an end. What have you learned?
The wind is totally different.
Interesting.
And now I'm single and not rushing into anything and just being friends with various guys and having great conversations and outings and dates. And if somebody really special comes along, well, maybe I'll get married one more time. But I want to make sure I've got a keeper this time. Yeah.
This is me waiting for my darling to come to me. He's falling for me. I know he is. I hope.
And I'm bitter and resentful because your mother pushed the Bible down my throat so far that I choked on it. And then she violated every precept of biblical, principle by doing what she did to take your kids back to Australia.
And in the end, I got full custody of the children because I was the parent least likely to withhold the children from the other parent, and also because I took them to Bible study meetings at the Kingdom Hall.
Being raised as a Jehovah's Witness is definitely abnormal. A lot of people would say it's a cult. Recently in the news, it was banned completely in Russia as being an extremist organization due to them refusing to give blood transfusions as part of their religion. And at the time, I thought that it was the only way to live, but I was a little kid born and bred into that, so brainwashed, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I think it's always frustrating for anyone to have to, as they grow, realize that their parents taught them things that they believed as the gospel truth, and then realizing that it isn't the case. It's just how your parents sort of raised you.
So that's a good recommendation for you parents who are endeavoring to bring up your children in the mental regulating of Jehovah. So if you keep that up, these youngsters are going to grow up to be a real asset to the organization.
I believe a lot of the things that are written in the Bible are very likely to happen. That the life we have now, with all the terrible dramas going on in the earth, that will all be changed and it'll be a real globe of pleasure eventually. And I'd like to be one of the people that are around to help straighten out this place and make it really blossom like a rose, as they say. So that would definitely be a goal of mine. Looking forward to the future hope of a paradise on earth and living forever. It does seem logical to me that we were designed to live forever the way that our body is constructed, with the cells just continually replacing themselves and renewing all the time and healing all the time. So it doesn't make sense to me that we die.
Well, our father is deceased, as you know. He passed away on January 30th, 2013. I mean, I saw him as a severely unhealthy individual, basically, who died of depression.
Well, it's not ice cream, it's got pie underneath it, or special dessert.
All right, well, that's that.
And it's not just French vanilla, it's apricot mango. Can you move away from the door? I'm going to put these. Where's the paper towels? Did we have a roll of paper towels?
Great guy, really smart, really just good sense of humor, great heart. He had his demons, and his demons got the best of him in the end. He went down a dark path, but he was addicted to, as you know, quite a few drugs, doing meth and all kinds of stuff, taking 10 Vicodin a day, so it was a very sad place I saw my father for the majority of his life, and that's what broke my heart in the end, because I always hoped and always thought that there would be a light at the end of the tunnel, and he would turn it around and be happy for once. The second divorce from our mom is what seemed to fully destroy him. I think at that point in his life he thought, I'm incapable of being loved.
Until we meet again, happy travels to you, and you will be my friend. Happy travels.
it just felt like I was going down the exact same path that Dad went down. Not even by choice.
We each have the free choice to do whatever we like. And isn't that wonderful?
I have to say there's lots of other things that kids are open to that they weren't, exposed to probably back in my parents' day. Like, there's a lot more drugs out in the open now.
People usually get into drugs in sort of peer group situations, and you see the effect that it's having on everyone else in the room, and you want to just join the crowd, man. Why not?
Nobody would ever make me get interested in smoking or getting drunk or anything. It was like, oh, you guys are stupid. I always felt intelligent. I felt superior to other people, that I knew more than them and that I was smarter than them, that I wasn't stupid like them,
I ain't gonna be funny because I'm fucking just slammed crystal meth in the fucking garage and I'm so self-conscious about it that I fucking don't really want to see my fucking track marks, And this isn't the first thing for me, and it's not like you just go from like never taking crystal meth to just slamming it all of a sudden, yeah. But apparently sticking a needle in your arm is yeah. I should take it off. I shouldn't be so self-conscious. Look, see? It ain't that bad. It ain't that bad yet. But who knows?
Are you obsessed now? Addicted?
Addicted, obsessed. I'm hooked, I suppose. Yeah, in a way, because I've seen the benefits, And you find that the more regularly you go out, the more you get. So, how long do you reckon Adam will last in the States, everybody?
Los Angeles. Los Angeles. And your dad's picking him up, right?
Are you serious? Is he?
Your dad's picking him up, right?
Oh, my Lord. That's me crying. I'm just crying a little bit. Love you, Adam. Look after yourself. Be safe, honey.
I mean, think about it. From an early age, we're taught to go out there and make something of ourselves, to be somebody. There's nothing wrong with that. But sometimes, somewhere along the way, we become so focused on just that, just being somebody, and it's, before we know it, the very dreams that once inspired us turn into the very things that haunt our souls, man. I swear to God. My old man told me last year, just before he died, that ever since he was a little kid, he always wanted to be an actor. But he said he never had the balls to do it, never even tried, He said that was something that was haunted him all his life.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
Baby, not now. Panic.
I'm going through my own thing right now with not trying to be a movie star or a rock star, which I've been focusing on so long. Now I'm just trying to be a regular guy. And honestly, I'm probably happier than I've ever been because my expectations on myself aren't so high. You always find yourself hating yourself when you're always, unless I'm, doing this and this and I'm up here, that I'm never happy because you're always up here. But now I'm just happy being here, to be honest. I'm like, all right, well, I'm already there. Sweet. All I gotta do is just be myself.
Do you want to be an actor or not?
No, thanks, man. I'll check it out.
Good luck. You're up. Come on.
What they wanted to be or do? No. No idea. I think Dad wanted to be an actor. Is that right? Yeah, I'd really like to continue doing my acting and my theater.
The way we call it fans.
Because I'm usually playing a character in front of the camera, so yeah.
Hello! Today, me, the Michelangelo show. I dyed my hair blonde, the Hulk! Look at those birds! Today we've been interviewing a lot of people, and these were the following answers.
Do you really think you've had a good time with your kids, though?
You know, yeah, it's still worth it to come. And
you're
visit
so
your kids.
gorgeous.
Yeah.
Cutie.
She's experiencing
Eleanor's
her
a
own
cutie.
flavor. You know?
Eleanor just tries to find the positive in everything, but she's just a little bit afraid of the
Ask her
city.
next
But
week.
it's all in her head. It's false evidence appearing real. Fear of the city.
No, I've never liked these cities. I was so glad to get out of America. I hated it.
But in Launceston, people have sex with their relatives.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like,
They marry them, too.
I've never seen any of
I
that.
have.
Okay.
The Australians think of the Tasmanians the way New Yorkers or LA, Los Angelinos think of people from Mississippi or Alabama. So you're a bunch of country bumpkins. And a small-minded people in a town like Tasmania are going to make life miserable for you.
So we moved from this hub of culture from San Bernardino.
We were really lucky that we went to Australia, even if it's Tasmania. We had a wider scope of what was going on in the world than America. And there's like this ignorance growing up there,
Niente della cultura italiana, invece sono di australiana.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying my kids don't know nothing about Italian culture. They're all from Australia instead. Invece non sono educato come Papa.
Yep.
That's me.
Saddest thing I ever heard. Whispers. Boy meets girl. When you lose the only thing you love. Homeless in another world. Beautiful woman. Beautiful woman.
It's so cliched and it's so disappointing that this is the process. Like you have to get away from your parents to grow and to understand them and to experience life, and then you understand them and you're ready to get in touch with them, and then you do, and then they die shortly after, or sometimes they die before you even get a chance to do that. And you're just like appreciating them then, but they're gone. You think, only I spent all those years in their company appreciating them.
You do realize how important family is when you watch a family member die. I came back from America and I can see that everyone's changed quite a bit, because I haven't seen you guys in like 6-7 years, and I know you guys are thinking the same about me. Like, Adam's changed, it's a different person. I'm not completely different, but the world and your experiences mold you and change you, maybe sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse.
You're right. And like Adam will be the first person to understand that.
I just keep hoping that my love will always conquer my anger and my hate and my dark side and my fear, which is always there.
Charlie, Mum. Get away from me. Crazy.
Nobody cares, Mom.
40 bucks. Woo woo.
Wow. You suck.
Hold your hand up. Going to have a whale of a time. Here we go.
Look, nobody cares. It's my own.
We don't care! I know we're telling the truth because we don't care! That does it. Good night to you all, and see you tomorrow for another horrible night. You understand me? Horrible! Dang horrible! Bull! Bull!
Get out. Get out. If you want to be like this, we are trying to have a peaceful evening here, and you are being a stirrer.
It was always just this commanding dictatorship, a prison cell.
According to recent reports, youths aged between 10 and 25 are the main victims of unfair treatment.
I felt like maybe we were there to make her life better, but she actually didn't genuinely just love us as much as she could have.
There was a lot more discipline and structure in my childhood.
Get your shoes on, get your coat on, or whatever it takes. Go on, Adam, go away. Hurry up, just walk down normally, will you? Don't give him anything to film. Get down. Tony, stop being an idiot.
I couldn't talk back without her fucking hitting me across my face. Obviously, you know, I was a teenager, and what the fuck did I know? I mean...
You are behaving very badly. Now stop. Behave yourself. Grow up.
Hey, what's your...
Natalia.
Well, that's horrible. That's good. That's horrible. That's a horror show right there.
All right, that's enough. All right, we've got enough footage.
I thought it quite improved her face, actually. Yeah, let me show you, little bumhole. Yeah.
Hurry up! Mom, Polly is wearing my savior top. Dad, we got me the savior top.
I just want it to be a happy house, a healing house. I want people to have everything they need. I want people to feel good.
It's not even good to talk to Mom about these personal feelings of ours, especially while we're still feeling emotional about them or touchy, because as soon as, like, you know, we try to talk to her about it, she is just gonna do what she does, and, like, we can easily become outraged.
Hi, Mum. Come and talk about our unresolved conflicts.
I have never wanted to really hurt someone, but the way Mom kept nagging at me when I was ill in Tasmania, she just kept nagging at me, and I sat her down, and I was like, Mom, I just want to talk to you. I looked her in the eye, and I was like, can you please just stop nagging at me? I'm very well aware. I was just, like, so enraged. I was like, I feel like she is an animal. The only way you're going to get her to understand is by beating her. Honestly, at that point, I was like, the only thing that's going to make her understand is if I just, like, smash her in the face repeatedly, because she doesn't understand. No, I know. It's like a crazed dog that you feel like you have to beat into submission. And that's what I felt with Mom. Honestly, I felt like smashing every single window in the house and burning the freaking house to the ground. But I was like, as soon as I do that, I'm going to be the bad guy.
I think I was really just, like, angry for a lot of years. And you know, was putting up this whole image of what I thought I had to be like.
This is kind of like an artist painting on a palette. It's kind of relaxing for me. I love sitting and doing my makeup in a nice relaxed way. I usually listen to a YouTube video, something about health or something funny while I'm doing it.
And by dyeing my hair black in grade 9, I felt like I'm doing something that I want to do for once, you know? And even though you told me I can't, I'm going to do it.
You should be treated all the same, no matter how fat, skinny, or tall, or what race or anything. There should be all treated the same, I think. Oh my God, you loser! Bring it!
Smile. Say cheese.
Cheese.
Yeah, there you go.
I used to dream of the day when she'd be so old, and she couldn't raise a hand to me. Like she'd be in a wheelchair or something, and I'd have the power and I'd have the upper hand. I used to just, like, think about that and be like, I can't wait. Ooh, that's a nice dressing gown you're wearing.
Really? You like it?
That's nice.
You can't have it.
Very Japanese.
It's very long. It's too long for you.
Too long, whatever.
I'm
Same
just
size as you.
anticipating you wanting it.
I'm like the same height as you. Tripping.
Oh, very funny. You're shorter than me.
I'm not. I'm like 5'3".
Oh, I'm 5'4". Nee.
I just think that if I wasn't her daughter, I'd probably like her a lot more.
Mama! What are you doing now?
I had to rinse the salt and the pepper off the lamb. Carl went salt and peppered it after I told him I didn't want anything on. He went to do it anyway.
You know what's coming, don't you? You know what the dog is going to be like, don't you?
Well, there'll be bits that I like and bits I don't like, but it'll be interesting. I want to see your skill with putting it together.
Maybe we should lay down some rules about watching the doco, like you can't talk until the end.
Yeah, well, I'll have to make notes then or something. There might be little bits I just want to comment on or something.
What are you doing? Shut the fridge. Do you need to eat food now?
No, I'm just going to grab the salad. It's got everything that we need in it, really, hasn't it? Totally. Tissue paper to blow my nose. Salad. Do you want a bit more of this tomorrow?
No.
No? So I could eat all of that?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You must be tired.
It took half an hour to sink in that it goes for 2 hours.
Around 10. Was that round 10?
Mom, you're deaf. You're losing it. You're fucking losing it.
All right, come on, sweetie. I'm so sorry. Come on. All right, put my shoes here. Just hang these up to dry. You're all set up. It's all turned on and ready to go?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Alita. And you are absolutely ready. And I'm slowing you down. I'm so sorry. So I just need my mobile phone. And I'll grab my jacket because I like it cold in there.
Eleanor said to me the other day, she said, you got tobacco stains on your fingers, and I didn't have tobacco stains on my fingers.
I think you're right.
Oh,
Why don't you show
look.
us your hands, Sonia?
Oh, they're a bit dirty. You can get rid of tobacco stains.
Oh, you got place mate now.
You get, I cut them off.
You got nice nails,
you can get rid of tobacco stains on your teeth and your nails. You know, yes.
Can you really?
Yes, all you have to do is just bleach them, you know.
Why don't you try it then?
Bleach, household bleach,
have you
gets
tried
rid
it?
of stains.
Bleach? If you can kill yourself, you
Household bleach. You're always interrupting me, Talia. Same with your toenails. Yeah, only way to get rid of the yellow look on your toenails is to bleach them, you know?
And go to fade out in 3, 2, 1.
When I was in Brussels, Belgium, my sister sent me a newspaper clipping of my father's face in the Examiner newspaper saying, "This man is missing." And that was weird. And I couldn't quite understand why my dad would be missing.
Your mother had problems in being raised the way she had, and she loved her father to death. So when this guy got killed, she was torn because she loved her mother too. And she just gave up on him. I was shattered when she told me that she had to go back to Australia. And it wasn't because of America. She made up her mind in Brussels. I mean, if she had gone out with a Frenchman in Brussels who was screwing her behind my back, I could have felt better about that because things like that happen all the time.
Then later on, it came out that he had attacked my mother and she'd killed him in self-defense. And I remember not really feeling any particular sad feelings. I was just feeling glad that my mother was okay. But she'd gone into shock and amnesia for about a week. And later from prison, she wrote me and told me what happened. And I was pretty shocked by all that as far as, wow, my dad's dead.
She had a very close relationship with her father. Did she ever talk about it to you kids? About how much she loved him and how close she was to him? She was the firstborn of her family, and this fucking Nazi, excuse my French, I never met him, but I know enough about him, and we talked about him all the time when we were there. And you know what she told me? She said he treated her, Wolfgang treated her like a man. He didn't want girls for kids. He only wanted boys. But he had to wait a couple of children along the way because first came Eleanor and then came Sonia, and then the boys came. Oh, it was great when the boys came, but guess what? You're no girl, you come in my future. That how do you think your mother knows how to do all the stuff she must have learned? You're at the hands of her father.
But yeah, these are hard-working hands. Woohoo! Yeah, I just bruised that one. But that other one that I bruised, it's all grown back again now. Hooray. He used to give us a bit of a thrashing with a belt whenever someone did something wrong. He would let us go to the toilet first before we had to pull down our pants and get whipped. Half the time it wasn't us that had done anything, it was the boys. A mess or something broken or whatever or damaged, and no one was owning up to it, and so everyone had to get thrashed.
See, I'm giving justification to Omi here. Because if this guy was a totally upstanding Christian, then Omi's a devil, okay? So you got to know that he's not an upstanding Christian that great, because then Omi had some justification in chopping his head off or whatever then she did.
A local author ended up writing a book about my mum's life. A movie company wanted to make a film on her life, but she was a bit shy about it back then. Later on she said, "Oh, I should have done it, you know, and would have made some money on the tragedy." Anything could happen to anyone in this world. It's all just chance. And then I made a decision that I was going to be happy no matter what happened.
Yep. We're going to see her again, hopefully, when her next holidays are. Hopefully, like New Year's maybe, after New Year's. Yeah.
Well, I hope not too long, because who knows?
So this place has memories for you, eh, Mum?
Oh, here, really. We used to come here every week.
Every weekend.
My dad and you?
Yeah, he was behaving very bad. And then he was dead, so he said, oh, I'm German. And I said to him, shut up. I said, you know.
Mum's always, worked hard and always been like practical that way. You can always depend on her to help you with money or finances because she saves and doesn't waste. She's never been a smoker or drinker.
Nowadays, you hear terrible lot. The youngsters are shoplifting. It's enough for drugs and alcohol and whatnot.
Well, I hope Alita does not take any drugs and looks after herself because she's skinny. I could put a blanket over my knees. If she's skinny, she looks ill and sick because you don't feed yourself properly.
I've learned, I guess, self-control and the work ethic from Mum. But I just never really felt that she could sympathise if anything went wrong. She would always be right there with comments like, oh, well, if you're so stupid, or, well, didn't you know better? And, comments like that didn't really make you feel like she was sympathising. It's hard for me to get on with my mum. She's gotten hard because of all her experiences, having a hard life growing up as she did. She got raped by German soldiers when she was 11. Then, of course, my dad tried to kill her, and she got raped by another person here in Tasmania. And apparently she had a child, an older brother, which I've never met.
Hi, everyone. The reason I never wanted to come to Tasmania were two reasons. Not that I was so upset about somebody committing murder, because in my heart of hearts, I could have committed murder. I probably would have committed murder. That's one of the reasons I never went. So I'm not better than Omi.
Who would you have killed?
Oh, either, Omi had a contract on me here when she tried to have me off here.
This is from Talia. She's like, he doesn't like it.
The t-shirt. I should wear it. Wow. It is pretty cool. It looks good with what I'm wearing. This could be, I would buy this kind of shirt. I actually really like it. It just looks cool and retro. It's a trippy print.
Even if they weren't your parents.
Wow, double XL, just fits, but it's comfy.
Should I put something more interesting though and make the shot more interesting?
Yeah, it's
maybe like this color or
bland.
something.
It's pretty bland.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's nice, bit of color.
Yeah, that makes it more interesting. Flip it. Yeah, it makes the shot more interesting. Yeah.
Let's start with the good stuff. Or the bad, if you want.
I really appreciated them before they had kids. It was amazing, seeing these two people so, or what you believe to be, that they were in love, gorgeous, peak of their health. And you're just like, oh my God, where did it all fucking go wrong?
And I was going to leave Edward after we'd been married about a year, and he was, getting abusive.
And she was at the airport to leave him, and then she found out she was pregnant with Carl, our first child, so it was kind of a reluctant stage.
I thought he was drinking coffee at first, and that was why he was so stressed out in the morning. He had to drink tons of coffee because he had withdrawal symptoms. That's what I thought. But later I found out he was using marijuana, and then later I found out he was using other things. He was using cocaine and things. He used to sprinkle baby powder all over the place. I found out later that he did that in case I saw any other white powder.
Yeah, now we're going to have you clamp it on the other side and then you'll cut it. Yeah.
I will.
Be sure you do that.
The only one time I ever used one of these to smoke joints with.
Oh, well.
Rugged.
Well, then you know how to work them. Yeah.
The med students used to get them.
There you go.
Right over here?
Right between my feet.
He used to actually hit his head against the wall and make holes in the plaster wall all over the place.
You know, obviously I've married some kind of abusive drug addict. Now I know this. I should perhaps not have been so naive. Yeah, I don't know. I just sometimes think that they never should have had children together.
Edward used to try to downgrade me and say, "You are nothing without me," and things like that, but I never believed it. I knew he was just being ridiculous saying that, because I felt good about myself and I knew that I was strong and I could do things. I can knit, I can sew, I can paint, I can fiddle, I can fix, I can put things together, and yeah, life is full. Ah! Yeah. What do you like to do? After many abusive moments, in the end I decided I just had to leave him. It was no good, it wasn't getting any better. And the police had told me that if this kind of abuse continued, the children would end up in foster homes. When he was abusing me one day when I was holding my fourth child, Alita, in my arms, and she was only 2 weeks old, and I was trying to stop her from crying while he was in my face yelling and screaming at me, I just had this flat, dead feeling of, I don't want to do this anymore. A real low energy, flat, cold feeling, like a door closing. And as soon as he stopped screaming at me, I just grabbed my handbag and I said to the kids, "Hey kids, let's go." And he thought we were just going shopping. And I just went straight to the women's shelter with just my handbag and my 4 kids. And that was it.
Seemed to understand that where he was coming from, it wasn't a place of like just hatred or anger, it was a place of frustration. Like I just seemed to understand that with that, so I was never really fearful of him. And I never really clashed with him like Carl.
This is my dad. My dad, Fat Roy.
Is this my face in here or what? Hello? Okay.
Goodbye, Dad. See you after the show. This is Dad with his funky hair. Now he's gonna get it shaved off. You are about to see this.
I'm watching the San Diego Chargers versus Pittsburgh Steelers, so please bear with me. Is that what it said in the booklet? You read the booklet? It said don't wet his hair? Is that what it said? Is that what it said? Is that what it said? I don't think so. Just don't rip my skin open, okay? You know what you're doing? My name's Jennifer and I have 28,000 babies. Ow! Yeah, you can do it all right. You can also...
Please.
You can also carve your initials in my head, too. I don't think I want that.
No, let me do it. Can I? It looks sucky like this.
Oh, it looks terrible on the sides. Shave it down to the sides. Let me see how you do on the sides, and if you start cutting me up...
Ball?
I guess, because you've already chickened me here. Look at me. Where's my mommy hand? Clean out the machine. You know, you're doing something wrong. The thing sounds like it's goddamn dying. You got it plugged into the wall, or you're working off some battery? You don't know what the hell you're doing, do you? You're a geek, you know that? It's not plugged in now. You don't know what you're doing.
I guess it's just getting clogged with hair.
Well, getting clogged with what goddamn hair? There's no parts on it. Stupid shithead. Plug it in right. Why is it dead like that? You give someone a fucking haircut and the whole thing dies? $30 a haircut? Give me the goddamn thing. Plug it into the wall. Turn the switch on. That's why it's not working, you dumb fuck. Turn the switch on. We're working on no power. Fucking idiot. Is it on?
Yes. I just only plugged in. What's going on?
Damn you. I said turn the plug on so the lights come on. Why is this thing dead like this? This is what I want to know. Oh, there you go. You have to do it. Use this speed, otherwise you're never going to go anywhere. You want to read up on it or what?
Whatever you want.
right now. About what?
I remember him yelling at you, my younger sister Alita, and he made you cry. And you were about like 6 or 7 at the time or whatever. And I was just thinking like, nah, this is not good for her. This is traumatic for her. So I was like, okay, we need to go. And I remember then I went to my mom and I was like, nah, I want to go to Australia too, Mom, I really do.
I just have this image of him just like holding my neck, but like I think he was pulling your hair, and it almost felt like he was lifting you off the ground.
I mean, my mother used to beat the shit out of me for nothing. You never suffered any kind of physical abuse at either hands of your parents the way I suffered at the hands of my little mother, who was no bigger than Talia. She would lose her glasses because the poodle took them and bit them and stuck them behind the washing machine, and she beat the shit out of me, accused me of breaking her glasses, which I hadn't even seen. And then she'd feel so bad after she'd break a broom over my back, and I'd be bleeding out of my back. My dad would come home and he'd start crying because he couldn't believe that she'd lost it. And then she'd start crying and say, oh, geez, I'm so sorry I beat you up. But you know, when you're beat up and you're bleeding on your back, you're saying, yeah, thanks, you know, I really feel sorry for me, you know. So, you know, and I'm not suggesting that because I was abused as a child that I should abuse anybody else, but statistically, because I was a family law attorney, statistically, the biggest abusers in a marriage have already been beaten to death as children.
Don't call me an abuser! Don't call me abuser!
When we went to Australia, Dad never came to visit us, or even rarely called us or returned our calls. And any parent who really loves their kids is going to make an effort to go visit or maybe even move to that country. But he didn't. Instead, he wallowed in self-pity and felt sorry for himself.
Fuck him. Fuck him. He's just a fucking man. Let's do this, Figo. An old man, and you ain't gonna let an old man outsmart you!
What do you want to get from this documentary?
I'm just like, well, what will my family be getting out of this? More than anything.
What are we getting out of it?
I don't know yet.
What are you getting out of it? Why this subject? Any subject?
Yeah, like what's the point? Like why do people need to know this? Why do people need to see this? I mean,
yeah, I don't know. I just find it really hard, these questions.
Emotionally?
Like to actually be in the right frame of mind or place to just talk about it or want to talk about it or feel motivated to talk about it.
Should I just keep reeling off questions and seeing if something hits the mark?
I mean, what else are we going to do?
How do you see each of your parents? How did your opinion of them change as you grew up? What struggles were there? What realizations? What emotional landmarks? Or you don't have to talk about them at all. You can talk about what you perceive like family life to be. What you think is the best way to raise kids. What you see families in society as. A group of people that are raised together that either decide to stick together or decide to move away. Do you think you have resentment towards Mom in the way that she raised us?
I guess in answer to that question, no, I don't feel like I have any resentment at all towards my parents.
Yep, I'll cry when you fail, and I'll rejoice when you win. When you do, and you do, you win many times. So keep winning. Have a winning attitude. Keep winning on your son. You're my son. Don't want to lose you. Just want you to win.
You've worked really hard to realize that other people's opinions don't mean shit, whilst all the while that's been Mom's attitude the whole time.
I was not afraid of being different. I didn't care what other people thought. I thought they were stupid if they stressed or worried. You know, I couldn't give a stuff.
Here's a garden rake. Gordon.
Your backyard looked like that. Gordon Brown there with Eleanor Wells, finding treasure in everybody else's trash.
Life has shown me that the most fucked up people aren't necessarily the most fucked up people any more than anyone else. They have their routine, they have everything the same. They're good, they're bad, they're ugly, they're beautiful, they're everything. Just like a normal person, it's like, who are we to judge them?
There's like always a side to me that felt like I was born to the wrong family, and I felt like this fucking little princess, and I don't know, stupid. She was, at the end of the day, putting us first. We had to get food in our stomachs. To raise 4 kids on your own, being a single mother, you have to be a pretty strong person.
Indian swamp pennywort. It doesn't taste terrible, and I think you can make salad with the leaves too. Taste one. Oh, and stevia right here, sweet as.
She was almost like a healer. Finding all of these natural remedies from all over the world and stuff and doing research.
All kinds of superfoods get used every day in a health drink. Passing that information on is great when you see people getting better. So we just put in 4 level teaspoons of spirulina, 4 level teaspoons of chlorella, 4 level teaspoons of maqui powder, 4 level teaspoons of beetroot powder, 4 teaspoons of bee pollen, 4 level teaspoons of moringa powder, 4 level teaspoons of lucuma powder, 4 heaping teaspoons of camu powder, 4 heaping teaspoons of maca powder, 4 big heaping teaspoons of chia seed, 4 level teaspoons of kelp powder, carob powder, level teaspoons, 4 of them, about a level teaspoon of whey powder, MSM or methyl sulfonyl methane. This is fantastic for people who have headaches or pain. Collagen powder, fantastic for the skin and the bones. Cacao, very high in antioxidants. I'm out of brewer's yeast powder. Bugger.
Smells weird.
Yeah. My friend Mary was here one day visiting, and I was mixing up my superfood mixture, and she was watching me drink this dark green liquid. And she goes, oh, what does it taste like? And I said, oh, do you want some? I said, it's all these superfoods. And so she agreed to me giving her a small glass. And she said, yeah, it didn't taste too bad. And the next day she rang me. And she said, Ellie, I don't know what you put in that drink, but I felt so good today. I have been all over the house, all over the garden, just working my butt off. She was 85 then. Now she's 87 or something. And she said, the only thing I regret is that I didn't ask for a bigger glass. That's right. Wake up every morning appreciating what you have. Don't complain and whinge. Don't be a person that feels sorry for themselves. And basically, just totally be grateful for life and try to help other people appreciate it too.
How does she help you?
By giving us food and clothes and other bits and pieces.
What do you think of her?
A wonderful person. She's helped us a lot.
You know, she does what she does from her heart.
Places like this help a lot of people to get things they couldn't normally get, and I think the council's totally wrong.
Despite the council's concerns, those who shop at Eleanor's garage, even her neighbours, have no problem with her operation.
Yes, if she were causing a nuisance or something like that, well, fair enough. But I don't know anyone that's inconvenienced in any way.
She sacrifices her time and sleep salvaging from bins, doing garage sales for 7 years to pay for our travel to Australia. After 180 court cases to get custody in USA and paid for our car, Current Affair called my mom the Robin Hood of Australia on Australia Day because of helping many people with food. Mom's made us cubbies, tree houses, swings, furniture, huge deck, pond and beautiful gardens. She sews, helps with homework, and fixes everything. We study the Bible and have cats, dogs, fish, and mice. Mom has done all this on her own without any husband to support her.
Mom was always very creative. You know, we'd always be like making stuff, and she was always building stuff. Yeah, it was pretty inspiring to be around. She she'd help us with our art projects and costumes.
I think that we were raised pretty good considering the circumstances that befell our parents.
I wanted to have kids and I wanted to have a family and a home, and so I've basically done it for myself, I guess.
She used to show it to me when I had nightmares.
Yeah, that's what you want to look at. Beautiful things like that. Really concentrate on it. Anything beautiful. Paradise. That's what we want on the earth. Living forever. In peace and happiness. Nobody depressed.
Yeah, so that's what I want from love, like love and happiness. And just to enjoy the journey, because that's all it is. It's a journey. Everything is absolutely temporary.
Goodbye, bye, 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 bye.
I want to just spread laughter and joy. That's really what I want to do. That's one of the biggest healing methods. People laughing. I mean, geez.
I'd like to feel like I had a fulfilled, happy life. I guess everybody does.
What makes a good family is not trying to force people to be what you expect them to be. It's accepting them as who they are.
With all this knowledge now of everything that I used to be and everything that I want to be, I guess I want to be the best person I can be.
It's been such a crazy ride, but totally worth it. Thank you so much.
We've been through some rough stuff, but I want them to feel that I'm going to be there for them a long time. And I'm very proud of my 4 children, the way they've turned out. How much love they have in their hearts, how they also try to help other people. They've made mistakes too, but they've learned.
I love the part.
Please be good. You truly should. Treat this girl like a treasure. Helpless I'm standing by.
Such a soft landing. I hardly felt it. I love potion number 9.
Love like that. Oh, we fall like that. There's nothing else I can do.
Mothers just end up carrying all the bags.
That's what home is, being around people who really do love you, who've seen you in those dark, terrible times, seen you and you look like shit, or you've treated them like shit, and still come back and be like, hey, know that you've absolutely been a complete douchebag to me, but I still love you and still accept you for who you are. I know who you are and I still like you. And those are people that you feel you want around in your life because you feel like you can just totally be yourself, no matter what mistakes you make.
I know that I want to be a part of Mom's life more.
But the main thing is that they're really caring, kind, great, loving people. That's what I love about my kids.
Gee, wasn't that boring? Well, it was to me.
And hi, and thanks for joining me once again at Bill and Bob's Workout. Let's get to business. And 1 week guaranteed, your abdominal muscles will be good, fit, strong. What to do is this is a compact
you for joining me tonight. We will be asking some people this question. Quote, how do you act towards gay people?
For instance,
gay? Oh yeah.
All of you, pajamas on.
All right, and welcome, viewers. We have with us now Alita, who is the director of the film that you just watched, Hard Rubbish. She's here to take questions from everyone, and we'll be having a discussion. So please feel free to post any question you might have in the chat in the comment section of the YouTube or Facebook stream. I monitor that, and I can relay those questions to Alita. So, Alita, thank you for joining us here today from Australia, Tasmania. Yes?
Yeah, Tasmania. Yeah, that's cool. Wait, where are you guys?
We are in Eastern Kentucky in the United States.
Ah, yep. Right. Nice. Cool, yeah. I mean, so is anyone even there? Did anyone watch the film?
Oh yeah. We had viewers on the live stream here. Yeah, we had quite a few questions of the last film too that we passed along. I'm a big documentary buff, and most of my professional work's in documentary, and so there's always a special place in my heart for the documentary films that come in, and so this film, is so personal and constructed so much, from just personal experiences and home movies. What kind of set you on this path to make this film?
Oof. It actually started as a student project. The assignment was to just do like a 5-minute thing, like a little 5-minute doco. So I went and I saw my mom, and I just like filmed her for a bit. And then when I showed my teacher, they were like, I want to see more. Like, I want to see you guys. I want to see the family. I want to see what you all think of her. Can interview your siblings. I was like, well, yeah, that's going to be a feature-length film. And I'm like, can you guys help me with that? And they're like, nope. They're like, nope, you got to do it all by yourself. We don't do that here. I'm like, oh, shit. Well, now I have to do it. And yeah, I had really no idea what I was doing. And did it like there's no other cast and crew to invite because there are no other cast and crew. It was literally just me. I borrowed my brother's camera, his Canon, and like interviewed everybody and didn't even really know what to ask them, and basically pieced it all together over like a 3-year period. Yeah, just making it by myself, going insane. Like, just, is this good? Somebody tell me. I don't know.
That's what I'm really interested in, was the amount of versions of the film that perhaps existed. I know obviously it was an ongoing edit, but can you talk a little bit about the process of trying to decide, what works and what doesn't work, who you solicited feedback from? Did you get opinions from your family along the way? How did that all play out? Because that's the biggest challenge I've had is editing a documentary film. What do you conclude? What do you exclude?
Yeah, exactly. I did all of those things. So there's about 50 hours of archive footage to look through. And, I had dozens of friends watch and give feedback on little things. But at the end of the day, I had to make every creative call, obviously. And they'd be like, oh, yeah, no, I'll help you out. I'm just like, saying you're going to help me out, I don't think you understand what that means. That means you have to watch the 50 hours of archive footage. You have to read all the transcriptions. And then you have to tell me that I picked the right clip out of all of that. Are you going to do that? No, I don't think you fucking are you? Of course not. So, yeah, there were a few things. The last edit was probably the most helpful. I had a friend who's been doing film for a while sit down with me, and she kind of just helped me rearrange a few of the chapters, like for impact and stuff like that. That was probably the most help I had from a friend that actually mattered. I don't know if you feel the same.
It's been a journey, and depending on the project, but yeah, that's always the biggest part. And some of the best advice I've heard is if enough people tell you a certain issue is wrong, then they're probably right. However, often you are the best one to figure out the way to fix it. I've heard that a few times.
Yeah, well, the subject matter as well. Being my family, just watching home videos, reliving memories just over and over and over and over. And like sometimes I'd just be sitting in there crying, just like for hours, just like tears streaming down my cheeks. Like, I need to have a break. And yeah, and then just being like, you know, I find it interesting, of course, because it's my family. And then just to get confirmation from other people, like, yeah, dude, this is really good. And I want to watch this. Like, that was a good feeling.
I see you've gotten lots of acclaim here. Can you talk a little bit about how the film has been received, and maybe how the freegan aspect of it's been received? I'm a self-proclaimed thrifty person. I won't say cheap. I'm thrifty. Sounds better. And so I was, fascinated with some of the things in here. I haven't gone to the extremes that your mother did, but I could say, oh, that's a good idea. That's smart. But then you see some of the negative impacts of that too. So what's the reception been like to this?
Nobody has talked about the freaking part or the dumpster diving. Yeah, no one's even mentioned it at all. And I kind of forget that it's in there, like, as well, because yeah, like, and close friends and stuff, they've just always known that that's my weird mom. But the thing that touched them the most was like all of the emotional and personal stuff that they didn't know about, that like brought them to tears, kind of thing. Yeah, because like I kind of, you use that like as like a quirky hook, like, oh, who's this wacky dumpster diving lady? And then you can get into the deeper stuff, I guess. But yeah, no one's that's funny. No one's asked. Do you have any questions?
No, well, I do, but not as much on that. One thing that's interesting to me, because I'd faced this too. Anytime you're making a film where you are involved in this, you either start off as a part of the story, or you either become part of the story because of what happens while you're filming. My question is, like, how did you go about determining your role in the film we see on screen? How did that change or evolve over time? At one point, were you more prominent in the film or less prominent in the film? How did you go about making those creative decisions involving you in the film?
Yeah, I'm not in it in like the present day, being interviewed the same as my siblings and stuff, because I just thought the fact that I'm making it, the fact that I get all the control over the editing and everything, like, I feel like that is enough of my voice, like, without adding me physically being like, yeah, I agree with what they said. Like, it's just too much. It's too much of me steering it in any direction. Like, yeah, I like being behind the scenes more. Yeah.
Okay. What are your plans for the film in the future? I know you've already had a huge amount of festival screenings. What other, what life do you see the film continuing to have? What role do you see it taking?
God, I couldn't even predict it. I mean, I couldn't predict its success so far. I didn't. Like, it got into one festival to start with, like one in Sydney. And I was just like so excited that it got into one festival. And then, and that was months and months ago. And then, like, since then it's been in like 20 now, and I'm just like, and there's still another 20 pending, and I'm like, the excitement's kind of over, only because there's been no like this is you and me talking right now is the most like action that I've seen. I've literally had one WhatsApp chat with another festival director. Huh. That's it. And
really?
I won $50 for one of them. I still haven't seen that money.
You'll win 100 from us, and it'll come next week in a gift card,
really?
digital. Yeah. So that's good. That makes me feel great that you've screened at that many festivals, and yeah. So that's crazy though, because we actually did an online festival in April of last year, really quickly after the shutdown. In part because we're small. Me and one other person in a class of like 10 basically do this together. I'm switching and doing the Q&As, and so you're telling me that they didn't have any kind of Q&A over Zoom or anything on any of these other festivals? That's crazy.
No, not at all. No,
that's crazy.
Nothing. Yeah.
Did you get to have any in-person screening before the shutdown?
No, not one. Because I've basically it's been in the shutdown since the whole time I've submitted to stuff. Since just I want to say August or September, I think, was the first festival that I was in. So everywhere was in shutdown on the mainland in Australia. That's what Tasmanians call it. On the mainland. Yeah. No, I was looking forward to screenings, and all my friends are like, "You're totally going to take me as your date down the red carpet." But I'm like, dude, there's none of that. None of that is happening. It's just reel in that excitement because it's not going to happen.
Well, I'm grateful that you took time out of your morning to join us all the way from Australia. We greatly appreciate that. Even though we're a small school in Eastern Kentucky, one of our graduates actually is from Perth, and Jackson Hussey, and he played for a basketball team there in Perth. Can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but yeah. So the world's not so big sometimes. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Any closing comments? We have a minute left. Where can people go to keep up with you and perhaps see some of your future work or hear about it on a social media channel of any kind? Is there anything that you want to share with us?
Yeah, just my Instagram's just Alita Graziano. Same with my Facebook, and I guess once it's done in the festival circuit, I'm just gonna make it public on YouTube, and just let it cook by itself. I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm gonna start something new. Gonna make a little tourism show in Tasmania or something. Yeah.
I know the feeling. You. Yeah, you probably spent thousands of hours, I'm sure, on the editing. I'm sure. So, yeah, I've been there. Well, thank you very much, Alita, for joining us here today. We can't thank you enough.
Thank you.
Viewers, if you have any lingering questions, please post them on the stream, and perhaps Alita will have some time to check that out later. But if not, we thank you for tuning in. Up next, we have our animation and experimental block, followed by a Q&A with those filmmakers, and that starts right
Are we safe?
Let's keep moving. Little wolf, let's go. Are you coming or not? Stay here. I'll scout ahead.
Wait, Salvador. I'm going with you.
I told you to stay put.
I just froze for a moment. But it's okay. I'm okay now. I can do this.
Who are you trying to convince here? Me or yourself? I sense your hesitation. I smell your fear. That fear is enough to kill a grown man in a place like this. One misstep is all it takes.
But I was
You're
just...
still too green. Sit this one out. I'll come back for you. Little wolf, the time will come for bravery. We will find the white pup. Together. Just stay alive until then.
Still too green. We'll see about that. It's okay. It's okay. You've got this. Back off, all of you! I need it!
Help!
You fought well back there. You kept your cool in the heat of battle. You called for help when you needed it. But I won't always be there to pull your feet out of the fire. When I give you a command, you follow it like your life depends on it. Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
We'd best fall back for now.
But what about the trail? We were so close.
And we will find it again. But for now, we improvise. The Wendigo won't find the white pup if they're too busy chasing after us.
Then let them hunt us.
Johnny, how much longer are you gonna spend working on this?
As long as I need to, Meredith. I mean, if Jackie's gonna go out, it's gotta be perfect.
You've been working on this all morning. Why don't you take a break? We can watch some TV or something.
I'm sorry, honey, but I can't. I have to finish this tonight before I can start working for Humont again.
I'm telling you, you go through with this and you are going to disappoint a lot of people.
Look, if there's one thing that I've learned in my career, it's that no matter how much people get upset over something, they will eventually just accept it and move on. Besides, who's really gonna have so much of a problem with it that they'd want to kick my ass?
All right, but at least get up every once in a while. I don't want a repeat of what happened last time.
Ow! Hey, cut it out!
Who said that?
Down here, you roughhousing Rembrandt! Go easy on the sharpening, will ya?
Wow, I should really be getting to bed.
Oh, no, you don't, Buster! Sit back down!
How are you talking right now?
Never mind that. Now, what's this I hear about you planning on kicking me to the curb?
Look, the strip has run its course. It's as simple as that.
Well, I beg to differ, she. I think it's high time that someone sent you in the right direction, see? And that someone is gonna be me, see?
Yo! Yo! Who's there? How are you?
Thanks, Mac. It was getting really cramped in there.
No. This is not happening. You're not here. I must be dreaming.
Well, let's put that to the test, shall we?
Ow! What the hell?
Huh. Folks usually get a real kick out of that.
All right. What do you want from me?
Well, if I could offer just one teensy-weensy piece of advice. Please, Johnny, please don't end my comic strip. Be a pal. There's hardly any work for comic strip characters anymore.
Yeah, well, see this? This is the world's smallest violin. My leg! Okay, time for you to go.
No. Wait! Sounds like this guy needs a little more persuasion.
Johnny, what's going on out here?
I thought I heard something outside.
Okay, but did you really have to slam the door so hard? Seriously, would it kill you to get up once in a while and get some coffee or something?
Meredith, I'm fine, all right? Besides, don't you have some designs to work on for the spring fashion show on Tuesday?
Why is it that every time I try to help you, you have to turn into such a stubborn jackass?
Where is it? Where is it? Jackie, give me the comic strip, all right? Please don't make this any harder for either of us. What am I doing? Am I seriously chasing around a cartoon donkey for a comic strip? I've officially lost it.
On the contrary, I would say you lost it a long time ago.
What?
Have you ever considered why you became so successful in the first place?
Well, yeah, it's because of my artistic talent. Everyone knows that.
Are you sure it's not because of something else?
All right, Jackie. What did you do to the comic strip?
I assure you, I do not know what you're talking about. Now then, would you say you had a happy childhood?
What does that have to do with any... I guess. I I mean, when I was a kid, the closest thing I ever had to a best friend was an imaginary donkey.
Now you're starting to get the picture. Look, Mac, don't you remember the fun we had? The laughs we shared? It's not just about you either. It's about sharing those laughs with bazillions of people. Listen, the magazine's yesterday's news. So what do you say?
No. I see what you're doing, and I'm not falling for it.
All right, Buster. You want to do this the hard way? Fine.
Hey, Jackie, where are you going? Get back here. Jackie, stop! What the hell are you doing?
All right, wise guy. Keep the comic strip going.
No!
Yes!
No!
Yes!
No!
Yes!
No!
No!
Yes!
No!
Yes!
No!
I'm continuing the comic strip, and that's that.
Okay, pal. Have it your way.
That's it. I've had enough of you.
Is there one of them animal rights folks in the house?
Get out!
All right, pal. You win. I know when I'm not wanted. Goodbye. Forever.
Hey, Jackie, listen.
Johnny, what the hell happened in here?
I guess it happened again. I'm sorry, honey.
What's going on? Because this is outrageous, even for you.
To tell you the truth, I'm just sick of being tied down by these constant demands from other people. I just want to grow as an artist on my own.
You really think going back to human is going to help you do that?
No, I guess not. But I don't know what else to do. I mean...
Johnny? Are you okay?
Honey, do you know how to set up a crowdfunding campaign?
Yeah, why?
Well, do you remember when you told me you could envision Jackie on TV?
Wait, you mean... By the way, I came down to tell you the breakfast is ready. But if you're too busy...
Actually, you know what? Breakfast does sound pretty good right now.
Well, it's nice to see you listening to me for once.
back, old friend.
Hi, Ella. This is your grandpa. I've been trying to reach you. I'd love to talk to you for a few minutes. So when you get this message, would you please call me? Thank you.
We're sorry. You have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service.
Hi, Ella. This is your grandpa. I've been trying to reach you. I'd love to talk to you for a few minutes. Your grandpa. So when you get this message, would you please call me?
We're sorry. You have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service.
So when you get this message, would you please call me?
Sorry, you have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service. If you feel you have reached this recording...
a new virus in the wider coronavirus group.
You all go home and sit with your families and your loved ones. We don't.
Some medical experts say that social isolation after so many months is leading to many residents' rapid mental and physical decline, and in some cases contributing to their death.
Papa?
So when you get this message, would you please call me? Thank you.
Papa? Hello? Papa?
We're sorry. You have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no...
Hello?
We're sorry. You have reached a number...
I just wanted to say... Papa, can you hear me? Hi, Papa. I just wanted to say I love you. I wish I could have been there for you.
I'm sorry I wasn't. But I know you're always with me.
Julia. Half of what I say is meaningless. But I say it just to reach you. Julia. Seashell eyes, windy smile. Sleeping sand, silent cloud. Julia. Julia. When I cannot sing my heart, I can only speak my mind. Julia. Julia. Seashell eyes, windy smile. Her hair a floating sky is glimmering. Half of what I say is meaningless, but I say it just to reach you. Julia. When I cannot sing my heart, I can only speak my mind. Julia, Julia, Julia.
All right. Thank you, viewers at home. We are now live with a Q&A with multiple individuals here representing a variety of short films here that you just saw. We have pretty much every film represented. I believe almost, or maybe the most recent filmmaker that joined may be representing the other film that wasn't at the time we started. But we are taking questions for all the filmmakers that are here on the YouTube and Facebook comments. So please post whatever comments you might have in those sections, and I will share those questions with the individuals here. Let's go around and let everybody introduce themselves and mention who they are and their role in what particular film they're representing. We'll start here with Karina.
Yes, hi everybody. I was one of the animators for the movie Harra and the Donkey.
All right, and Cecilia?
I did behind the scenes photography for Harra and the Donkey.
Christopher?
I wrote and directed Harra and the Donkey.
Okay. Connor?
Hey, good to see everybody. I played the lead character, Johnny Harra, in Harra and the Donkey.
Eli?
Hi, I'm Eli Saliba. I wrote and directed Julia.
Ella?
Hi, I'm Ellen. I wrote and directed and edited Papa. And this is Nick, and he was behind the camera.
Awesome. Okay, so all films are now represented, so that's great. So those listening home, every filmmaker's here. JJ. JJ, you're muted if you're not aware.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, JJ for Painting by Numbers, and I'm coming to you from Australia. I was the producer for that animation.
All right. And Jesse?
Yeah, hi, I'm Jesse Cowan. I'm the director and also... Okay, no, wait. I'm unmuted now.
There you
go. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Zoom. I'm Jesse. I directed and did some animation on Little Wolf the Night Trail.
And last, Muhammad.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mohammed Safouri, and I was the producer of Harra and the Donkey.
And did I miss anyone? Is that everybody? I think so. Okay. The list I go through on participants changes depending on activity, and so it doesn't stay the same. So when I start the list, I have to keep up with it. So thank you, guys. Again, questions, please send them in via YouTube to ask any and all of our filmmakers here, and we're happy to respond. Let's start with Harra and the Donkey. Let's talk a little bit about the concept, where that originated, and how it developed, and how that whole process came about from people from that team. Please feel free to answer that question.
I guess I'll go first. The idea for Harra and the Donkey, honestly, it just came from just wanting to do something a little more lighthearted and fun in comparison to the other films that I have seen when I was a student at Mason, which not to say that the films were bad or poorly produced or anything like that. I just wanted to do something a little different, and I figured that, other than making like a big budget superhero film, which obviously at a student level is way out of our league, but I figured that the biggest way for me to stand out was to do live action and animation.
Other films here. Let's talk about Papa. Your film was Ella was very personal. I'm imagining based on the concept. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, it's definitely really personal and kind of daunting subject to talk about. So I wanted to tread really lightly with not fictionalizing my grandpa in any way, and just using film as a medium to explore communication and to explore these ideas that I was thinking about going through mourning. And it's very much colored by like the experience of being in quarantine, that when this is all happening. And I think that kind of is reflected in the themes of it, and how it's a very contemplative piece, but it's very, very personal at the same time. So I wanted it to still be digestible to people, and not just exactly my direct thoughts. I wanted to air more in a symbolic field, so that it could see how, a specific and personal situation is very universal in a lot of ways.
And what about the origins of the film Julia?
Yeah, that one, I thought about it a few years ago. It was kind of during the Me Too movement when it was at its peak, but it's really just developed over the last year or so. While I was in school, I have classmates who I work with in a writing workshop, where it's just kind of turned into what it is now. And it's just kind of a statement to say that you shouldn't just sit idle. If you're in a bad situation, you should try to get out of it. And I know it sometimes seems like it's someone's fault, but it's never your fault. So, yeah.
All right, and Jesse, can you share with us what inspired you to make Little Wolf? Maybe some of the things that you drew inspiration from, and why you made the film.
I was bored. I was bored with animation, and I wanted to do something fun. I wanted to do something actiony, that sort of stuff. And I kind of wanted to do something that I wasn't seeing much of in just in terms of stories. I knew I wanted to do a boy in the woods hunting monsters, and I have a Chickasaw background, and this was like a perfect opportunity for me to do those two things, really, to learn about my background. I did a ton of reading, a ton of research. I've actually spoken to members of the Chickasaw community, found some really cool stories, this sort of stuff. And it's perfect for horror, which I love. It's a case where like I really enjoy that genre, and I sort of dip into that. It's a little action, it's a little adventure, but but yeah, I would say primarily my boredom with animation, my looking for something new, and a little bit of my background in particular.
Finally, JJ, can you talk about the origins of painting by numbers? And your son, I think you said the director of the film, and you're here to answer questions on his behalf because the time change over there.
No worries, yeah. So like with painting by numbers, and with a lot of the animations created by my son, Radea, he tends to take on multiple roles. He's the writer, he's the animator, he's the director, he's the editor. With this film, its origins came, I guess, from the bushfires. When the bushfires happened in Australia a year plus ago before the pandemic started, it kind of gave him the thought that he should do something on the environment, and so he started thinking about how to bring it about, and thought that he'd pull together 3 different, completely, seemingly unrelated strands. So, the 7 deadly sins, these paintings, very famous paintings by artists of years past, and also the environment and what humans do to the environment. So bringing those 3 things together, and then with the final painting, Wrath, and it shows almost nature's kind of revenge on humanity in a way. So that's kind of the evolution of painting by numbers.
Next question we have is for all those that created animated films or integrated animation into the film, like in the case of Harra and the Donkey. What is it that you find most compelling about doing animated work? Why animation versus just pure live action? What is it that has drawn you, each of you, to that medium?
Well, I mean, for us, it's like with my son, he works primarily alone, and then sometimes I'm the narrator on some of his films, and this one was wordless, so I wasn't speaking or anything. So what he's been able to achieve is without a team, he can do everything on his own and create the end product without working with a larger team, which he didn't have, and didn't have any funding to pay people and stuff like that. So he's gone to animation so that he is able to come out with an end product where he, where he's not able to call upon the expertise of others. So that's why animation for us.
Others on the call, what drives you to pursue animated works?
Well, I've always been originally a cartoonist, so I guess for a lot of cartoonists in the business, that's kind of like the next step. And I don't think I really was super focused on animation until I got into George Mason, and they have a minor in there. So that's kind of where I started taking more charge of, learning how to turn my cartoons into something different, something more. And sometimes, like for this movie, something so fun and playful and interesting for people to watch,
Let's talk about some of the challenges that some of you might have faced in these productions. What were some challenges that were noteworthy that you had to come up with a solution to? Does anybody have a story to share on that?
Well, with Harra and the Donkey, the first major challenge that I faced was, trying to convince people that the live action animation thing was going to work. And in fact, I remember very vividly during my last semester at Mason, when I had a one-on-one meeting with my professor, he actually suggested, and I'm not making this up, he actually suggested, instead of the live action animated thing, he actually suggested a guy in a donkey suit. All right, now it was only until because for the senior films, we're required to do a digital pitch where you have to do proof of concept. And I was able to get my first 2 animators on board to produce the animation for that pitch. But once my professor saw that, all the doubts went away.
Other challenges people face. Sorry, go ahead.
No. Yeah, no. I just wanted to add to that one of the things for Harra and the Donkey, not only was this like one of the biggest projects that I've been part of in this sense since I started college, but just the fact that the pandemic had just started, so we were all trying to figure out a way to, especially for animators, to try to communicate with each other and see what we were all kind of working on through a group chat, through Discord, which was another challenge adding on to the original task of animating everything. So that was a little challenging.
Yeah. Jesse? One challenge, from my end, I actually think I had COVID before that, and I had just recovered, but I had what I think was a really bad case. And I developed pneumonia after that. I lost 15 pounds. And then the next weekend, like after like 2 days of, 2 weeks later, feeling better finally, I was on set doing this. And because it was, live action and animation, it was just acting to a yellow styrofoam ball, which was a really great exercise in imagination. And but we pulled it off, and it was awesome. So.
Jesse, can you talk about some of the challenges creating your film, and who all was involved in that animation?
Well, that's a toughie. So I've worked in the industry before, and so I knew, and it's a case where I'm always learning. I've actually taught at Mason, and I've learned, I've accumulated a bunch of skills over the years. So it's a case where like I knew how to do most of this, and it was a case where if I really had to, I could have done the entire film by my lonesome, but it would have been very difficult and a whole lot longer.
Taken forever, yeah.
So in my particular case, the big thing was putting together a team, and again, like everyone else, actually, the problem was assembling a team, and so basically what I did was I animated the first minute, and after that, I got on to Artella, which is sort of a subsidiary, or it's from the people who brought you Animation Mentor, and like there, I was actually able to pitch it and show that first minute of animation, and that was once people saw that sort of got everyone on board. I had all the rigs, so. I really just had to get some talented people to help out with the voice acting, with the animation, with the background designs, and again they all really like shined. They brought it to the nines and really sort of upped the fidelity of the short. So again, that was the big thing, that the crucial factor that I really needed was just particularly helping, I would say, just the audio end of it, because most of the other stuff I can wing it if I have to, but yeah, you need a team. You need a team because it's animation.
Eli and Ella, creators of Papa and Julia, I'm curious about the approach you guys used for your films. It's a little bit atypical, and so we put it in this kind of animation, kind of experimental vanguard kind of category. Why did you choose to approach your narratives in the way you guys did? These films could have been about the same topics, but done in a more traditional way. So why take the more this route that you chose?
Personally, I just wanted to kind of have fun with it. It was my first film that I had really had full control over, and of course there were restrictions with COVID and everything, so it was more so just being creative and pushing yourself to do things that you hadn't done before. So I don't know, I had a really great crew and a great actress who was really prepared for everything, so it kind of just turned out, a lot of it's in post-production where it kind of comes really together and everything. So just experimenting with music and all that, which really locked it into what it is now. So.
Ella?
Yeah, for me, I didn't have a crew, and that was kind of my biggest hoop to jump through with production. As far as like telling that story, I feel like it was actually kind of fit the story that I was telling. It wouldn't feel really necessary for me to have a big crew in the situations. And it's such a personal story, and it was like made in this time of mourning. I couldn't see myself. Since he's my partner, it was easier to act in front of him and to actually be able to like get this story across. And we only had like 2 days to film when we were both in the same city. We were both quarantined in different cities, and it was Thanksgiving break. And we were able to like get everything. I had all the, obviously pre-production done. And yeah, so he was behind camera. And I think that the DIY aspect of it and like the very like home movie production of it really adds to it and like gives it a good warmth and honesty.
Awesome. So, what's something that one of you guys learned from this experience that really heavily impacted you, and maybe the way you'll approach future projects? I know every project I've done is a learning experience, and it's just one film is a gateway to another. What's something that you guys really took away from the projects that you created here?
Well, I think the biggest thing that I took away is, well, a couple of things. First thing is that even if you're a film student, you shouldn't really be afraid to go big with your concept, no matter how many times people tell you, it's impossible, it's infeasible, and all that stuff. But at the same time, you also have to understand your limitations, and if at some point you feel that your idea is too big or too elaborate, just understand your limits and just scale it down to what you can do and what you can afford.
Great advice. Others?
Yeah, actually, just jumping in on Chris's point. Yeah, it's sort of that mindset of shoot for the stars, and you'll probably still hit the moon, or at the very least hit like Mars, that sort of thing. So yeah, setting your standards big, but then exactly at that same time, knowing what you can do, and also knowing what you can't do. That's and again, but exactly putting yourself out there and really thinking about what it takes to do what you need to do. I think again, that's good stuff. I think that's really solid.
Yeah, I mean, like the thing that we learned is sometimes less is more, and we're thinking about how to get an environmental message across, and in the end made the decision not to use any narration whatsoever, even though we'd been successful with narration, with films with a lot of voiceover and stuff like that in the past 2 years. Went completely the other way, and really like how the end product turned out.
Okay. Can we talk a little bit about upcoming projects that we have coming down the pipeline here? Maybe Cecilia, I haven't heard from you recently. Can you share a little bit about a project you might be involved in coming up?
I don't really have any projects coming up, but I guess I've done like behind the scenes photography for 2 of Chris's films. I think this last film was a lot of fun working with Harra and the donkey, because we're using like the yellow ball for the donkey the whole time, and it was fun just seeing all the actors interact with the yellow ball. And there was a lot of times when everyone was joking around and just making a lot of jokes, and it was a really fun experience.
That's cool.
Yeah, I agree, CC. It was a lot of fun to work with everybody. And in terms of upcoming projects, coming this year, we're actually going to be working on a director's cut of Harra and the Donkey. We're going to tweak some of the animations, but not yours, Karina. Your animation is awesome. That stays. But aside from that, we're going to be working on, new color corrections and adding in some deleted scenes and things like that. So be on the lookout for that.
We have a music video that we're directing and editing, in the editing phase of it right now, that we're making for this artist known as DJ Serotonin. And there's not really, it won't be on our accounts, but we'll publicize it if, like my Instagram is Ellie Gilmore, it's just my name. So that should be out soon, like in the next couple of weeks.
Awesome.
Well, next week is the world premiere of the first film I've directed and acted in front of camera. That's called Catch and Release. It was a film done in one take, one shot, so yeah, really excited about that, because normally I've been doing narration rather than being in front of camera. With Radea, he actually, all his animations before were all done by himself, no funding whatsoever, etc. But he's got his first lot of funding for an animation, so he'll be working on that over the next 6-7 months. He got $50,000 from Screen West in Western Australia. And so hopefully, Andrew, next year we'll send you an animation called Bird Drone. Yeah.
Awesome. We'll look forward to it.
Yeah, it's about a seagull falling in love with the drone.
Others with future projects in the pipeline?
I'm currently writing a script right now that is set to be filmed over summer. So just kind of in pre-production phases of that. So maybe next year I'll be back here. So thank you for the opportunity to be here and for putting this festival together. It's really been a great experience.
Yeah, let me go ahead and jump in on that and again say yes. Thanks, Andrew, for putting this together. This has actually been very cool. Yeah, for me, I'm not done with Little Wolf. I'm gonna, there are plenty more stories to be told, and I have the assets now, and it's and I have a larger network now, so it's just like, the sky's the limit at this point. So,
are you trying to shop it around to anyone, or as it to develop to a series?
Yeah. It's tricky right now because I was actually planning, when I was doing the film festival run, to be like, yes, and I'll, book my flights and I'll go and I'll meet these people and I'll hobnob and, oh, wait, no, that's not happening. So a bit of a wrench in the gears, but yeah, I'll figure something out. I'll figure out a way forward.
Yeah, and jumping in on what Jesse said, Andrew, I just want to thank you so much for putting this festival together. And it's really great to see Cece, Connor, Karina, and Muhammad again. And like with Little Wolf, this is not the end of Jackie. I have a couple of projects that, aside from the director's cut of Harra and the Donkey, there are at least a couple of projects that I'm thinking about that will feature Jackie. So yeah, this is not the end of Jackie.
Yeah, thanks. My son has spoken about you over the years, so I know your name well. I've heard it many times, and I do thank you for giving him these opportunities over the years. This is the end of Painting by Numbers, though it's not turning into a series.
All right. I do want to mention this too, that we did have a sync issue with the sound for Harra and the Donkey. So if it looked out of sync to you, that is not the fault of the filmmaker. That is my fault. So we converted things onto a single timeline, and it's Premiere's fault. It's really not mine. I put it on there right, but Premiere didn't do its job. But what else is new? You guys probably know that too, far too well, that Premiere will give you frustration. So we apologize for the sync issue with his film. So that was not the fault of the filmmaker.
And if anybody is interested in seeing the film in full sync, let me know and I can send you a private screener link.
Awesome. We will try to wrap things up here in a moment. We still have a few minutes, though. What is something that hasn't been said yet that someone would like to share, either a story related to the production or something they really want to tell the people watching from home?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to my family and my friends who are watching, and thank you to my actor, Ryan, who came in really prepared for this role, and to my crew, Katie and Sam, and everyone else who helped out, my professors and the University of Georgia. So thank you.
And I just want to say thanks to you, Andrew, again, for putting this festival together. And I also want to thank Cece, Connor, Karina, and Muhammad, as he appears to have left the chat. But so I want to thank all of you guys for sticking by me and seeing this film through to the end, even when things got really bad. And so I greatly appreciate it. So thanks, y'all.
Yeah, you're welcome. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Would you want to go?
You go ahead.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to say thanks to everyone who was watching, of my family too. This was really personal to my family, and only family members had seen it so far. So to have people who also aren't my family see it means a whole lot. And also, you just finished a music video too recently. I was not a part of it. He just finished editing and just posted. Do you want to?
Yeah.
Talk about that really quick.
I don't know. It's just with a folk punk band, Griffin Energy, Turtle Teal. Long name. My Instagram is Shot by Statics. Go check it out. It'll be cool.
Yeah.
But thank you guys for having us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, this is an amazing opportunity. It means a whole lot. It's my first festival, first everything. So this is really great.
Just wanted to say thank you to co-producer Matt Hearn, who's on the other side of Australia in Sydney, and also to a musician by the name of Steve Boddy, who mentored my son in parts of the music and sound design for the film. And so that is the first time he collaborated with someone to create the soundtrack, and they both created that together. So thank you, Steve and Matt.
Is there any social media contact info that anybody wants to give out to follow for future work that you might be creating? Any Twitter or Instagram handles, anything like that, or websites?
I have my I'm sorry, Connor and Christopher. I want to say my Instagram was Karina Tunes. It's with my name, but I post all my different animations and cartoons in there. So in case anyone wants to follow. And I mean, Christopher, you know all that. So you can always call me if you have any more projects.
Will do, Karina. And in terms of social media, Harra and the Donkey actually has its own website right now. It's www.harraandthedonkey.com. It's all one word. And there you can see behind the scenes photos, courtesy of CC, infos on upcoming screenings and all the nominations and awards we've gotten so far. And I'm also on Instagram. It's at, and this is going to sound a little unusual, so bear with me. It's at Aualga94. It's AUALGA. That's the abbreviations for my father's birthplace, my mom's birthplace, and my birthplace with the number 94. And there I'm uploading Transformers related pictures. And like Cece, I'm also a photographer, but I specialize in toy photography. So if you guys are interested in checking that out, just follow me on Instagram.
All right. We are out of time, so I would encourage any of the filmmakers that want to share handles for Twitter or anything like that. I encourage you to go to the comment section of the Facebook and the YouTube feeds and put that info in to push any contact or website that you would like the people watching at home to know about. I want to thank you guys all for your time, for coming here on a Saturday afternoon, or at least it's a Saturday here in America. I appreciate that. And some of you are here in the wee hours of the morning from other places, so we appreciate that very much. Up next, we have our first narrative short film block with about 45 minutes of short films with a Q&A to follow. We thank you guys very much, and that is starting right now.
The year is 2019, and Julian Villard is days away from his 40th birthday. Born and bred in Manhattan, Julian now lives in Queens with his wife Rachel and daughter Cecilia. Outside of a cult following in the Netherlands, Julian's songwriting genius has gone largely unrecognized. His young family, despite being the greatest thing that has ever happened to him, has put increasing pressure on his music career.
I've known weird people, and this guy is super weird. You know, like when you get a text and you're like, oh, someone texted me. You'll get a text, then like 80 more texts. He's basically having a conversation with himself. You know, like that kind of weird.
I'm hoping that, you know, by writing a musical, I'm going to achieve kind of the success maybe I should have achieved. The pop music thing isn't working. I found online that the average Broadway musical takes about $6 or $7 million in 10 years to get to opening night. And I don't have that kind of money, and I really don't have that kind of time. So I've got to find ways, kind of unorthodox ways to write it. I watch my kid during the day, so I've got to work on it while she naps, and also when we're at the playground, just sort of hanging out. And one thing that's helped a lot is that I found a writing partner who actually works on the same schedule as me. It's actually another dad that I met hanging out at the playground, and we work on the show together.
We work really well together because, one, we do a lot in the park, and then we use like Google Docs, or we use like email, or we use like instant messenger, or we use like texting to like write to each other like ideas.
I guess what Mark is trying to say is that we
we use whatever means necessary to write the musical.
Yeah.
Various platforms.
Yeah, and paper.
It just seemed that a musical was the most logical way to try and tell the kind of stories that I want to tell, or the stories that I'm interested in. Fatherhood and career frustration and, I guess, general existential dread.
It's weird. It's a weird show because it's constantly about his life, and I don't know if that's interesting. Like, what's interesting to me is like ninjas, right? Or like dwarves with swords. That kind of thing is interesting to me.
I can't believe you're pregnant again. Didn't think life could get better, and then God blessed us twice. Jesus Christ, amen. I can't believe you're pregnant again. I'm not crying, these are tears of joy. Don't matter to me if it's a girl or a boy. The apartment's a mess, nothing left to destroy. I can't believe you're pregnant again. What do you think?
Yeah, it's good.
Do you think it's, I don't know, do you feel like it's maybe too specific or like too...
No, it's great. It's perfect.
You don't seem enthusiastic about it.
I'm just trying to think of where it fits in. Cause
it fits in. It's after...
You said fight song and I was thinking ninjas, so I thought it was a song about ninjas.
Why would you be thinking ninjas? I'm talking about a fight between a man and a woman, like a husband and wife.
Alright, well then this changes what I wrote then.
You wrote a scene with ninjas?
Yeah, you fighting two ninjas.
I mean, I lived in New York City my whole life, and I've never seen a ninja on the streets of New York.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, but that's not real, Mark.
What?
Like, my wife thinks that I'm going to like a job every day, but unfortunately it's just with Julian and we're not getting paid. So it would be great if like we got a check from a Broadway producer or something soon, because that would be super helpful. Overall, it's been a great experience, but I think, the money thing, he's more concerned about it being a great piece of art. I'm more concerned about where's the check, you know? I would love a check or a direct deposit or any sort of Venmo or PayPal situation where that showed up in my bank account and I was like, oh, I felt good for the first time, because I think, unfortunately, a lot of my self-worth is tied up in how much money I make, and it would feel good that way.
I wouldn't say that I'm the biggest fan of musicals, but I'm a big fan of the songs that come from musicals, and I definitely hold Stephen Sondheim up there as kind of one of my main influences, along with Bob Dylan or Randy Newman. And
wait, Stephen Sondheim, the director of Jaws?
No, that's Steven Spielberg. A lot of what Mark sort of knows as musicals are kind of musicals that have been adapted from movies.
Yeah.
Which is
Rocky the musical, Clueless the musical.
He's not the most collaborative person, like in terms of, like, if I give an idea, he might shoot it down or say it's dumb or like, I don't want to do that.
You know what you can do? Like, if they don't sell a lot of tickets, if you go at intermission and sneak in, you could see the second half of a lot of shows.
That's cool, but you know, the idea is we're trying to write like a full 1-act, 2-act, 3-act thing.
Well, I watched the movie up until the point there's intermission at the musical.
Yeah, but they're two different. You can't.
You know, I have it on my iPhone, and then I'm watching the movie, and then I'm at the stage door, and I hear, like, when that sort of wraps up toward the movie, and then I turn that off, and then I sort of sneak out the rest of the clown.
Dude, that's. I think when I started out writing songs, it was just kind of a way to get something out. I started doing it so much and it became an obsession. It just seemed like the logical progression was to try and, you know, be a rock star. It's funny, I look back at everything now and I see a lot more clarity. You know, I signed a record deal, so it all felt very real. But now looking back at it, I see that I'd sort of basically gotten to, you know, level 1 of the pyramid. And now knowing what I know, it's like I've seen the man behind the curtain in Oz, and I realized I wasn't that close at all.
So that's, I mean, he comes from a place of privilege. And when I mean privilege, I mean, he had to choose whether to go to Zabar's or Tall Bagels. That was the level of decision-making he had to make growing up. But, you know, this guy, I don't know. Some people would have figured out how to live by now, but I guess I'm really talking about myself. We're in the same spot.
Didn't think life could get better, and then God blessed us twice. Jesus Christ, amen. I can't believe you're pregnant again.
So during the day, I work like I'm a freelance copywriter, so I do a lot of like stuff for like Milano Cookies or Pepperidge Farm, and but you know, my dream for us is that in 2020 or 2021 we're on Broadway.
And I've tried to explain to Mark that it's, I mean, that's where I think we should be, but it's an expensive proposition. So
I think a producer has come aboard and he's given us money, and we're in the Neil Simon Theater. Steve Martin is there.
I have a lot of respect for the craft of musical theater, and I just, I think it's not just about, I've learned over my years of writing songs, you can't just like take someone's money and run, that's not.
I would like to turn, another dream of mine is that this turns a profit, so like we could both quit our jobs.
Yeah, well, first of all, yeah, what jobs? Most people, when they meet me on a gig, they presume that I play my own songs for a living, but that's actually not the case. You can't really afford a middle-class life in New York City just playing your own music unless you are an actual rock star, which I am not. Instead, I play cover music for a living, and specifically a specific genre of cover music, and which is dictated by the instrument I play and the way that I look. And that genre is called not Billy Joel. When you're in New York, there's Billy Joel, who can do once a month at Madison Square Garden, and then there's not Billy Joel, which is what I do, and I play at a piano bar that's literally 5 blocks away from the Garden. I play live piano karaoke. That's kind of one of my main gigs, and what that means is that any stranger off the street can walk in the bar, take a look at my list, and sing whatever song they want, and I have to back them up. And that also means not only do I have to play for them, I usually have to end up singing the song for them because they'll forget all the words. And most times the songs they want to sing when they come to this place are Billy Joel songs. And as you can imagine, someone who is basic enough to get wasted and come into a bar and sit down with a professional musician and have the balls to boss me around and tell me what to do, they don't want to sing the obscure Billy Joel songs. They don't want to sing Allentown or All for Lena or Where's the Orchestra. They want to sing Piano Man. So I'm subjected on a nightly basis to people making me play Piano Man and sing Piano Man for them, which is a kind of existential trap, because I don't think people realize this, that when you sing Piano Man and you're playing the piano at a piano bar, you actually become the Piano Man. In this musical, there's a moment where I talk about that, and I actually wrote a song that is based on Piano Man, and it's called Please Don't Make Me Play Piano Man.
Please don't make me play Piano Man, 'cause I've already played it 5 times tonight. I don't expect you to understand, but my hands are too sore and my heart is too tired to put up a fight.
I want to believe that this is going to work out, because it's really the only thing. If it doesn't work out, I don't know what else I would do. And I feel like he's in the same spot. Like, this is the last probably time that I'll have the opportunity to do this, especially with him having, another kid and things like that. Like, I don't know when else we'll have this time. So it's got to work out, and hopefully I can make it work out. But again, he's a super weird guy. Super weird.
So here I am. It's 2021. It's been a little over a year since the musical debuted at Joe's Pub in New York City in February of 2020. There were some investors circling, and there was a global pandemic. I had to leave New York. I'm presently in a basement in St. Louis, and I haven't performed the musical or at a piano bar in a year. Mark and I aren't talking anymore. Right around when the pandemic hit, he sent me an invoice through PayPal for $18,000 for his time. He billed me hourly, but I'm continuing to perform, which is really exciting. I have become a full live streamer. I mean, you can look at this setup. It's great. I've got a camera and a light and a microphone and a keyboard, and I go on the internet, and I take requests from people like a piano bar, but virtually. So I, play Billy Joel songs on the internet. But, I don't have to deal with the drunks anymore, so I don't mind playing the Billy Joel tunes. It's kind of nice. I still hope that the show is going to be able to make it to Broadway. It's a little trickier now that I live 1,000 miles from
Broadway. But I think when everything reopens, I feel really positive that the message of the show is still going to resonate. And hopefully, when my piano bar reopens, I can have my old job back. Never been a person you could call content. You can't get $1 out of 50 cents. Spend my youth preparing for the worst. The best is yet to come. I'm getting reimbursed. Baby, I know it took some time, but I'm about to hit my prime. I feel like life has just begun. I'm half done. Been a mean lover and a lousy friend. Interrupted every sentence before the end. A spoiled little boy since the day we met. But I haven't gone bad, don't get rid of me yet. Baby, I'm worth a second look. Just like a steak that's undercut. I'm like a burger without a bun. I'm half done.
Hey, Kim. I shot a 92. Not bad, huh?
What are you talking about, Ty? We've only shot 9 holes.
You know what else is bad? How you drive this cart.
Well, if you don't like my driving, maybe you should win a hole. That's our deal.
Oh, come on. You hit a couple lucky shots. Besides, I forgot my glove. And now I have fat blisters.
Sounds like fat excuses to me.
All right, let's settle this. Closest to the pin. If I win, I drive the cart.
And if I win?
Don't worry, sweetheart. You won't.
But if I do, does that mean we get a...
No, we don't. Don't say it.
A dog?
No, no dog. No chance. I mean, it's completely not even the same.
Come on. I'll even let you take a mulligan on my every shot.
No dog. Mm-mm.
Come on, it's only fair since I'm twice as good as you are.
Fine. It's a deal. You up first.
Woof woof. Sounds like we're getting a dog.
No, we're not. Watch and learn.
That's a putter, doofus.
I know.
And that's a driver. You're gonna kill someone.
I don't care. Gilligan. That's my Gilligan.
You mean mulligan?
Whatever. I'm hitting again.
Where'd you get that from?
Borrowed it from some mini golf course.
Okay, well, can you just hurry up? Because the animal shelter closes at 6.
Woo!
I don't see it.
Well, that felt good. Ooh, what was that?
A house? A tree? Someone's only child?
Drive. Go, 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 go.
Look, 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 look. Here's mine. But I don't see your mini golf ball.
But it felt good.
Did you even check the hole?
Why bother?
So, does this mean you concede?
I concede.
Yay!
You win.
Yay!
Once again.
Okay, you can drive. I just want the dog.
Yes.
So I've been doing some thinking. I have a great name picked out. Do you want to hear it?
Sure.
Greenie. Get it?
No.
Oh my God, let's just go.
Well, well, well. Look who's late to the party again.
Starla!
Evening, Bo. See, you're late as usual.
Actually, I'm not late. Still have 3 minutes.
Technically, but you know what the boss always says.
Remember, everyone, 5 minutes early is right on time.
Well, he wasn't specifically talking about me.
Yeah, he was.
I'm talking about you, Bo, specifically. If your habitual tardiness goes unchecked, I will rain upon you retribution of such magnitude that your head will spin.
Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. And you know, if I'm thinking about this correctly, if I'm late, that means you're late too.
Are you kidding me? I'm up for head nurse. I'm not taking any chances of getting on Dwayne's bad side. I got here 30 minutes ago.
So, you went inside, then you came back outside, just waited, in the freezing rain, for me, like a weirdo.
No.
Okay, well, as long as you think you have the advantage.
Hang on, you don't actually think that you stand a chance of leapfrogging me for a promotion, do you?
No, of course not. And for that, I would need some sort of, secret weapon, you know, like hypothetically 2 sold-out concert tickets to Dwayne's single most favorite musical superstar of all time.
No.
Dolly Parton?
Wait, what happened to Dolly Parton? Is she dead too?
What? No. He just missed out on Dolly Parton tickets. He's always wanted to see her live, but I wouldn't be surprised if she did die.
You fools. Dolly will outlive us all.
Oh, hey, no disrespect. I just didn't know you were such a big fan.
How can he not like Dolly Parton? She's both funny and poignant at the same time. 9 to 5 is the anthem of the common working man.
There's no way you could afford those tickets. I know you're in debt.
Crippling! Dead now, and it was totally worth it. I'll never have to clean another bedpan again.
And you're just gonna sweep in here last minute and cheat?
How did I cheat?
Of course, Dwayne. You can have these tickets. They magically appeared out of thin air.
I think that creative problem solving and lateral thinking are valuable skills in the workplace.
I can't tell if you're doing this just to spite me or not.
Okay, as if you don't constantly suck up to Dwayne. And you know what, Starla? You're such a pro at it. Why don't you go ahead and kiss the darkest part of my white Christmas?
Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas, boss!
Look, he's late, as usual, not like me.
All right, everyone, I think we all know how the game is played. You pick a number, you pick a present from the unopened pile, or steal one from someone else. So, let's fork over those presents. Having trouble finding your gift, or did you even bring one?
I brought a gift.
Let me guess. $5 gift card to Chick-fil-A.
Okay, I would never bring a
$5 gift card to Subway.
Maybe. Nope. Stupid in one pocket. There you go.
Why is it an envelope? Looks like a gift card. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
Hey, Bo, gift.
Oh, are you holding this up yet again?
Well, sir.
Do you need something?
Oh, no, sir. I just got you a little something.
Well, thank you, Bo.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, too. Now, what do we have here?
No, what?
$5 gift card to Subway.
Yeah, no,
what a sufficient gift. Thank you, Bo.
You're welcome.
Time to pick a number.
What number did you get?
10.
Lucky you. I got 2.
Yeah. Some people have all the luck.
Okay, who's number 1? Number 2? Number 3? Okay, who's number 4? Number 5? All right, who's number 6? Number 7? All right, who has number 8? Okay, who has number 9? Okay, number 10. Who has number 10?
Me. I do.
You don't want to steal?
Nope.
Starla got a waffle iron.
Cutting gluten.
Eric got a DVD player.
Don't like movies.
Want to open the envelope then, champ?
Just a $5 gift card to Subway.
Amazing. Starla, it's your turn again.
Wait, what? No. Why does she get to go again?
She has number 1. Number 1 can trade with whoever they want at the end of the game.
No. Starla.
Hand it over. Here's your gift.
Dear God.
Come on, you're being a sore loser. What was your plan in there? To hide how lame your gift was compared to everybody else's?
Okay, you stole from me.
Yeah, it's dirty Santa, not sanitized Santa.
Well, cut the crap. Alright, you swapped the envelopes when you fell into me.
What? These are the tickets?
Don't act surprised. You're the one who put them there.
No, I didn't.
Okay, no, save it. Alright, you accuse me of cheating, then you throw yourself into me to cheat my supposed cheating.
What?
I know! You're the one who's smart. You're the one that Dwayne actually likes, and you're probably gonna get promoted anyways. But I saw an opportunity and I took it. You know, you're so desperate to be.
How about you shut up, okay? I didn't steal your tickets. What? I swapped them in the 2 seconds it took for me to fall? Am I Catwoman? Besides, did you ever stop to consider that it could be your own fault? Why would I do something that stupid just for the point of beating you? I mean, I only feed into this whole competition thing between us because it's fun, flirty. I thought I liked you.
You like me?
I thought I did. But I guess you didn't have quite enough creative problem solving or lateral thinking to think that one through, did you? Happy New Year, prick.
I did not know she had a mouth like that. What you got? More gift cards?
Sova! Wait.
I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah. 100% get that, but... Sorry.
Apologies late, as always.
Just hear me out, okay?
Did Dwayne like the tickets?
Yeah. Loved them. Started dancing around like a little girl singing Hard Candy Christmas. That's what I wish would have happened. I didn't give him the tickets.
Why not?
Because you were right. I cheated and it's not fair to you, so my bad.
Definitely was your bad.
But now I have these very, very expensive Dolly Parton tickets and I need someone to go with me.
Are you asking me out?
Yeah, it's a general idea.
I don't know if I want to date the guy who cleans the bedpans.
I threw in a $5 gift card to Subway.
Now you've got my interest.
There we go. Let's get out of this rain.
All right.
Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas to you.
What number did you get?
So you like Dolly Parton?
All right, cut.
Yeah.
Nice.
Is it on?
Yep. Let me know if you need anything, honey, okay?
Thank you. The name's Sophie. Guess you can tell. I'm blind. The light's on in here. I can just tell. It's my safety, my solace. Actually, it just helps with the PTSD of having lost my sight. Losing my sight to diabetes. You know, I used to wake up all the time from these nightmares I had of being lost in some pure, utter darkness. But Daddy would be there to rescue me. You know, make everything better. He'd say, no matter what, the darkness is temporary. It's not here to stay. The light will always come back to you, no matter what you're going through. And then I would thank him for being my light until he passed away last week. I stay with my aunt now. I miss him. I do, but I'm learning to be more independent every day, to be stronger. I guess that's where this video comes in. I'm taping this as a message of hope. Hope and perseverance to anyone and everyone out there who struggles with having lost their own light in the dark. You know, the thing is, we may have lost one light in our lives, but that doesn't mean we can't create our own light to fight our darkness now. My sight may be gone, and I may still have those nightmares, but I wake up each and every day ready to fight again. Look, I don't know what the future holds for me, You know, every day is an adventure with this. Oh my gosh, let me tell you. Point is, we create our own light in the dark. Every day, just by being us, by being overcomers, survivors, fighters. Each one of us, deep down, has the gift of overcoming our dark and making something beautiful out of the light. It is my sincerest hope that you never lose hope and you keep pushing forward. You got this. You are incredible, you are amazing, and you are loved. Okay, well, tonight I'm turning off the light to finally rest peacefully in the dark since Daddy died. I know in my heart that I can do this no matter what fears try to get at me. I just hope that you too can rest peacefully tonight. Don't be afraid of the dark. Fight it with all your heart and with all your soul.
Can I sit? Thanks. So, I'm Fern. Sorry. I know, that was. I'm weird. Waiting for your parents too? Tough day. Yeah, me too. Actually, if I'm being honest, this day has sucked. This place is nothing like my other school. I miss my friends. Actually, I miss my teachers too. If you can believe it, I miss everything. The food. I miss not even wearing a mask. I mean, it's hard enough getting people to like me when they can see both halves of my face. We should all carry like a picture of ourselves, like they did in the olden days, like in a locket or something. Then we could show each other what we look like. Then we could. It's always hard when we move, but never this hard. I saw you crying. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to embarrass you. I thought you looked like maybe you needed a friend. And well, me too. You know, you don't talk much. But I like that. Wanna be friends? Wait. I'm Fern.
See you tomorrow.
What do we do, Henry?
I don't know. Guess we have to figure out how to make it rain.
We just gotta help.
I know.
The clouds are empty. The ground is dry. But still, we grow. future is missing, the past is lost, but still we grow. A family sustains, love knows no drought. Of course, we grow.
All right, and welcome everyone to our Q&A session for Narrative Block 1. We've got filmmakers here from several different films. We'll go through and let each one of them introduce themselves and remind us, the audience, tell the viewers at home which film was theirs. And we are taking questions through the comment section of YouTube and Facebook. Just post your question and I'll relay it. So go ahead, Steve, you can go first.
I'm Steve Narangis. I was the director and editor of the making of Please Don't Make Me Play Piano Man.
All right. And Clifton Drew, can you?
My name is Clifton Drew. I was the director, editor of First Day of School.
Christopher?
My name is Christopher Seance. I was the writer and producer for Fighting the Dark.
And Aaron, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, Aaron Osborne, DP editor for Fighting the Dark. Christopher is actually director on that. That's my fault in the credits.
That's all right. That's all right. So let's talk about the origins of each of these films, and coming up with the initial idea and the project, if it evolved any over time. And we'll start with the film that kicked off this block, the mockumentary, I guess you could say. Please Don't Make Me Play Piano Man. Steve, tell us about the origins of that project.
Happy to. And first, thanks for selecting the film, and thanks for producing the festival in such a tough situation. We really appreciate being here. But the film did evolve quite a bit over the years. I had just gotten done working on another music documentary, and I had known Julian Villard for several years. I met him randomly, walked into a bar and he was playing, and I thought he was great. So we struck up a conversation and kept in touch over the years. And I was just interested in doing a profile of a working musician and how times are changing for musicians in terms of how they make their money, how music's distributed, how touring has changed, and so forth. And he liked that idea, but he was getting ready to have his first kid, so it got pushed a few years while he was dealing with that. And then he came back and said, "Hey, I want to talk about some of these subjects about how my life has changed, but I don't want to do it directly because it would feel strange. So I'm going to do it in the framework of a failed musical." So that's what we did. So it was very, very different from the original concept, but I'm happy with how it turned out.
Awesome. Clifton, tell us about the origins of your project.
Yeah, so last year was my final year at Asbury at doing the BA for film, and I was sitting and directing, and it was the first or second class, and the professor walked in and was like, "Well, here's a big packet of COVID regulations and stuff you have to deal with as far as, workarounds." And I immediately thought to myself, well, there goes that idea. So, because it just was going to be too complex and too hard. And So I came up with this idea of like these kids in school just trying to deal with going back to school and dealing with the mask. And I wanted to have something that had some unity and this happy feel at the end. So I was like, I went up to a friend of mine who was also in the class, he's a screenwriter. And I said, hey, here's my idea. And he came back with a script. And I was like, that's exactly what I wanted. And I thought, hey, this is going to be easy. And so I was like, my kids are going to act in it. So those are both of my kids. And I was like, in the process of it, I realized my daughter doesn't know sign language. So I went to Facebook and I was like, hey, does anybody know anybody that can teach my kid, sign language? And Chelsea Ruffner, the girl that played the mom, she is an ASL student at EKU. And she was like, yeah, I'll teach her. And then halfway through it, I started thinking, well, if she's not here the day that I film, how am I going to know that what my daughter does in sign language is correct? So that kind of led to, hey, Chelsea, you want to play the mom? And she was like, sure. And I was like, great, you're going to be like an on-set liaison. So we would film those scenes, and then she would go back and look at it on the external monitor to make sure that my daughter was actually interpreting what she was supposed to. So it was great. As a creator, it really evolved into, even the most simplistic ideas have a lot of working mechanics to it. And one of the things that I talked to Chelsea about was I didn't want the deaf community to be a prop in this film. And I also wanted to make sure that we did everything we could to make it feel like if somebody that was deaf, that if they watched it, that they felt like this was a good representation of what they went through as a child, and also that this film was made for them as well. So it actually went from something that I thought was going to be super easy to something that had so many working parts. But it was fun, and it was a good learning experience for me, my children, and the rest of the cast and crew. So
thank you, Clifton. Fighting the Dark, the two filmmakers we have here representing that film. Tell us about the origins of that story.
Well, I try to produce films mainly about awareness topics such as abuse awareness, mental illness awareness, bullying awareness. And I myself have schizophrenia. So I can understand what it means to come from a mental illness standpoint to try to relay those kind of subjects to an audience. Mm-hmm. So for this film specifically, I had thought of representing the blind community through a film, and being able to not only do that, but to tell a story of hope, because there are a lot of dark movies out there, and I wanted to do something that showed her strength, showed her immense perseverance through what she was going through, the actress, and being able to say, not only am I struggling, but I'm an overcomer. I am a survivor, and you can be too. You don't have to suffer alone in the darkness. And so that's basically where that idea came from. Just something to try to lift people up, basically.
Let's talk about some challenges that people encountered in the production of their work and how they overcome those challenges. Aaron, can you discuss any that you guys encountered in your production?
Well, so for me, Chris writes quite a few of these little stories that we've, as you saw with that one, that are monologues. And a part of that is just to make our job easier on the production side of things. It can be a challenge pulling people together to help us do things, grips, just crew or whatever, and finding locations to do these different things. And Chris, he lives in Bowling Green, and I'm up in Lexington, which we shot it just north of Lexington. And so we were telecommuting him being able to direct. I pulled him up on my phone, just kind of had it stuck next to the camera there while she was going ahead and rolling through the performances. And that's just some of the technical stuff that we had to overcome working on it. Is there anything more specific you have?
No, that's fine. Others on the call, a story that you might have, something you had to overcome that you had to deal with?
Sure. COVID happened. So our first day of filming was in December of 2019 in Queens. So that was also our last day of filming. Outside of there's some filming in the studio that had been done a few months before, but we were planning on doing a few more days of shooting, and that was out of the question. Between New York shutting down and Julian and his wife, she was 8 months pregnant on the day of that shoot, so she had a kid right afterwards. So time was just out the window. And then he did literally, after growing up and spending his entire life in New York City, he actually moved to St. Louis. That's true. So the rest of it we just had to talk through and do over the internet. So that was a challenge that I'm sure many people probably on this call and all through filmmaking have had to deal with.
So, Steve, did you have a second unit or anything like that? Kind of do some filming in St. Louis for you to wrap the film up, or can you talk about that?
He did it himself. So when at the end of the film, if you watched it, he's talking about how he's working on his own live stream stuff. He's moved from being a live performing musician to primarily on Patreon, so you can pay a monthly fee and he'll do exclusive content and so forth. So he's got a nice bit of gear set up in his basement, so he was able to just do that. But it's funny, we were gonna do a screening. I own a movie theater. We were gonna do a screening at the theater, and it's so hard to pin him down on time that it was Thursday. We were showing on Saturday, and I said, "Hey, can you film this last scene for me, please?" And he's like, "Can I do that Monday? Because I'm pretty busy." And he was actually writing a song for the Howard Stern show because he does that stuff too. But I'm like, "No, you can't. We got to get this done right now." So I think the only reason we got this done is because we had to set a deadline and say we're screening, so we got to finish this thing. So he did it himself, and then he sent raw video, and I did the edit from there. But it was that was it.
Clifton, you already kind of answered that question with your ordeal that you had encountered, but maybe you could talk a little bit about your hope for this film in terms of maybe raising some awareness with the deaf community. What's your goal if you have one with that? How are you thinking about sharing it with them or getting them to watch it, anything like that?
Yeah, so Chelsea, who I had already mentioned was an ASL student at EKU, she has shared it, and she would take a lot of the ideas that we had, and she would go back and talk to people that she knows, and sign that were deaf, and they would say, hey, I would do this, and that really helped bring the authenticity to it, because a lot of the actions and stuff that we did. So essentially the deaf community was involved in that portion of the film. And post making the film, Chelsea called me one day and told me that a teacher in Ohio, who I guess had 3rd and 4th graders, is actually using the film to do some sort of curriculum around it to help bring some awareness to children. Because it's not typical for a child to meet somebody that's deaf and not feel awkward, because adults are too. So I think that bringing awareness to that will help. And I hope that this film inspires all of us to look beyond what we may consider is different, and just embrace it and do our best to be there for each other. And I hope that this film helps illustrate that we're all going through something, and it's different for everybody, but at the end of the day, if we realize and come together and realize we're in it together, I think it makes it a lot easier. So that's kind of my hope, that it helps bring some unity.
Steve and Aaron, are you guys exploring any kind of other channels to get your film and its message out there? You know, other than the film festival circuit, which obviously you're using. Any other channels that are using this to promote its message?
For us, it's a lot of it's going to be through Julian Villard himself, through his fan base and so forth. So he's going to be distributing directly to his fans.
I'm sorry, I did misspeak. I meant to say, I meant to say Aaron and Christopher. I'm sorry, not Steve. That's my bad. I'm sorry to fight the dark. Yeah, that was my mistake. They changed the order of the participants on the Zoom call depending on who says what. So my mind can't remember who's together.
Well, if I may say so, to Clifton, thank you so very much for raising awareness with your film, and that is just utterly fantastic what you are doing, and I'm just so very proud that you are doing this. So thank you very much, sir, for all your hard work.
You too. Thank you.
And I apologize, Andrew. What was your question?
Oh, it's fine. Basically, are there any particular ways that you hope to get your film and its message out there to reach a wider audience other than the typical film festival circuit? Because of its message, and I think the nature of the work, it might lend itself to some to being used as a promotional tool for the blind community could possibly use it to advocate for them.
Well, right now we have it on YouTube. I took it down because of the festival, but that would be a great idea to be able to promote it to the blind community, and we are certainly thinking about that. Or I am certainly thinking about that anyway. And just anything we can do to help others, basically.
Steve, can you talk a little bit about the mockumentary approach? I know you told us why you chose that, but can you talk a little bit more about your relationship with that style in maybe the past? And was this your first kind of mockumentary, or is this one of many? What was that like?
It was the first mockumentary. The three things I'd worked on previously were straight documentaries, all music related, and actually ties in with this conversation. One was called A Mother's Will that you showed 2 years ago in your festival, which was about a mother who lost her son to suicide, and it was about a rock opera that was written in response to that she starred in.
I remember that.
Yeah. Hey, that's great. That's great. But so I had been working in straight documentary, and again, I think since it was really the evolution of this thing was since I was talking to Julian Villard about a documentary, and then the product that he was going to create was partially real and partially in fantasy. I mean, he's a real person, but the other person, Mark from the Park, that's featured in the film's an improv comedian named Joe that's written for MTV and Impractical Jokers. So it was just this. It was a way for him. I think the seed was planted when we started talking about documentary, but then when he wanted to do something that wasn't really technically about his life exactly, then that's when the mockumentary direction started. And he was really inspired when he started talking about the idea. If you've seen the show Documentary Now, there's an episode about original cast recording of Co-op, which is hilarious if you haven't seen it. But that was sort of where he drew a little bit of the inspiration. It's like, oh yeah, failed musical is a way to really present my life without offending my wife and my children. So that's where that came from. But no, this is the first time doing it, and it was a lot of fun to work in that direction. I'd like to do it again if the right idea presents itself.
Awesome. What was the most positive memory or best story that happened on each of your shoots? What's something fun or interesting that's worth sharing, perhaps? So you might have a story related to that.
Yeah, I actually have two. One is something funny. So I did not really do a location scout that well. I got permission to shoot at the school, and I got over there and I realized that I need to move the bench, and all the benches were bolted to the ground. So I had to call the police department and be like, hey, I'm going to move this bench across the street. So like, don't arrest me. And so I wound up moving the bench across the street. Well, it's like an iron bench. So there's like 4 of us lugging this huge bench across the street to set it where it was. That was just comical. But the best part, like for me, is when we got done, my daughter looked at me, the one that was in the film, and she said, Dad, I want to learn sign language. And, you know, you don't realize the impact of getting into character that it has on somebody. So to see my daughter want to further that, because she's very compassionate, and to see her further that was really inspiring for me, for sure.
That's awesome.
I'm not going to beat that. I had plenty of funny stuff happen, but let's just leave it with that. That's good.
I do have to say that I had a fun time. Well, it is a little bit of trepidation there, but I had a fun time watching Callie put those contact lenses in her eyes to, you know, make herself look blind, because she got there and she's like, I've never put anything in my eyes before. And so it was kind of like, you know, is it going to, you know, irritate her eyes? Is she going to be able to wear them? And so nobody knew how to do it. And so we were all on our phones Googling, like, do you wet it first? How do you touch it? How do you do all this stuff? She finally got one in her eye, and we went to the bathroom mirror. She was looking at herself, but we were like all geeking out, seeing how cool it looked and everything. And she loved it. And so she got the other one in, and it fell into place from there.
I will say that one thing that I am super proud of with the actress, with Callaway Denton, was she spent a lot of time researching blindness, and she even spent time around blind people as well. And before she did her rehearsals with me. So I just wanted to say, you know, congratulations to her performance, because I'm so very proud of her for that. But anyway, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's fine. That's good. Let's talk a little bit about what projects you guys might have been working on now or planning in the future. You know, obviously with everything that's happened this past last year, and then in part this year as well, some of us have had some free time on our hands. Some others have been working harder online to do their job. Have any of you guys been working on any projects during the quarantine, or do you have anything lined up to begin shooting in the future, or anything you've been shooting during the quarantine? What have you guys been working on or developing?
For me, we've been doing more awareness monologues. This past January, we just finished a suicide awareness monologue called "The Promise to Alexis," and it was based off my personal story of having lost someone to suicide years and years ago. And I just hope that, again, like with Fighting the Dark, that these kind of movies that we do might hopefully help someone out there who is struggling and who is hurting, and maybe help give a voice to those who are in need, if at all possible.
Other projects others have worked on?
Yeah, so I'm actually wrapping up can you please turn that off? I'm wrapping up 2 classes next week, and then I start my grad directing class. So I'm going to have to film something for that. So I'm in the midst of trying to find something creatively that fits with what I want to shoot. So I'm in the process of trying to figure that out. So
for me, working on another music documentary. I mentioned before about the interest in how the music business has changed and the direction of the business. And I'm doing a documentary about a club in Baltimore, Maryland called Hammerjacks that closed in the 1990s, and it's reopening. It'll be completely different, of course, but it's sort of memories of what the club meant to the community at the time and what everybody expects to happen when it reopens and how it's going to be different and how the business has changed. So it's got people from, I mean, the current bands are Hailstorm, Godsmack, some of the bands that are involved, and then older bands for, I don't know how old everybody is in the call, but bands like Dokken and Twisted Sister and Skid Row are all interviewed. So that's been a lot of fun. I've been working on it for quite some time, but it was stalled. COVID, again, the club was getting ready to start construction, and then everything stopped, and they have to time this correctly, so they're not opening a music venue in the middle of this. So they just broke ground officially, so they'll open in about a year. So I got a little bit of time to wrap that up because I wanted to end with the club opening.
So some of the viewers watching our stream are students here at the university, and I'm sure some of the viewers are also other independent filmmakers that are interested in the independent film industry and the film festival circuit. What kind of advice would each of you have regarding submitting to film festivals or making the most of them? What kind of experiences have you guys had on the festival circuit? Can you talk a little bit about that and what role that can play and how helpful that can be in some cases?
First of all, don't get discouraged because there will be rejection, but that's the whole point of filmmaking, is to keep learning and to keep growing and to keep submitting to your films. For me, filmfreeway.com has been a huge help in that. Just being able to find the correct kind of festival for your specific genre or type of film is so very important as well, because a lot of film festivals are very specific with what they ask for submissions. But never give up. keep pressing forward and keep submitting.
Yeah, I'd like to piggyback on that too. I've judged for some festivals as well, and you really shouldn't get discouraged, because a lot of times the festival just runs out of space to program, or something is a really good film that just doesn't quite fit in the program, and that doesn't mean it's not a good film, and it doesn't mean you shouldn't keep working on the craft. It's just sometimes it just doesn't work out for one reason or another. But yeah, and I agree. Film Freeway has been great, especially when going back to the other sort of Mother's Will, to be able to really zero in on festivals that are looking for certain types of content is really easy to do with Film Freeway, and easy to do with whatever kind of budget you're working with as well. So yeah, but I agree. Just keep making things and putting them into festivals to see where they land, and try to take notes when people offer those and build from there.
Yeah, and I would kind of piggyback off of both of those and say that don't let the magnitude of the film festival discourage you from submitting your film, because I think you'll be surprised how well your film will do, even in a bigger festival. And don't underestimate yourself, because you put a lot of time in, and I think that as creators we appreciate people that actually take the time to create, because it's something that takes a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of thought. And I know for me, becoming a creator or a film creator has made me appreciate short films more than I did prior to becoming a creator. So.
Yeah, I was going to comment too. The film being just the right fit for a festival does matter a lot. They look at the community they have, the type of audience they have, and some advice I would give too is that if you can get a festival to play your stuff, there's a good chance they'll like your future projects as well. And proof of that is the fact that Clifton is here, and he's shown 2 films at this festival, and I didn't even have any idea we'd programmed 2 of his works until he mentioned it on the Q&A for the first one. And so I didn't even realize we'd programmed 2 of your films. Sometimes we'll do that, especially if the films are different types, like a documentary and a narrative. We're more apt to do that than if somebody sends us for narrative films. And Steve had mentioned, I'd forgotten that he was the filmmaker of a previous film we'd shown, but we've shown Steve's works multiple times now. So, and we do have quite a few repeats, and it's not that those people are given any kind of preference. It's just, we like we like their films. They play well with the people serving as screeners for our festival, and they always get positive responses. So if you do well at one festival, I would recommend continuing to try them every year. Especially with a smaller festival like ours. We remember, we take note, and we're excited to see that name again. Oh, let's see what they have this year. That's awesome. We've got a minute left before we have to get to the next block. Any parting words from anyone about where we can reach out to you and find more about your next projects, like on social media? Any account handles you want to pass out?
For me, I'm on YouTube. You type in my first and last name, Christopher Seance, Siaens. You'll find several of my films there.
Awesome.
VarlaDogwood.com is where you can find out about the films I'm working on. The company name Varla was the first name of the star in Faster Pussycat Kill Kill, and Dogwood is the state tree of Virginia. So those two things. VarlaDogwood.com.
So I just started my production company, Winding Creek Video Productions, in December. So I'm in the process of building the website still. And I'm also on Instagram and YouTube. My Instagram is Clifton A. Drew.
If you want to check me out, I'm on YouTube. It's Ozburg, Ozburg. On YouTube, I've only got a couple of videos on there. I do so much work for other people, like for Chris and other producers, writers. So usually a lot of that stuff ends up, on their channels, their feeds, that sort of thing. But I just got a studio recently, and so I'm hoping that that'll make a difference in me being able to put out some more content that I can start putting on my YouTube channel.
All right. Well, thank you all for being here to take questions on your wonderful films. Up next, we have Narrative Block 2, which has about an hour and a half worth of short films. We have 5 shorts. Most of these are more serious films, but the final one in the block is a more comedic film that we actually moved to that block so that the filmmaker could make the Q&A. So thank you all once again for joining in, and let's start the next block.
A partir de ahora, Carmen, nos veremos solo una vez al mes. Y si necesita algo, llámeme a la hora que sea. Pero bueno, si es estricta con la medicación, no tiene por qué volver a ingresarla.
Doy por bueno todo lo que me ha pasado por haberle conocido, aunque haya sido tan poquito tiempo y al final, pero me quedo con buen recuerdo.
Se lo agradezco.
Y no es que no sienta lo del doctor Bengoechea, que en paz descanse.
Claro, mujer. Lola, Carmen se va.
Adiós, Carmen.
Adiós, enfermera. Adiós, doctor.
Adiós. Estoy a un paso de proponerle terapia a ella también. después de terminar con los pacientes. Hombre, ya que tenemos que compartir consulta a diario. Perdona, ahora te llamo. Buenas. ¿Ha venido a visitar a algún interno? Porque la hora de las visitas ya terminó.
Sí, a Bengoechea, no ha de tardar.
No le han dicho. El doctor Bengoechea falleció. Ahora soy yo el que le sustituye. Soy el doctor Herrero. Lo siento. ¿Y ustedes?
Don Francisco.
Espere. Espere. Episodio de alteración de la percepción que le incapacita para reconocer personas que antes le eran familiares. Tratamiento, evitar el dolor y la ansiedad. ¿Me quiere hacer creer que solo hay esto de un paciente que lleva aquí 20 años?
¿También tiene las láminas que ha pintado?
Por eso no quería que viera a don Francisco. Estaba ocultando la mala praxis de Bengoechea.
Se equivoca.
Ahora el doctor soy yo. Así que incluya a don Francisco en las terapias diarias.
Haga lo que quiera. Aquí todo el mundo respetaba a Bengoechea. A ver si usted es capaz de conseguir lo mismo.
Francisco Hidalgo. Fue vecino del pueblo. No sé cuántos años. Sí, pues todo lo que tengan en el registro. Su dirección, en fin, todo lo que tengan. Muy bien, gracias. Espero noticias. El primer recuerdo que tiene.
Un jardín con árboles frondosos. En medio un estanque con nenúfares y alrededor unos bancos de madera. Y paseando por el jardín, 2 enfermeras.
No tiene ningún recuerdo de su pueblo.
Yo no quiero hablar con usted, no va a ayudarme.
¿A qué tengo que ayudarle?
¿Qué escribe ahí?
¿A qué le ayudaba Bengoechea?
A estar tranquilo.
¿Qué le pone nervioso?
Usted. Yo no recuerdo nada, así que déjeme en paz.
¿Sabe quiénes son estas mujeres?
Sí, todos han sido pacientes.
¿Sabe si durante estos años recibió la visita de alguna otra mujer?
No.
Piénselo bien.
No necesito pensar más. Nunca he recibido ninguna visita.
En todos los retratos de estas mujeres se repiten 2 cosas. Todas llevan una cinta azul en el pelo. Y todas tienen el dedo índice algo levantado. Todas le están señalando.
¿De verdad cree que puede ayudarle?
Este hombre lleva 20 años sufriendo por algo que no consigue recordar. Y aquí tiene la prueba. Le debemos otra oportunidad. Si sigue aquí es porque confía en nosotros. Lleva ahí la medicación de don Francisco, démela.
Pero eso le ayuda a estar tranquilo. Se trata de aliviar su sufrimiento.
En eso estamos de acuerdo. Quiero que haga un retrato. El de una mujer. Pero no puede ser de ninguna de las que haya conocido aquí dentro. Tiene que ser de la mujer que llevaba una cinta azul en el pelo.
¿A qué viene esto?
No tiene por qué terminarlo hoy.
Usted no lo entiende. Yo no puedo terminarlo ahora ni nunca. Olvidé sus caras.
Entonces, hay más de una mujer. Bueno, eso es un avance.
Lo he dicho sin pensar.
Eso también me vale. Inténtelo. Mire, don Francisco, la única forma de aliviar su dolor es enfrentándose a él. Tiene que ser valiente y confiar en mí.
¿Por qué?
Porque quiero ayudarle. Voy a ayudarle, se lo prometo. ¿No cree que se merece un poco de descanso?
Solo había una mujer. Y la otra era una niña.
Voy al ayuntamiento a por la llave. Espere aquí, don Francisco. Don Francisco. Don Francisco. Don Francisco. Aquí ya no vive nadie. No las vamos a encontrar.
Se equivoca. Ahí está. Mi mujer y mi niño. Las abandoné.
Por eso nunca fueron a visitarle.
Ahora tengo que ir a buscarlas. Se lo prometí.
Yo le ayudaré, don Francisco.
Gracias.
Ya me las dará cuando se reúna con ellas. Adelante, don Francisco. Ah, es usted, Lola.
Buenos días. Pensaba que tendría consulta con don Francisco.
Ayer hicimos un gran avance, Lola. ¿Sí? ¿Cómo? Fue poco antes de que lo ingresaran. Don Francisco todavía piensa que su mujer y su hija están vivas. El secretario del ayuntamiento acaba de encontrar en el registro que la niña se mató en la casa, en un accidente al caer por las escaleras. Y que su mujer se suicidó un mes después. Ayer mismo me dijo que tenía intención de ir a buscarlas. Lola, ¿dónde va? ¡Dios mío!
Acaban de instalar un nuevo paciente en la habitación de don Francisco. Han encontrado esto.
Alle Children! Remember all children! Alle Kinder! Wir brauchen
Alina, don't go. No. Stop.
All of you! Wir brauchen alle Kinder!
They're on the first floor. Hide everything.
We'll have to get everything quiet.
This is my last sedative. The rest are the vaccines. It's fine.
No. What are you doing? What's the point of smuggling all these Jewish kids out of the ghetto? They're just gonna burn all the notes on where we hid them.
If the Nazis find these, they'll track each of the kids down by a week. Say 2 weeks, they'll shoot them dead. If we burn the papers, it might be hard to reunite
Hardly
them
will
with
be impossible. What, after the war, you want to explain to their family, sorry, I don't know what I did with your child because I burned all the information. Now hide the rest of the notes in between the blank papers and put them in there.
Fine.
There you go.
There we go. That's a good girl. You're so brave. Good girl.
You're going to take a little nap. Yes, you are. Just a
Elena, you have to take Zofia with you.
What? How the hell am I supposed to take the baby?
We don't have
I can't.
anywhere else. You're the only one who can leave the ghetto with your past. You're the one who's not Jewish, so you have to take her.
But how am I going to do that?
You go through the window.
That's what 3 stories high.
Alina, this is what you do. You smuggle kids you don't even know.
I know
day.
exactly.
So
but I know you, I know Sophia. What if I make a mistake?
You
How
have
can I
to-
live with my son?
you have to take my daughter. You have to take her for me. Please? Please? Because those men, they will put her on the train, okay? They will put her on the train and she'll get killed. Please, Alina. Please call your mother.
Z ostatnich wiadomości wynika, że został wydany nakaz wydalenia wszystkich dzieci z getta poniżej wieku 10 lat. Nakaz dotyczy także niemowląt odseparowanych już od rodziców i deportowanych. Przekaz mówi, że minimum 2000 żydowskich dzieci musi być transportowanych do obozu w Treblince
Alina.
wieczór. Jakikolwiek
Hello, my darling. How are you?
natychmiastową egzekucją.
Good.
Pociągi odchodzą codziennie, nawet 2 razy dziennie. Wiemy, że deportacje żydowskich dzieci bardzo znacznie wzrosły od minionego lata.
So, you want your cherry dress fixed? Okay. No problem. I can sew it up myself or send it to a tailor. Aha. When did you buy it? Aha. 3 months ago. Okay, no problem. Should I send you somebody to pick it up? All right, beautiful. Beautiful. Yes. Yes. Bye. Get your truck ready.
You're getting your sister from the ghetto.
Break my neck and bother his tongues.
They're here. They're on our floor. Here. Hide these somewhere. Rahel, come with me. We may have to stall them.
Put them with the phone. The Nazis are too germophobic to look in there.
Come on.
Jawohl.
Wo sind die Kinder?
Where are the children?
We don't have.
Of course. Search the floor.
Natürlich.
Can you open this door?
He has stomach problems. 2 seconds.
Open this door!
I'm using the bathroom.
Madame, you must open the door!
Sorry, sir, I'm indisposed.
Madame, you must open the door immediately!
Just give me a second, sir. I'm using the bathroom, please. Just one moment.
Mucke, Zigarettenpapier, das ist alles.
Madame, you must open the door immediately or I will shoot it down!
Shut the door.
Gehen Sie weg!
Runter.
You have no decency.
There is no children, sir.
Let's see how many children we've caught at the checkpoints.
You know?
Slow down a bit.
Sorry. Sorry. How old is the baby again?
Barely 3 months.
Have you ever spoken with her?
No.
This checkpoint was not here earlier.
It's fine. It's
I
fine.
can try to turn around.
No. Okay, you have your construction worker pass.
Yes.
Okay, so they'll look at your last name on it, right? My pass has a fake last name. No, it's good. It's good. So we don't act like brother and sister, all right? You're just a dumb boy who picked up a stranger because she asked you for a ride, all right? Okay?
How many Jewish children have you caught so far?
None. Everyone who's passed through here has been a Catholic with a legitimate pass.
Does a pass preclude someone from felonious
No, of
behavior?
course not, sir, but...
So what you're telling me is you received a direct order, as we all have, to seize 2,000 Jewish expendables and get them to the trains by tonight. And in response to that order, you have found a sum total of 0.
Sir,
this is what
not-
you're saying?
Sir, we have not been able to find any children.
Have you even been searching the back seats, the trunks? No?
I understand, sir,
Have
but
you
it's
been
not...
doing the inspections? Have you been inspecting thoroughly or not? It is a simple yes or no question.
Sir, there are no children on this truck.
Shut. Step out. Out. Stand here. Stand here. Don't look at each other. What is a young woman like yourself doing in a construction truck?
I fell to the ground, sir. This boy saw me limping and I asked him for a ride. He was kind enough to oblige.
Spread your arms.
Sir, they look clean.
Have you noticed, officer, that the breasts of the Polish woman seem to have gotten bigger since we arrived in Poland? Take off your brassiere.
Sorry, but I cannot take off my clothes in front.
I never said take off your clothes. Take off your brassiere. Well, I would love to believe we Germans inspire such feminine growth. Unfortunately, it seems that some Poles, especially those of the female persuasion, have simply taken up the hobby of aiding and abetting Jews.
But I'm leaving the ghetto, sir. I'm not going back in.
Then why are they in your brassiere? Why not in your pocket if your conscience is so clear?
I am a nurse. Look, you can see here in my past. The only crime I'm guilty of committing is actually stealing them from my work here in the ghetto to bring them home to my mother. My Polish Catholic mother. She lives on the other side of the wall. She needs this medication and I need to bring it to her right away. Really, sir. My mother needs this medication. She's very ill. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to follow me all the way home to see for yourself. You can understand, with the war happening, why I'd be so eager to bring scarce medication home to my family.
You can get back in the truck. Not you. Let's take a trip to see your sweet, sick little mother, shall we?
To było już w lipcu, kiedy Józef Herman Borthoff i jego towarzysze nakazem formalnym uruchomili wielką deportację.
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
Good, good. How are you, dear?
Good, very good. Listen, I was just wondering if I could borrow that the cherry dress. I'd love to wear it next week at this party.
Oh, not now. Darling, Alina borrowed it, so maybe later.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, whenever Alina gives it back, I'd love to borrow it.
Oh, yes, honey. I will let you know. Actually, I think Alina just got here with that cherry dress. So, let me, I will call you back, okay?
Okay.
Right, sweetie? I'll call you right back.
Okay, bye.
Członków ich rodzin i żony Czerniakowa.
I think Alina just got there with Zofia.
narodu moimi własnymi rękoma. Nie pozostaje mi nic więcej, tylko umrzeć. W innym liście do członków Rady Żydowskiej tłumaczył: już więcej tego nie zniosę. Mój czyn udowodnił, że zrobiłem to, co powiedziałem. Czerniaków został zastąpiony przez Marka.
Radios aren't allowed. Search the place.
Ezeunt Jales.
Sir, I believe they're putting the children on the trains very soon.
Have you ever heard of someone called Heinrich Schliemann?
No, sir.
He was a German archaeologist, born of modest means and limited comforts, except for childhood love, the Odyssey, and the Iliad. By age 8, he decides he will be the man to finally discover the city of Troy. So, he grows up, begins his epic quest, takes a shovel to the earth, and digs. 4 years he digs. A man obsessed. Until he discovers a city. And underneath it, another city. And yet another one beneath that. He digs through all these layers of the cities, getting closer and closer to his goal. Only to realize in the end, he accidentally bypassed the Troy he'd been looking for all along. Some see this as an example of how layered things are, unnuanced. I see it simply the story of a German who failed. I am not that kind of German.
Hello, operator. Please connect me to house number 27.
Sir, there's no sign of anything.
You can hide anything you want, but you can't hide your eyes. And I'm seeing something in your eyes. Pick it up.
Hello?
Yes.
Is Miss Alina there?
Miss Alina is unavailable at the moment. Who may I ask is calling?
I am her tailor. I was simply calling to let her know that her dress with the cherries on it is ready.
Just the tailor. Said some dress with some cherries on it is ready. Bien, bien.
That's where you'll find Betty Boyd. I killed her and I buried her there.
Can I help you? Yeah, hi. My name is Robert, with the Springfield Police. You have a moment to talk? About what? You know anything about the kid that went missing here last month? No, I didn't know her. You mind taking a look at this photo?
Stop!
What do you know about the girl? It wasn't my fault. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. Then why did you run? What did you do?
Hey, can I help you? Hi, yeah, I'm Robert. I'm with the Springfield Police. Nice to meet you. Is it Daniel Dunn? Mm-hmm. Do you have a moment to talk? What about? It's about the kid that went missing around here last month.
Absolutely. Yes, of course. Please, come in. I figured someone would be by sooner or later. I'll let her and her dad hunt here during season.
Do you remember where you were on October the 18th?
Here? Probably. Was a while back.
You know anyone that could confirm that?
No. I don't like it out here by myself. Peaceful. But I hope you find out what happened to that girl. I can't believe how people can be.
How can they be?
Evil. Selfish. People nowadays just tend to care about themselves.
Do you mind if I took a look around the property?
Go ahead. It's beautiful out.
Where's Betty?
What is this, huh? What is this? What does this mean?
Isn't this exhausting, man? Going through all this? Robert, how many ways are you gonna lie to yourself? Nothing's gonna change what you did. Nothing.
Ready? We would come up here every so often to hunt. I was teaching her something, I don't remember what. I set my gun up against a tree. I had one job. I couldn't even protect her from me. I'm the reason she's gone. I buried her because I didn't want anyone to know. I can't lie anymore. Go to the Boyd farm. That's where you'll find Betty Boyd. I killed her and I buried her there. This is her father.
mercies and God of all comfort, we fly unto thee for succor on behalf of thy servant who is now under sentence of condemnation.
Drop the tag, Elmer!
Elmer, I just talked to Mr. Rollins. He gave his argument before the Supreme Court yesterday, and he thinks we may have a shot. And we may get another chance with Governor Underwood. Floyd was able to pull some strings, and he's got a meeting this morning. He's going down there with your brother and a few other folks from the Methodist Church. And our hopes is this is a good chance of getting your sentence commuted.
Commuted? What's that mean?
Oh, well, Elmer, commuted means they don't give you the electric chair. It means that instead they're going to maybe give you a life sentence, which in turn will give us a chance to...
Chance? What do you mean chance? Chance to do what?
Well, to find out who did it.
Mr. Drake, I really appreciate, Mr. Rollins being my attorney and you being the investigator, but I already told you, I've made peace with the Lord. I'm ready to go.
Well, Elmer, you keep saying you didn't do it.
I didn't kill that woman, Mr. Drake. I didn't do it.
Elmer, I'm sorry to interrupt, but your mom is here with your brother and sister.
Pastor, if you don't mind,
Drake,
just give us...
I would like to, I'd like to do this another time. I'd like to spend time with my mom and my family.
Sure.
You sound like you could use some help.
Yeah, I've been making that noise for some while now.
Well, let's take a look. Yeah, you got a lot of problems under here, but right now, you need a new fan belt.
Can you fix it?
Yeah, but it's gonna take me a couple hours.
Yeah. Well, I ain't got that much time. Can you get me to Moundsville?
Probably, if you don't mind the noise. You headed up for the execution? You know, I know that lady was rich and snobby, but she didn't deserve to be beaten to death with a hammer.
Yeah. So what do I owe you?
No charge. Now he's gonna meet old Sparky. You know, the electric chair? Yep, now he's gonna pay.
Good to see you.
Governor.
Herb. Governor. Good to see you. Shirley, haven't seen y'all since the Methodist conference last year. It's good to see you.
So. Governor, this is Tim Bruner, Elmer's brother.
Mr. Bruner, sir.
Governor, as you know, in 12 hours, Tim's brother, Elmer, is scheduled to die in the electric chair.
Well, that's why I thought it would be important that we all make it.
Yes, Governor, and on behalf of the family and myself, we truly thank you for this opportunity for one last plea for Elmer's life. And we don't come asking you to set aside his conviction, but we do ask you to commute his sentence.
Where are you with the courts?
Well, had one last hearing yesterday, and we emphasized that the same state of West Virginia that will kill Elmer Brunner is the same state of West Virginia that arrested him, held him for 4 hours late at night, refused to give him food or water or a lawyer when he asked for one. And during the interrogation, the police promised they'd go easy on him if he'd confess. Well, Governor, he did.
He confessed?
Yes, but he was coerced, clearly. Governor, the man was arrested, indicted, tried, convicted, and sentenced to death, all in 64 days. Hardly time enough to provide or present a defense.
What did the court say?
I haven't heard back from him.
Governor, we'd like you to consider the moral issues. 2 years ago, the Methodist Church came out against capital punishment. Shirley and I are here today with 40 members of our congregation who are out in your waiting room, hoping to plead with you as a good Methodist to stop this killing.
Herb, I am fully aware of the position of the church.
Governor, I just want to say, my brother's done some bad things. He's broken into houses to take stuff, to support our mama, who's blind, and my sister's just a kid, and my brother who, well, he just ain't right. But Elmer wouldn't kill no one.
Governor, there's still plenty of unanswered questions in this case to give you sufficient cause to commute the sentence.
Such as?
Elmer has admitted to a string of burglaries, but he has no history of violence. Why would he kill now? And why would he beat a woman to death with a hammer when he was standing right over top of her holding a shotgun?
Elmer, I got some news. Elmer Floyd called and said that Governor Underwood is considering granting our request for a commuted sentence. But we still have a few questions for you.
I didn't kill that woman.
We believe you, Elmer, but listen, if you didn't, who did? I mean, that's what we got to know. And if you don't know, do you at least have a good guess or maybe a witness who could help?
Mr. Trick, I'd like to eat my burger alone, please. It's gonna get cold.
Okay, Elmer. You can have your lunch. Listen, me and Floyd, we're gonna need some help from you. We're doing all we can, okay?
Guard!
Thank you.
Yeah. When? Tonight? Thank you. Elmer, were you up at the Miller's house tonight?
Who?
John and Ruby Miller's house? Someone broke in and took some jewelry and took some silverware? Well, looky here. Well, were you there or not? Because not only did somebody break in, somebody clobbered Mrs. Miller to death with a clawed end of a hammer, and I think that someone was you.
I didn't kill that woman.
Welcome back. Any news?
Well, the Supreme Court turned us down, and we haven't heard back from the governor's office yet.
Well, maybe you got through to him.
I hope. Anything here?
Floyd, Elmer knows something. Something that can help him. I don't know if he knows who did it, or maybe somebody who can say he didn't do it. Either way, he won't say anything.
Why not?
I don't know. But I was looking through some old burglaries that he committed. Not the murder, different files. Came across a name, Marvin Winland.
Who's he?
The guy that Elmer met in jail. Police suspect that he may have been involved with Elmer as an accomplice or a fence or something.
Check it out.
I will. Found it in some old court transcripts.
Sorry, we're closed.
All right, that's okay. I just need to know how to get to the pen.
Okay, go up to Jefferson Avenue, turn right, go 5 blocks. You can't miss it.
Okay, thanks. Can I leave my car here?
Sure. And where are you from?
Huntington.
Oh, in town for the execution? You know, I don't mind them executing that guy for what he did to that woman, but they don't need to be out front of the pen making a big party out of it. They're testing old Sparky. It uses a lot of electricity. It makes our lights go down. Happens every time. Hey. Did you know the lady that got killed or the guy that did it?
Uh-huh.
Hey, Darla, Counselor, Mr. Drake.
You here for the show?
I'm here to see justice done for Mrs. Miller.
Tom, excuse Bill. We're both a little edgy. We never had one go to the chair.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Tom, I'm gonna have to talk to the papers, and I'd kind of like to get my story straight. In court, which neighbor was it you said called about the Millers?
I did. It was kind of a tip. They said they saw Bruner running from the house, but didn't want to get involved.
Well, who was there when the officers arrived?
Not sure anyone was.
Okay, thanks. Elmer, Governor Underwood's office called. He turned down our request for clemency. He did say if we found anything new, we should let him know. So we're down to one last chance. Elmer, do you know Marvin Winland?
Elmer, if you know this Winland and he can help us, you have to let us know where to find him.
We can get to the governor and stop the execution. Elmer?
Look, I don't want to talk about this anymore. I said it before, I didn't kill that woman. All right, now I've already made peace with my Lord, and I'm ready to go.
But Elmer,
I appreciate all you guys have done for me. I really do. I really appreciate what you two are doing. I really do. But well, I'd like to eat my last meal alone, just me and the pastor, please.
Sure. Come on, let's go.
It's time.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. And give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
I don't know, it's just something just don't feel right.
Look, Elmer, now we got a good thing going. You just get in there and get the stuff.
There was someone inside there. Last time I did, I almost got caught.
Just get the stuff. The jewelry, the gold, the silver. The good stuff. no. Look at me. You look. Now, I told you. I know with that blind of a bad mother, that little girl, and that retard brother of yours lives. You want to keep him alive, you're going to do us the same. Now, we got a good thing going. You ain't quitting now. You hear me?
Just don't hurt him. Okay, just don't hurt him. Just scared if I get caught.
Well, that's easy. You just don't leave any witnesses.
God save your soul.
You know, Floyd, Elmer didn't seem like the type of guy that would beat a person to death.
I know. But maybe he did.
Good afternoon, ladies. Y'all had a good trip, I hope, and y'all received your travel allowance, your very generous per diem. Well, I'm sure you're wondering why I've asked y'all here today. To fulfill your obligations to the estate and receive $50,000 each, you must provide certain services at the funeral. Now, these services shall include, but shall not be restricted to, wailing, gnashing of teeth, rending of clothing, expressions of pain and suffering, etc., etc. You'll find all the details on the sheet provided. Now, I've been asked by the executors of the will to provide examples of your expressions of grief. Could someone start us off? The wailing and gnashing, please, if you don't mind. Anyone? Very nice, ladies. There we go.
Who is it? Who fucking died? Daddy? There ain't enough money in the world to let me crop that piece of shit.
Just one more thing. You will be required to carry the deceased through the streets of his hometown, Lexington, Kentucky, on the night of October 31st. All expenses paid for, of course.
Lipstick, eyes as black as coal. A few short prayers for your loss. I see you in a long black veil. Smudge your lips on my dead white face. Add the cost to the bill. Lots of wailing and a gnashing of teeth. Go ahead, empty the till. Smudge your lips on my dead white face. Will there be women at my funeral? Will you press your sisters to attend? How much do you think they'll want for their time? How much do you think I should spend? Will there be women at my funeral? Buy the girls a few drinks on me. Take them out on a run. Tell them some stories about your good old boy.
Motherfucker, son of a gun.
Get the girls good and drunk on me.
All right. Welcome, viewers at home, to our Narrative Block 2 Q&A. We are delighted to have a variety of cast and crew from the different films that we have just screened. I know we have filmmakers here from representing Agnarisis, Dunn, and Will There Be Women at My Funeral. We may have had some others join in since the roundup that we went over, but we're going to let each of them introduce themselves and talk about how the project started, let their team talk about how the project started, how they got involved. And we're opening up questions on the Facebook and YouTube comment sections. Just post your questions there, and I will direct them to the cast and crew members here that are participating in the Q&A. So let's get started here. Let's, Agnarisis, Arturo, can you talk about that film and how it came into fruition?
Okay, hello. This film is about true stories, inspired in a true story about a painter who is he was living in a little town, and we found the house, and then we wrote the story about what we knew about these people, no? And then I think in this case, the place is very important, no? And then there is a film about these people, about the danger of be in front of the truth, no? Sometimes it's difficult. It's better to live without knowing the truth, because when you know the truth, maybe the consequences are very hard, no? And more or less, this is the story of the film, no?
And I believe you are the sole representation of your film, correct? No one else is here? Okay, all right. Just making sure before we move on. Sometimes people join without me noticing. Filmmakers from Dunn, can you guys talk about the origins of the project and how each of you are involved?
Yeah, hi. My name's Isaac Harrison. I wrote and directed Dunn. And the story really kind of, I started writing it when my wife started reading a book about different worldviews and how different people react to, certain situations. And I thought that would be a really interesting way, or just a really interesting story to tell, if I put a character in this kind of really extreme situation and then, see how he would react. And that's kind of how it kind of started, and it snowballed from there. And then I have John and Dale and Bryce, who are also here. Bryce is my DP, and then John and Dale both were amazing in the film. They were my actors, and Scarlett as well, who's not here, but is John's daughter.
She's here.
Also, oh, she is here. Cool.
We got her.
Well, anyway,
say hi.
Hi.
Here she is. She's here too.
Yes.
Would each of you like to talk about how y'all got involved with Dunn and what the project meant to you?
Yeah, I guess I'll start. My name is Bryce. I was the DP, and Isaac and I have been making films for like close to 10 years. We went to school together in Hong Kong, so we've been kind of DPing and directing each other's stuff for a while now. And so a few months ago, he sent me the script and said he wanted to shoot it, and he had it really planned out well to a T, and it was awesome to come alongside him and shoot that. So yeah, that's how I got involved.
And the other crew member or cast member there?
Yeah, Isaac. I'd worked with Isaac and Bryce on a short film a couple years ago. I had a great experience with them. They're both really talented guys. He shot me the script, and it was very, from an acting standpoint, it's very cerebral and interesting, and kind of got to explore a broad scope. So it was, I just jumped right on it, and getting Dale, who I played against, is a good friend, and he's always a lot of fun to work with. So it's just,
thank you.
Yeah, there's nothing to say no about.
Same with John. I've worked with Bryce and Isaac before on Voices of Blood, and I just really enjoyed working with them. And when they came to me for this one, I was like, sure, whatever you guys need.
Awesome. Now, will there be women at my funeral? The cast and crew can talk about that a little bit and their roles.
Hi, yeah, I'm Neville. I'm the writer director of Will There Be Women at My Funeral, and we've got Vanessa here who played Coralie and Cora May, and Samantha Jean, who was, I mean, just calling her a producer is really not fair, because she did so much production design and costume design. And then Ken, who was my, I guess I call him my AD, but again, you know, as I'm sure all you guys know, it's like you work on a small production, you pretty much do everything, and we, you know, try and mash it into one sort of credit. But yeah, so I mean, I think I'd say about the film, it's my music, it was my band, and so I wrote the music and produced this record, and I wanted to make a video for it, and I was kind of toying with ideas about making some sort of dark, slightly melancholic, dark, black, you know, so gallows humor sort of film, and then I bumped into Samantha Jean at a theater in New York City, because I live in New York City, and Samantha Jean really does tell the story a lot better than me, so I'll let her tell it.
Yeah, so I'm just the type of person that walks into a room and is just a constant networking all the time. So I was working on another play that I had done costumes for, and then met Neville in the box office, and he was talking about this film that he wanted to make, and he said, you know, Southern Gothic, and I was like, well, I live in Kentucky. He was like, you know, Southern Gothic mansion, and I was like, well, we have lots of those, you know, and I think he didn't think that I was serious, and I was like, hey man, if you want to do this in Kentucky, we can totally make it happen. And then we just started pulling people in. Ken is someone that I worked with on different projects. He's always my go-to guy. I was like, hey, want to do this cool project? You know, and he came along, and then we just started just casting and finding all the right people, and everybody was really excited to be a part of it. And we did. We all wore multiple hats and just pulled out a lot of the different creative skills of everybody in the group, and it was a really fun project. So.
Right, and I think I went down and I thought, okay, well, let's see if she's telling the truth about this place. And I went down, I think it was like September, it was about 3-4 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. And we just took some meetings, and then I realized, oh my God, this is going to happen. And we put out an open call for cast and interviewed some people. And I think we were just closing up our open call, and it was on a Friday night. And the place I was renting in Lexington, there was a knock at the door, and Vanessa appeared. And Vanessa's here just to say hello as well. Do you remember that, Vanessa, when you showed up? Like,
I remember that I auditioned for woman number one, and she had no lines. That changed.
That's true. We did actually. We gave Vanessa a lot. We actually wrote for her because she came across so well on tape. So yeah, that's true.
It was so fun. It was so much fun.
And yeah, and actually Vanessa came up with her own name because she didn't want to be called Woman Number One or Angry Woman or whatever she was called in the cast, you know. So she said, "I want to be called Cora May." Yeah.
It was so much fun. It was great. I was super nervous. Auditions, I'm like, if you want me to do something, I'll do it. Auditions are still scary for me. So I was really worried and concerned, but it turned out all right.
Yeah, well, I remember you on set, and you spent the whole morning. I told you, you know, when in terms of your inspiration for these lines, like who's the person you're most angry at? And she said, "Oh, I don't know." And I said, "Well, have you got an ex-boyfriend?" And her face just went sort of scowled. And I said, "Yeah, him. Think about him." And she spent about 3 hours thinking about him. I was like, you know, you could just wait until it's your shot. And by the time she went on, she was furious. She was absolutely furious. She was boiling mad. So it was such a great take.
Thank you. It was a whole lot of fun.
Ken, would you like to share about your experience making the film?
Sure. I have to say I was the bad guy on the set throughout the whole entire thing. I managed to make everyone angry because I'm a stickler, and if you want to make a film, and especially as an AD, you've got to make people hustle, and you have to push people a little bit, and things happen, and you have to keep a level head, and it doesn't matter who's paying you. It's like you've got a job to do, and you have to tell them, you got to push back. You can't just be like, oh, sure, we can do that, because you don't want people to revolt. And people were starting. It was very cold in some of the locations. It was tough shooting, and we had a beautiful house. I can't remember the name of the place. It was in the Riffy House, the Ripley House, the TB Rippy RIPY in Lawrenceburg, and it was a beautiful house, and they were restoring it, and there was no heat, and everybody was dressed up.
Speaking of
summer clothing.
Speaking of difficulties, I'm interested in some of the challenges some of the productions might have had to overcome, and how you kind of rose to the occasion. Isaac, do you guys have a story about maybe a challenge you guys faced with the production?
Yeah, I think one thing that comes to mind is I planned to shoot around a house that was on the property. My in-laws graciously let me use their farm to shoot this, and we had planned it around the house, and it would have been great. But a week or two before we were supposed to start shooting, someone needed to place a camper right next to where most of my shots were, and so I was terrified because all of my shots were ruined. But then I realized that if we could move it a little bit, it would actually make the story a lot better. And so that was just a bit of luck on my part. So yeah, I think that's kind of that's one thing that comes to mind. On top, and then there's all the, coronavirus and all that good stuff.
Yeah, some people may not want to. It's interesting to hear how people have overcome that in various ways, but it's also something sometimes people are tired of talking about. But does anybody have a COVID related story they want to share about how that impacted their production and they had to find ways to work around it? Or were most films filmed pre-COVID?
Ours was before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we shot in December, so this hasn't been made all that long. This is actually the first time we're showing it. And I started writing it in September, and I gave myself a very clear box to set it in. I knew that I wanted as few people on set as possible. I knew I had to shoot it in one day to limit exposure with everyone around. I knew that, so basically we just had to, I wrote it with the coronavirus precautions in mind.
Arturo, did you have any difficulties in your production of Anagnorisis? Did you have any particular stories you'd like to share about that? I think you're muted. You're muted. Okay.
Sorry. Yes, it's to find a date when all of the people can shoot the movie. The actor and the technical team. It was very difficult because always something happened. And then we have to postpone. The shooting, and then the location as well, because we have to find a quiet place, and then we found it. But in this day, there was a football match in the surrounding a football match with boys and children playing. Then we have to change the location because we have some problems with the sound, no. And we had some problems also with color, no. And then we decided to in the post production. The movie in black and white and a mixture of color and black and white is not the original intention, no. But I think it was good, no. Sometimes the difficulties make you to think about a solution, and maybe more creative solution, no. And this is the case. Mm-hmm.
I have some questions for our actors. What are some actors and actresses? What are some things that each of you might have learned from your experience making this particular film? In what ways maybe did you grow, or kind of find a different way of approaching your craft you might not have thought about before?
About the actors.
Yeah.
Oh. No.
Everybody in the shoot.
Everybody. I knew well the actor. It was old friends of mine. No? Yeah. In my case.
Hey, Vanessa, what did you discover about yourself in your performance?
Very good direction, by the way. I've always had a hard time with auditioning, and he helped me so much to get past that. And now it's honestly, I still have a hard time with that, but it's helped me a lot. Like, it helped me really realize the process, and that it didn't have to be so. I'd be really wary of it. I'd always feel like I had to just give that perfect moment, and it wasn't something that you build off of. And I realized it was something more of this is a jumping off point. And so that really helped me. And our whole cast and crew, everybody was super professional, and that helped us. And like Ken said, you might have been a task master a little bit, but it helped us move along. We were very professional. And I think that helped me grow and become a better actor. And Samantha she was not only a costumer, she was a producer, she was an extra, she was doing lots of things in this film. And I think everybody pitched in like it was a team effort. And I think that's what made it a really good film. Nobody thought that they were above anybody. Everybody put in, the work, and everybody tried to take care of each other. And I think that's what makes a good film or a play or anything, when everyone works together. So it was a really nice experience for me.
John, what about you on Done?
I found myself working in a lot of dark drama. I guess it's just kind of a niche I land in a lot. But this piece was probably one of the darkest things I've ever had to do as an actor, just because of the content and what the character goes through. And it was especially personal because of the daughter in the piece that we actually ended up using my real daughter. So it was a very, very personal dig. So I had to break my heart a lot harder than I usually do. And it was kind of once I was really found myself in the zone and in that moment, coming out of it was a lot. It was one of the harder scenes I've ever had to pull myself out of. Because we'd have to go to, shoot the next, because we weren't in sequence at all. Obviously, if you saw the piece, it's very kind of time loop. And trying to pull myself out of that to shoot the next scene. I was still, my eyes were red and swollen, and I had to trying to normalize again was a real challenge.
Samantha, do you have a story you want to tell about your experiences acting in the production?
That was not the original plan for me to be an actress in this film. That ended up, I think towards the end, we had some issues getting enough dancers in the funeral scene. So I just ended up stepping in to play that, and then ended up choreographing the little dance in there as well. I'm just a person who just like works really well under pressure. I'm not good at planning ahead of time, but it's like when we need a solution in the moment, I'm like, okay, what do we need? I can do this right now. And it ended up being really great. I think it was really fun. I'm definitely better in like a leadership role. And I felt like I was able to really motivate the girls and keep them together because it was very, very cold. And we were in dresses, a lot of people having like their arms and legs exposed. And it was horrifically cold. We did the parade on, it was Halloween night. So it's like October 31st, but we've been having some freak Octobers here in Lexington the last couple of years. And I think it was snowing. And like, I had to be that person in the end where, I'm like wrangling these women all together and had to be that person to be like, all right, we got to take our coats off now. And it was just like, it was so hard, but just if trying to inject humor, trying to get people to laugh, making it silly, that was really, I think, the most important part to keep people motivated and try and keep it really fun. So I think as someone who's an actress, but also either a producer or a manager or something like that, you really do have to be willing to step up and be uncomfortable with your actors as well, and just try and keep it fun and lighthearted, because you're asking people to do difficult and uncomfortable things. So that's probably mostly what I learned from this project. So,
Whitley, your experiences acting in Done, and maybe talk about how that compared to some of the other work you've done.
I'm sorry, was that to me?
Yes, yes.
My screen froze up.
That's okay.
Well, it's very easy working with these guys, and I've worked with John a million times, so it's probably one of the most comfortable sets I've ever been on. Of course, when you get a script, the writer writes it. It's his vision. He hands it to the director. He turns it into his vision, and then you turn it over to the actors who want to do whatever they want to do with it. So coming into this, I had it played in my head one way. And then, of course, as soon as you get on set, he's like, hey, this is how I want you to do it. And it's like, oh, okay, not what I was thinking, but to be able to pop it off real quick. And, of course, my character plays it several different ways in there. And then we shot it multiple ways for him to play it. So when I watched it, it was the first time for me because I didn't remember which way we played it. So it was very fun, and I extremely enjoyed it. It was awesome.
Bryce, can you talk a little bit about your work as DP on Done and how you approach shooting the film?
Yeah, like I said before, Isaac is very precise in his filmmaking, and so like I was in charge of camera and everything, but it was really executing his vision that he had really meticulously planned out. Like he had the framing all worked out in his head. He had how he wanted to light the scenes. So there was a few visual choices we made that to differentiate the three layers. Like he experiences the same thing over and over again, but we wanted to find ways to differentiate between the different scenes. So there was one scene where we used a longer lens, and then we used a slightly less long lens, and then a short lens for the same shot to kind of get this feeling of compression as the tension raises in the time loop. And really, I mean, that's just one example of the fun we had. But yeah, Isaac had a vision, and it was awesome to get behind it.
We had a question come in from a YouTube watcher. What was the set of Done like? Any fun moments the crew would like to share?
Me trying to fall with two bad knees.
Yes, thank you.
It was cold. It was super cold, but no, we all laughed a lot. Like I said, Dale and I have been friends for years, and he is one of the best sense of humor of anybody I know. So I mean, there's plenty of jokes and levity, despite the heaviness of the content we were shooting. I think that having somebody like Dale on set, someone shooting something that serious, I think really helps morale. Just because again, the content is just it's not an uplifting film. So I think those laughs and levity was needed. What we joked about, probably not even appropriate to talk about here. But no, we had a lot of fun. We had a blast. It was a great crew. Everybody on the crew was wonderful, and we had a blast. It was a really, really great experience.
Same question for will there be women at my funeral? Any stories the cast and crew filmmaker would like to share?
There's many. I think that Ken talks about being the bad guy, and he really did push us along. I mean, it was I would stand there with BC, the DP, and we go, well, why don't we do it like that? Oh, I tell you what, let's do that. And Ken was like looking at us like, no.
Well, and I also told you to do things like change your lens occasionally. And you don't. I know you like the little prime lens with that one, but you need to have things like, a wide shot and a close up, and maybe something to cut through. So I was really made sure that he had an edit.
We had coverage because of
this is his first film. He didn't go. I don't think you're a musician, Neville.
That's right.
So you didn't go to film school. So he didn't have that. And the DP, they're gonna spend all day on one shot. BC was an incredible director of photography, but people just need to be pushed along. It's not like we had we shot this whole video in one day.
Yeah.
So I mean, it was 40 some odd pickup, or it was 40 some odd setups, or maybe 50 in 2 different locations. It was unbelievable.
There's a question about the parade scene in the film from a YouTuber. Can you talk about how you went about planning that?
I think the whole film really sits on or pivots on this parade, which is such an amazing shot. And people have said to me, it's like, how much did that shot cost? And I was like, nothing. Because what we did, we actually dipped in, went under the fence basically, and joined into the Thriller Parade on the 31st. So the parade was already going, and we just jumped in with our six pallbearers and a funeral, and the coffin, of course.
The coffin was made by the guys that create now Makerspace. So it's made of foam, and so it was really light. One person, you could hold it up above your head and spin it around. So it wasn't heavy, but it looks heavy duty. It looks like a real coffin, but it didn't weigh anything.
Yeah, and although it's clearly not the coffin in the shot where you're dancing around it, but the funny thing was, we gave the plans to Create Now, the guy at Create Now, and said, we need a coffin. Can you make us one? And for some reason, nobody gave him the image of the coffin we were using. And so he just made something, and it was like, oh, it doesn't look anything like it. And
but it worked pretty well.
The coffin we actually got was loaned to us by the funeral home next door to the place in Lawrenceburg where we shoot, because both Kendall Clinton and Robert Miles in the tourism office at Lawrenceburg just what can we do for you? So they got us this coffin, and it was great. It was this beautiful white coffin. So we took our foam coffin and we sprayed it white. And then the night before the shoot, Kendall sent us, the coffin was delivered, and it was black. And we were like, this coffin's black. And he said, yeah, well, we couldn't get you the one that we offered you because they were using it. And I said, what do you mean they were using it? And he said, well, they were using it.
That guy was such a hoot. It is important to note that some of these shots that you're watching, so BC, our DP, was on a skateboard filming. And so the part where you go and they actually go underneath the coffin is my favorite.
That was me. That was the one
Was
shot.
that you?
That was the only shot in the whole entire production that I actually made. I was just lying on the ground and you guys walked. This shot right here.
Yeah.
That was my one. Like, so the
that was
AD
BC
can.
too.
It was great, but he was on a
His name.
skateboard. He was like rolling around on his skateboard and doing, and that was really cool.
Yeah.
But what he was doing on the skateboard was quite impressive, and I do think that the coffins match pretty well, and it is very difficult to get a coffin.
And it looks heavy while we're holding it.
Yeah,
it does. I think you guys did a really nice job.
Yeah, I think they did. The Create No guys, I mean, I said, hey, this coffin turns out that it's going to be black. And so we went down to Home Depot and got a spray gun and went out and in the parking lot and just sprayed the damn thing black. So it was still wet when we delivered it, when we took it down to the parade. It was like, eesh. So,
Real quickly, we have about 3 minutes left. So I wanted 1 minute for each of the films, basically, and the filmmakers to talk about maybe another project coming down the pipeline. We'll start with Arturo. What's the next project you have on your slate?
Yeah. My next project is an adaptation of a play about the women of Charles, the Emperor of Charles I of Spain, fifth of Germany, no? And then it's about the life of these women, historic women, but about the life as well of the actress who play the role, no? And then this is a mixture of past and present, no? And in this time of pandemia, no, is some person who want to play a play in the theater, and then the theater is closed, and then is some situation in their lives, no, confronting with the lives of these women in the past, some centuries in the past, no, it's a play. And I think maybe it's a future, and maybe we will do in September or in October. We are looking for the money.
Thank you, Isaac. 1 minute for the next project you're working on.
Yeah, I'm working on a few little things, but the next big thing I'm working on is actually a project that Bryce is directing. So I'm going to let him talk about it.
Sure, go ahead.
Very shortly.
Yeah, we shot a few scenes for a King Arthur short film in November. That was kind of our first block of shooting, but we have a few more scenes to shoot. Multiple reasons we had to delay it a little bit, but we're shooting that probably in June. So it's kind of an Arthurian short film where Arthur is an old man and he's kind of looking back on his life and deciding what he's going to do. Is he going to keep going, or is his life over? So it was a fun shoot. Dale and John are both going to be involved. Dale was the stunt coordinator. So it's a fun project so far, but we're looking forward to finishing it.
And there is a trailer out for it. If you search for Caliburn short film, I guess.
Caliburn short film.
If you want to
okay.
Thank you, Isaac. Yeah, Caliburn.
Awesome. Neville, 1 minute left here. Next project for you. This was your first film you directed. What's the next one?
Well, I was inspired actually to go back to school, and I'm just finishing up my master's now in integrated media arts at Hunter CUNY in New York, and so I'm actually working on my thesis, which is couldn't be further from this. It's a hybrid documentary using a lot of found footage, and it started during the pandemic, because I couldn't do anything, so I just started, stealing stuff from here and there and shooting a little bit of my own, and so that's hopefully I complete that in September.
Awesome. Okay. Well, we are out of time. I encourage all the filmmakers, though, and all the cast and crew that are here to comment on the stream and leave any links to social media accounts you want us to follow on to see your future work or websites. I do encourage you to do that. I am going to put us on a couple of minute break here to get the award show ready. So I'll transition us out of here. But viewers at home, stay tuned to the live stream. Within a few minutes, we'll be live with our award show. And many of you right here are nominated or are winning an award. Some have been pre-announced. So please join the award show link that was emailed to you if you were a finalist or an award winner earlier today. So thank you very much. And I appreciate you guys joining.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome, viewers, on the live stream for the finale of the 7th Annual UPIKE Film and Media Arts Festival. This is the 7th year of our film festival. This is the 2nd year in a row of a virtual event. Our event usually is in April, late April. And last year we were fortunate enough that we were able to move quickly and pivot to a virtual film festival with live Q&As and a live award show, much like this one. We're following basically the exact same template. And unfortunately, we had to do a virtual one again this year, but it was a success. We didn't even have a live stream taken down, as far as I'm aware, which was something that did happen last year through an automated takedown or something like that on Facebook or YouTube, I think. But we've had a successful year. I want to thank, first and foremost, all the filmmakers and screenwriters that submitted their work to the festival. I want to give an extra special thanks to the people that came here to the award show tonight and those that attended their Q&As earlier today, Friday or Thursday. So thank you guys very much for that. I also want to thank the students of mine in the class that helps me oversee this festival. The majority of them, they work with me and some other volunteers to screen the material. So there's some professors and colleagues and friends of mine that serve as screeners as well. But our class actually watches the films and critiques them, and they rate them too, and they give their input. And we believe it helps them learn to be better filmmakers because they see what others are doing and they learn about what works, what might not work, what it's like to think like a festival juror, right? That can help a lot. And so we thank them. I want to also thank my intern, Adam Cole, who's been assisting with this festival and last year's festival. He went through almost every submission like I did and gave feedback on them to me and the rest of the people in the screening committee. He helped organize and design some of the publications that we've used to promote the festival. And so I thank him very much for that. Okay, so the first slate of awards, we're going to do the UPIKE Awards. And so these were awards that are open to any current UPIKE student. And we give 3 awards out. We give an award for Best Documentary Film, Best Narrative Film, and to the Best Screenplay that was from a UPIKE student. So there are no finalists in the film categories. We're just giving the straight award. And so the first award for Best UPIKE Documentary Film goes to Kelsey Dean, who is here tonight. Kelsey, what would you like to say?
I really appreciate this opportunity. And, with COVID and everything going on, I found it a lot easier to film than I thought it would be, which might not be the case for everybody else, but kind of getting yourself out there and just doing it kind of really helps.
And Kelsey's film, by the way, I forgot the title, it was Heroes Work Here. I forgot to say it. I have it written down. And it was a wonderfully inspirational film about a sewing factory and how the people that worked there provided them a job to kind of overcome some of the struggles that they were dealing with in their lives. It was a very moving, well done film. And I applaud her for doing that film within COVID. We didn't require our students to put themselves at any kind of risk for the films they made, but she was willing to take a calculated risk to tell a powerful story while still maintaining, safe filming habits. So we thank you, Kelsey. Anything else you'd like to say? No? Okay. And so the winners of each award tonight are will receive a digital certificate that they can do what they want to with and publish online and showcase, as well as a $100 gift card, likely to Amazon unless there's an issue and that I encounter with my institution about sending those. And we'll probably get those sent out early next week. And so someone had commented in a Q&A a while back ago, they were at a festival and they said, I've won $50 or $15 and I still hadn't got it. And I was like, well, we'll give you $100 and we'll get it to you. So thank you. So thank you, Kelsey. So next up, we have the award for Best UPIKE Narrative Film. And that award goes to Jax Howie for his film Specs.
Thank you. Thank you for the award. I just want to thank my dad and my little brother because I couldn't have done it without them, and also my whole family because they helped every step of the way. And I want to thank Andrew for being my professor. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Jack's had a really interesting fictional film that kind of gave some Lynchian type vibes, and it was in black and white, and it was there was a lot of ambiguity to it. It was really well made. By far the best senior production film we had, and that was done in fall of 2020. Yeah, the years all run together these days, I tell you. Thank you, Jax. All right, for best UPIKE screenplay, we had 3 finalists here. We had Oscillate by Deanna Egan, Last Exposure by Elijah Purvis, and State Time by Cody Tackett. And the winner is Deanna Egan with Oscillate. And is Deanna here? She may not be here. That's okay. I'll get her award to her. Thank you, Deanna. Okay. Now we get into the non-UPIKE awards, which are what most of you guys are waiting here for. And we're going to start with our screenplay awards. And so the first one we're giving out is for best short screenplay. We had 3 finalists. We had Spinach, Gus, and Wither. And the winner is Wither. Is that screenwriter here with us tonight? They may not be. They missed the reading, I think, by something. They were planning to be here, but they are not here. That's okay. All right. Next up, we have feature screenplay. This award is for the best feature-length screenplay that we received. We had 3 finalists. We had The Coward of Hickory County, Cold Reading, and Blindsided. And the winner of that is Blindsided. Is that screenwriter here? I don't think so. He was here for the table reading late last night. It went into he was in England, and it went into 3 a.m. So he's a real trooper. He's probably passed out from being awake all night for that table reading. All right. Next up, we have the animated film finalists and the winner. We had an excellent block of experimental and animated films, and we also had some experimental films mixed in with that. And so the finalists are Painting by Numbers, Harra and the Donkey, and Little Wolf, The Night Trail. And the winner for the award for Best Animated Film goes to Little Wolf, The Night Trail. And that filmmaker was here for the Q&A, but I don't think they're here. Oh, no. We don't tip people off usually, so that's maybe I need to start tipping people off. It's more fun, though, if nobody knows. It's more fun. But he was a lovely individual and did a great Q&A earlier, so thank you, Little Wolf and the Night Trail. All right, Best Experimental Film. Okay, so we have 3 experimental films here that qualified, and they are Julia, Painting by Numbers, and Papa. And the winner for Best Experimental Film goes to Painting by Numbers. And I know that filmmaker is here.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's first of all, I just want to say it's been really great to be able to participate in the festival this year and for the last couple of years. And I just really want to say a huge thank you to you and to everyone involved in making this festival happen. The climate crisis is something that we've heard a lot about, but it's not something that I think we should ever stop talking about until it's been resolved, which at this rate will be not be for a very long time. And so I really wanted to just tap into all of those issues with this film, but in a more experimental, creative fashion. I just also want to say a huge thank you to Matt Hearn, who co-produced, my dad, who also co-produced, and Steve Boddy, who was the sound designer and co-composer. This film wouldn't have been possible without you guys, so thank you so much. And yeah, thank you so much for this amazing opportunity.
Thank you. Next up, we have the award for our best young filmmaker. So this is an award given to anyone that has not yet has completed a work before they finished high school and have not yet entered college. And so this year we had one film that was just leaps and bounds above the other high school and lower submissions. And that film was Out of Breath. And that filmmaker is not here, I believe, unless I overlooked. Out of Breath is the winner. But he gave a wonderful Q&A after his film the other day. He was actually, it was in the kind of horror thriller block. He was the only filmmaker there for the Q&A, surprisingly, and that was a large block. I was kind of surprised. We've had robust attendance in all the blocks, but for some reason he was the only one that came. But he gave an outstanding Q&A. You would have thought this young man was 50, 60 years old because of the wisdom that he had. He told people straight up, use what you have. Don't worry if you don't have the best camera. Basically, don't get wound up in that. And he also preached about letting obstructions fuel creativity. He was a big advocate for that. And that's something I think a lot of us have come to realize in some ways. Quite often we are more able to produce something when we are faced with a limitation, as it forces us to in a certain direction, whereas without obstructions we often find ourselves the inability to decide which way to go. It's like those menus at restaurants with too many options. So I'll share that wisdom that he shared through by proxy. So thank you very much. Out of Breath, the Young Filmmaker Award. All right, so now we move to narratives, the narrative awards. And so we're going to give out the narrative short award first. We have 3 films up for that. We have Done, Alina, and Fighting the Dark. And the winner for best narrative short goes to Alina. Is that filmmaker present? They were coming at one time, but they weren't at the Q&A, so I'm not sure it happened. Could be a time zone mix-up. I've already had a few people forget about converting the time zones. Okay, that's all right. Next up, we have Best Narrative Feature. We had a great Q&A with a variety of people from this film. We just had one award, no finalists. It went to The Color of Spring. Is that filmmaker back here? Yes, Paul is here. Paul, unmute. I'm sorry. There we go. Let's see. Unmute yourself, Paul. There you go.
I'm a film and television director, and I'm technically illiterate, so that's why I hire good people underneath me. Thanks to, first of all, to you folks at UPIKE for having us in the festival and for giving us this award, and Andrew for moderating our session earlier today. It was the first time I'd seen the 2 lead actors, even virtually, since we shot the film in October of 2019. So it's kind of a special to get back with Alexa and Jamie. Thanks, of course, to the cast and crew. Thanks to, who are too numerous to name, but they're all in the end credits. So if you watched the film, I'm sure you saw them. Thanks to Eastlink Community TV, which is the broadcaster here in Canada that gave us the opportunity to do the film. Thanks to my producing partner, Ron Foley McDonald, and Andrew Mark Sewell in the United Kingdom, who's our executive producer. And most of all, and I get the impression from watching this, what a wonderful festival you have, that Kentucky's not dissimilar to Nova Scotia. We're a smaller province on the east coast of Canada, so we are to Ontario and the bigger provinces, what maybe Kentucky sometimes is to California. So I feel a kinship to Kentucky. So my thank you is to Kentucky, but also to the good folks of Nova Scotia, my home province. The film and television industry here is funded largely by the people of Nova Scotia through tax incentives and film funding. Couldn't do what we do without the support of all my fellow Nova Scotians. So to the 980,000 of them, give or take, some of whom are locked down because of COVID right now, thank you very much for and the government, thank you very much for continuing to support film and television, not only here, but in all the other provinces and states where that happens too. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Paul. Next up, we have the award for Best Documentary Short. All of these awards have been difficult to determine, and I know that this one, though, in particular, we had a tough call between which one should win. And so we had 3 finalists here. We have The Aviators, Look at Me Now, and The Bladesmith. And the winner for Best Documentary Short goes to The Bladesmith. Is that filmmaker here? I think that one missed the Q&A too. A lot of his classmates, I think, were there for their films. They had a lot of people from Taylor that had gotten into that category. It's outstanding documentary work, highly impressive. Best Documentary Feature. We have an award we're giving out here. And that award goes to Hard Rubbish. Is Alita here again? She was here for a Q&A earlier. Don't think she's here. Okay. Moving on, 3 awards left. Best International Film. This goes to Agnorisis, directed by Arturo, and he is here. Thank you, Arturo.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Many thanks. It has been a pleasure to have a place to participate in the festival among so many great works. No? And I want to dedicate the award to Julio Lázaro, one of the leading actors who plays Don Francisco, who is no longer with us. Then we will always remember you, Julio.
Thank you, Arturo. Thank you. We have 2 awards left. The last award is the Best of Show Award, but this award coming up now is called the Spirit of the Mountains Award. And this award is extremely special. In some ways, it's just as important, if not more important, to our institution than Best of Show. Our film festival really seeks to highlight any interesting or compelling films we get, but we do feel a mission to highlight films that are produced by filmmakers from our region, or films that provide new insight or highlight the struggles and things of interest going on in the Appalachian area, the struggles of the Appalachian people, their spirit, their heart. In the past, it's gone to films that were kind of historical dramas, or even a film that looked at issues people were struggling with. And so we really want to see high quality works, both fictional and non-fictional, produced that highlight this region, highlight the people from this region, and show their history and the things that they're overcoming, and as Appalachia continues to grow into the future. And this year's award goes to the feature-length documentary film Rock Castle Home, and it's directed here by Charlie Thompson. Charlie.
Thank you so much, UPIKE Film Festival, and to Andrew for this most symbolic of awards. Spirit of the Mountains. Nothing could be more meaningful for this film, Rock Castle Home, for in many ways, we were in search of the spirit of this mountain home called Rock Castle that's now contained within a national park. And my thanks go out to all the descendants of the people who made their homes there, the people of Rock Castle, without whose work this film couldn't have been possible. They provided photographs and their words and encouragement. I also want to thank my crew, foremost among them, Elena Rue of Storymind Media. During the middle of the pandemic, I was at a loss of how to continue. She came to the rescue. She added production skills and edited the film. David Mayer, consulting producer, and many thanks to my funders who made this possible, among them Virginia Humanities, Blue Ridge Parkway Foundation, and Keenan Institute for Ethics. And I also want to thank my family, including my mother and late father, for believing in this project, and to my wife, Hope, for believing in me. I've sought ways to give back to the Appalachian region where I'm from. This festival and this award really tells me that I might be on the right trail. I still have miles to go, of course, but you have believed in this film, and that gives me a lot of courage to continue. And then finally, I just want to say thanks to Virginia Public Media. They're going to help put this film on PBS sometime around May, June in the United States. And maybe, who knows, maybe in Nova Scotia, we might have an audience too. But anyway, thanks so much again.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Charlie. Before we announce the final award for Best of Show, I just want to thank once again all the filmmakers, the screenwriters, the actors and actresses that came to the Q&As, to talk to people watching the live stream at home and answer their questions. It's my favorite part about doing the event. I thank you guys so much for doing that. I thank you for being here for this award show and sticking around. I believe that we will be back in person for our event next year. I look forward to that greatly. We have a lovely institution here, the University of Pikeville in Eastern Kentucky. We're in the beautiful mountainous region, wonderful sights to see, beautiful place to stay. We have a lovely awards dinner that we have that's catered by the city. The former governor of Kentucky, Paul Patton, is our chancellor, and he usually always has the past years he's come and spoken. Usually last year, 2 years ago, he awarded the Spirit of the Mountain Awards, Spirit of the Mountains Award himself. And so that was awesome. The filmmaker that won that, he had great respect for Governor Patton. It was really amazing thing. So we can't wait to be back in person next year. We believe we will. And while that might be difficult for many of you guys who we've screened before, they're from international places, and the fact we operate on a very streamlined budget, we do welcome those that can and want to make the trip, and we look forward to seeing your submissions next year. I know I certainly do. So thank you all. All right, so the Best of Show Award. This goes to the film that the jurors believe is of the highest quality overall. It's a very difficult thing to decide. Sometimes it can go to a short film. Sometimes it goes to a feature film. It's just a toss of a coin. Just depends on what the jurors think. This year, the Best of Show Award goes to Alina. Alina was one of the highest quality productions that I think we've received at the festival ever. We get some great films, but this film was a period drama that told a compelling story set in World War II in Nazi Germany. It also had some very very popular actors and actresses that were in it, which is not something we typically get at our festival. We're usually more independent minded, and that didn't give it an automatic win. The compelling nature of the story, the high production value. It was very, very well done, and we were really happy to have received that, to be considered to send their film to us. We're a small institution, small film festival. We're growing every year, and we appreciate the people that submit and support us. So that is it for the 7th Annual Film Festival. Again, thank you all so much for submitting and coming to do the Q&As. I'm going to close us out here, but we'll leave the chat up just for a little bit. If anybody has anything they want to say to anybody before I close the meeting, they can. Thank you all so much watching at home. Please like our UPIKE FMA pages and come back next year. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.